Arm of the Law by Harry Harrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Dirkx. Arm of the Law by Harry Harrison. It was a big, coffin-shaped plywood box that looked like it weighed a ton. This brawny type just dumped it through the door of the police station and started away. I looked up from the blotter and shouted at the trucker's vanishing back. "What the hell is that?" "How should I know?" he said as he swung up into the cab. "I just deliver. I don't X-ray 'em. It came on the morning rocket from Earth is all I know." He gunned the truck more than he had to and threw up a billowing cloud of red dust. "Jokers," I growled to myself. Mars is full of jokers. When I went over to look at the box, I could feel the dust grate between my teeth. Chief Craig must have heard the racket because he came out of his office and helped me stand and look at the box. "Think it's a bomb?" he asked in a bored voice. Why would anyone bother, particularly with a thing this size, and all the way from Earth? He nodded agreement and walked around to look at the other end. There was no sender's address anywhere on the outside. Finally, we had to dig out the crowbar, and I went to work on the top. After some prying, it pulled free and fell off. That was when we had our first look at Ned. We all would have been a lot happier if it had been our last look as well. If we had just put the lid back on and shipped the thing back to Earth. I now know what they mean about Pandora's box. But we just stood there and stared like a couple of rubes. Ned lay motionless and stared back at us. "A robot," the chief said. "Very observant. It's easy to see you went to the police academy." "Haha, now find out what he's doing here." I hadn't gone to the academy, but this was no handicap to my finding the letter. It was sticking up out of a thick book in a pocket in the box. The chief took the letter and read it with little enthusiasm. Well, well. United Robotics have the brainstorm that robots, correctly used, will tend to provide invaluable in police work. They want us to cooperate in a field test. Robot enclosed is the latest experimental model valued at 120,000 credits. We both looked back at the robot, sharing the wish that the credits had been in the box instead of it. The chief frowned and moved his lips through the rest of the letter. I wondered how we got the robot out of its plywood coffin. Experimental model or not, this was a nice-looking hunk of machinery. A uniform navy blue all over, though the outlet cases, hooks, and such were a metallic gold. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to get that effect. This was as close as a robot could look to a cop in uniform without being a joke. All that seemed to be missing was the badge and gun. Then I noticed the tiny glow of light in the robot's eye lenses. It had never occurred to me before that the thing might be turned on. There was nothing to lose by finding out. "Get out of that box," I said. The robot came up smooth and fast as a rocket, landing 2 feet in front of me and whipping out a snappy salute. "Police experimental robot, serial number XPO456934B, reporting for duty, sir." His voice quivered with alertness, and I could almost hear the humming of those taut cable muscles. He may have had a stainless steel hide and a bunch of wires for a brain, but he spelled rookie cop to me just the same. The fact that he was man height, with 2 arms, 2 legs, and that painted-on uniform helped. All I had to do was squint my eyes a bit, and there stood Ned the rookie cop, fresh out of school and raring to go. I shook my head to get rid of the illusion. This was just 6 feet of machine that boffins and brain boys had turned out for their own amusement. "Relax, Ned," I said. He was still holding the salute. "At ease. You'll get a hernia of your exhaust pipe if you stay so tense. Anyways, I'm just the sergeant here. That's the chief of police over there." Ned did an about-face and slid over to the chief with that same greased lightning motion. The chief just looked at him like something that sprang out from under the hood of a car, while Ned went through the same report routine. "I wonder if it does anything else besides salute and report," the chief said while he walked around the robot, looking it over like a dog with a hydrant. "The functions, operations, and responsible courses of action open to the police experimental robots are outlined on pages 184 to 213 of the manual." Ned's voice was muffled for a second while he half-dived back into his case and came up with the volume mentioned. "A detailed breakdown of these will also be found on pages 1035 to 1267 inclusive." The chief, who has trouble reading an entire comic page at one sitting, turned the 6-inch thick book over in his hands like it would maybe bite him. When he had a rough idea of how much it weighed and a good feel of the binding, he threw it on my desk. "Take care of this," he said to me as he headed towards his office. "And the robot, too. Do something with it." The chief's span of attention never was great, and it had been strained to the limit this time. I flipped through the book, wondering. One thing I never have had much to do with is robots, so I know just as much about them as any Joe in the street. Probably less. The book was filled with pages of fine print, fancy mathematics, wiring diagrams, and charts in 9 colors, and that kind of thing. It needed close attention, which attention I was not prepared to give at the time. The book slid shut, and I eyed the newest employee of the city of Nineport. "There's a broom behind the door. Do you know how to use it?" "Yes, sir." "In that case, you will sweep out this room, raising as small a cloud of dust as possible at the same time." He did a very neat job of it. I watched 120,000 credits worth of machinery making a tidy pile of butts and sand, and wondered why it had been sent to Nineport. Probably because there wasn't another police force in the solar system that was smaller or more unimportant than ours. The engineers must have figured this would be a good spot for a field test. Even if the thing blew up, nobody would really mind. There would probably be someone along someday to get a report on it. Well, they had picked the right spot, all right. Nineport was just a little bit beyond nowhere. Which, of course, was why I was there. I was the only real cop on the force. They needed at least one to give an illusion of the wheels going round. The chief, Alonzo Craig, had just enough sense to take graft without dropping the money. There were 2 patrolmen, one old and drunk most of the time. The other so young the only scar he had was the mark of the tram. I had 10 years on a metropolitan force Earthside. Why I left is nobody's damn business. I have long since paid for any mistakes I made there by ending up in Nineport. Nineport is not a city. It's just a place where people stop. The only permanent citizens are the ones who cater to those on the way through. Hotel keepers, restaurant owners, gamblers, barkeeps, and the rest. There is a spaceport, but only some freighters come there to pick up the metal from some of the mines that are still working. Some of the settlers still came in for supplies. You might say that Nineport was a town that just missed the boat. In 100 years, I doubt if there will be enough left sticking out of the sand to tell where it used to be. I won't be there either, so I couldn't care less. I went back to the blotter. 5 drunks in the tank, an average night's haul. While I wrote them up, Fats dragged in the 6th one. "Locked himself in the ladies' john at the spaceport and resisting arrest," he reported. "D&D, throw him in with the rest." Fats steered his limp victim across the floor, matching him step for dragging step. I always marveled at the way Fats took care of drunks, since he usually had more under his belt than they had. I have never seen him falling down drunk or completely sober. About all he was good for was keeping a blurred eye on the lockup and running in drunks. He did well at that. No matter what they crawled under or on top of, he found them, no doubt due to the same shared natural instincts. Fats clanged the door behind number 6 and weaved his way back in. "What's that?" he asked, peering at the robot along the purple beauty of his nose. That is a robot. I have forgotten the number his mother gave him at the factory, so we will call him Ned. He works here now. Good for him. He can clean up the tank after we throw the bums out. That's my job, Billy said, coming in through the front door. He clutched his nightstick and scowled out from under the brim of his uniform cap. It is not that Billy is stupid, just that most of his strength has gone into his back instead of his mind. That's Ned's job now because you have a promotion. You are going to help me with some of my work. Billy came in very handy at times, and I was anxious that the force shouldn't lose him. My explanation cheered him, because he sat down by Fats and watched Ned do the floor. That's the way things went for about a week. We watched Ned sweep and polish until the station began to take on a positively antiseptic look. The chief, who always has an eye out for that type of thing, found out that Ned could file the odd ton of reports and paperwork that cluttered his office. All this kept the robot busy, and we got so used to him we were hardly aware he was around. I knew he had moved the packing case into the storeroom and fixed himself up a cozy sort of robot dormitory coffin. Other than that, I didn't know or care. The operation manual was buried in my desk and I never looked at it. If I had, I might have had some idea of the big changes that were in store. None of us knew the littlest bit about what a robot can or cannot do. Ned was working nicely as a combination janitor file clerk and should have stayed that way. He would have, too, if the chief hadn't been so lazy. That's what started it all. It was around 9 at night, and the chief was just going home when the call came in. He took it, listened for a moment, then hung up. Greenback's liquor store. He got held up again. Says to come at once. That's a change. Usually we don't hear about it until a month later. What's he paying protection money for if China Joe ain't protecting? What's the rush now? The chief chewed his loose lip for a while. Finally and painfully reached a decision. You better go around and see what the trouble is. Sure, I said, reaching for my cap. But no one else is around. You'll have to watch the desk until I get back. That's no good, he moaned. I'm dying from hunger, and sitting here isn't going to help me any. I will go take the report, Ned said, stepping forward and snapping his usual well-greased salute. At first the chief wasn't buying. You would think the water cooler came to life and offered to take over his job. How could you take a report, he growled, putting the wise guy water cooler in its place. But he had phrased his little insult as a question, so he had only himself to blame. In exactly 3 minutes, Ned gave the chief a summary of the routine necessary for a police officer to make a report on an armed robbery or other reported theft. From the glazed look in Chief's protruding eyes, I could tell Ned had quickly passed the boundaries of the chief's meager knowledge. Enough, the harried man finally gasped. If you know so much, why don't you make a report? Which to me sounded like another version of, if you're so damn smart, why ain't you rich? Which we used to snarl at the brainy kids in grammar school. Ned took such things literally, though, and turned towards the door. Do you mean you wish me to make a report on this robbery? Yes, the chief said, just to get rid of him, and we watched his blue shape vanish through the door. He must be brighter than he looks, I said. He never stopped to ask where Greenback's store is. The chief nodded and the phone rang again. His hand was still resting on it, so he picked it up by reflex. He listened for a second, and you would have thought someone was pumping blood out of his heel from the way his face turned white. The holdup's still on, he finally gasped. Greenback's delivery boy is on the line, calling back to see where we are. Says he's under a table in the back room. I never heard the rest of it because I was out the door and into the car. There were 100 things that could happen if Ned got there before me. Guns could go off, people hurt, lots of things. And the police would be to blame for it all, sending a tin robot to do a cop's job. Maybe the chief had ordered Ned there, but clearly as if the words were painted on the windshield of the car, I knew I would be dragged into it. It never gets very warm on Mars, but I was sweating. Nineport has 14 traffic regulations, and I broke all of them before I had gone a block. Fast as I was, Ned was faster. As I turned the corner, I saw him open the door of Greenback's store and walk in. I screamed brakes in behind him and arrived just in time to have a gallery seat. A shooting gallery at that. There were 2 holed-up punks, one behind the counter making like a clerk, and the other lounging off to the side. Their guns were out of sight, but blue-coated Ned busting through the door like that was too much for their keyed-up nerves. Up came both guns like they were on strings, and Ned stopped dead. I grabbed for my own gun and waited for pieces of busted robot to come flying through the window. Ned's reflexes were great, which I suppose is what you should expect of a robot. "Drop your guns, you are under arrest." He must have had on full power or something. His voice blasted so loud my ears hurt. The result was just what you might expect. Both torpedoes let go at once, and the air was filled with flying slugs. The show windows went out with a crash, and I went down on my stomach. From the amount of noise, I knew they both had recoilless 50 calibers. You can't stop one of those slugs. They go right through you and anything else that happens to be in the way. Except they didn't seem to be bothering Ned. The only notice he seemed to take was to cover his eyes. A little shield with a thin slit popped down over his eye lenses. Then he moved in on the first thug. I knew he was fast, but not that fast. A couple of slugs jarred him as he came across the room, but before the punk could change his aim, Ned had the gun in his hand. That was the end of that. He put on one of the sweetest hammer locks I have ever seen and neatly grabbed the gun when it dropped from the limp fingers. With the same motion that slipped the gun into a pouch, he whipped out a pair of handcuffs and snapped them on the punk's wrists. Hold-upnik number 2 was heading for the door by then, and I was waiting to give him a warm reception. There was never any need. He hadn't gone halfway before Ned slid in front of him. There was a thud when they hit that didn't even shake Ned, but gave the other a glazed look. He never even knew it when Ned slipped the cuffs on him and dropped him down next to his partner. I went in, took their guns from Ned, and made the arrest official. That was all Greenback saw when he crawled out from behind the counter, and it was all I wanted him to see. The place was a foot deep in broken glass and smelled like the inside of a Jack Daniels bottle. Greenback began to howl like a wolf over his lost stock. He didn't seem to know any more about the phone call than I did, so I grabbed a hold of a pimply-looking kid who staggered out of the storeroom. He was the one who had made the calls. It turned out to be a matter of sheer stupidity. He had worked for Greenback only a few days and didn't have enough brains to realize that all holdups should be reported to the protection boys instead of the police. I told Greenback to wise up his boy, as to look at the trouble that got caused, then pushed the 2 ex-holdup men out to the car. Ned climbed in back with them, and they clung together like 2 waifs in a storm. The robot's only response was to pull a first aid kit from his hip and fix up a ricochet hole in one of the thugs that no one else had noticed in the excitement. The chief was still sitting there with that bloodless look when we marched in. I didn't believe it could be done, but he went 2 shades whiter. "You made the pinch," he whispered. Before I could straighten him out, a second and more awful idea hit him. He grabbed a handful of shirt on the first torpedo and poked his face down. "You with China Joe," he snarled. The punk made the air of trying to be cute, so the chief let him have one on the head with the open hand that set his eyes rolling like marbles. When the question got asked again, he found the right answer. "I never heard from no China Joe. We just hit town today and—" "Freelance, by God!" The chief sighed and collapsed into his chair. "Lock 'em up and quickly tell me what in hell happened." I slammed the gate on them and pointed a none too steady finger at Ned. "There's the hero," I said. "Took them on single-handed, wrestled them for a fall, and made the capture. He is one robot tornado, a power for good in this otherwise evil community. And he's bulletproof, too." I ran a finger over Ned's broad chest. The paint was chipped by the slugs, but the metal was hardly scratched. "This is going to cause me trouble. Big trouble," the chief wailed. I knew he meant with the protection boys. They did not like punks getting arrested and guns going off without their okay. But Ned thought the chief had other worries and rushed in to put them right. "There will be no trouble. At no time did I violate any of the robotic restriction laws. They are part of my control circuits and therefore fully automatic. The men who drew their guns violated both robotic and human law when they threatened violence. I did not injure the men, merely restrained them." It was all over the chief's head, but I like to think I could follow it. And I had been wondering how a robot, a machine, could be involved in something like law application and violence. Ned had the answer to that one too. Robots have been assuming these functions for years. Don't recording radar meters pass judgment on human violation of automobile regulations? A robot alcohol detector is better qualified to assess the sobriety of a prisoner than the arresting officer. At one time, robots were even allowed to make their own decisions about killing. Before the robotic restriction laws, automatic gun pointers were in general use. Their final development was a self-contained battery of large anti-aircraft guns. Automatic scan radar detected all aircraft in the vicinity. Those that could not return the correct identifying signal had their courses tracked and computed. Automatic fuse cutters and loaders readied the computer-aimed guns, which were fired by the robot mechanism. There was little I could argue about with Ned, except maybe his college professor vocabulary, so I switched the attack. But a robot can't take the place of a cop. It's a complex human job. Of course it is, but taking a human policeman's place is not the function of a police robot. Primarily, I combine the functions of numerous pieces of police equipment, integrating their operations and making them instantly available. In addition, I can aid in the mechanical processes of law enforcement. If you arrest a man, you handcuff him. But if you order me to do it, I have made no moral decision. I am just a machine for attaching handcuffs at that point. My raised hand cut off the flow of robotic argument. Ned was hip to his ears with facts and figures, and I had a good idea who would come off second best in any continued discussion. No laws had been broken when Ned made the pinch, that was for sure. But there are other laws than those that appear on the books. China Joe is not going to like this. Not at all, the chief said, speaking my own thoughts. The law of tooth and claw. That's one that wasn't in the law books, and that was what ran Nineport. The place was just big enough to have a good population of gambling joints, bawdy houses, and drunk rollers. They were all run by China Joe. As was the police department, we were all in his pocket, and you might say he was the one who paid our wages. This is not the kind of thing, though, that you explain to a robot. Yeah, China Joe. I thought it was an echo at first, then realized that someone had eased in the door behind me. Something called Alex. 6 feet of bone, muscle, and trouble. China Joe's right-hand man. He imitated a smile at the chief, who sank a bit lower in his chair. China Joe wants you should tell him why you got smart cops going around and putting the arm on people and letting them shoot up good liquor. He's mostly angry about the hooch. He says that you have enough guff, and after this you should... I am putting you under robot arrest pursuant to Article 46, Paragraph 19 of the Revised Statutes. Ned had done it before we realized he had even moved. Right in front of our eyes, he was arresting Alex and signing our death warrants. Alex was not slow. As he turned to see who had grabbed him, he had already dragged out his cannon. He got one shot in, square against Ned's chest, before the robot plucked the gun away and slipped on the cuffs. While we all gaped like dead fish, Ned recited the charge in what I swear was a satisfied tone. The prisoner is Peter Rakjomski, alias Alex the Axe, wanted in Canal City for armed robbery and attempted murder. Also wanted by local police of Detroit, New York, and Manchester on charges of... Get it off me, Alex howled. We might have, too, and everything might have still been straightened out if Benny Bug hadn't heard the shot. He popped his head in the front door just long enough to roll his eyes over our little scene. Alex! They're putting the arm on Alex! Then he was gone, and when I hit the door, he was nowhere in sight. China Joe's boys always went around in pairs, and in 10 minutes, he would know all about it. Book him, I told Ned. It wouldn't make any difference if we let him go now. The world has already come to an end. Fats came in then, mumbling to himself. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder when he saw me. What's up? I see little Benny Bug come out here like the place was on fire and almost get killed driving away. Then Fats saw Alex with the bracelets on and turned sober in 1 second. He just took a moment to gape, then his mind was made up. Without a trace of a stagger, he walked over to the chief and threw his badge on the desk in front of him. I am an old man and I drink too much to be a cop. Therefore I am resigning from the force. because if that is whom I think it is over there with the cuffs on, I will not live to be a day older as long as I am around here." "Rat," the chief growled in pain through his clenched teeth. "Deserting the sinking ship. Rat." "Squeak," Fats said and left. The chief was beyond caring at this point. He didn't blink an eye when I took Fats's badge off the desk. I don't know why I did it. Perhaps I thought it was only fair. Ned had started all the trouble, and I was just angry enough to want him on the spot when it was finished. There were 2 rings on his chest plate, and I was not surprised when the badge pin fitted them neatly. "There! Now you look like a real cop." Sarcasm dripped from the words. I should have realized that robots are immune to sarcasm. Ned took my statement at face value. "This is a very great honor, not only for me, but for all robots. I will do my best to fulfill all the obligations of the office." Jack Armstrong in tin underwear. I could hear the little motors in his guts humming with joy as he booked Alex. If everything else hadn't been so bad, I would have enjoyed that. Ned had more police equipment built into him than Nineport had ever owned. There was an ink pad that snapped out of one hip, and he efficiently rolled Alex's fingertips across it and stamped them on a card. Then he held the prisoner at arm's length while something clicked in his abdomen. One more sideways, and 2 instant photographs dropped out of a slot. The mug shots were stuck on the card, arrest details and such inserted. There was more like this, but I forced myself away. There were more important things to think about, like staying alive. "Any ideas, Chief?" A groan was my only answer, so I let it go at that. Billy, the balance of the police force, came in then. I gave him a quick rundown. Either through stupidity or guts, he elected to stay, and I was proud of the boy. Ned locked away the latest prisoner and began sweeping up. That was the way we were when China Joe walked in. Even though we were expecting it, it was still a shock. He had a bunch of his toughest hoods with him, and they crowded through the door like an overweight baseball team. China Joe was in front, hands buried in the sleeves of his long mandarin gown. No expression at all on his ascetic features. He didn't waste time talking to us, just gave the word to his own boys. "Clean this place up. The new police chief will be here in a while, and I don't want him to see any bums hanging around." It made me angry. Even with the graft, I'd like to feel I'm still a cop, not on a cheap punk's payroll. I was also curious about China Joe. Had been ever since I tried to get a line on him and never found a thing. I still wanted to know. "Ned, take a good look at that Chinese guy in the rayon bathrobe and let me know who he is." My, but those electronic circuits work fast. Ned shot the answer back like a straight man who had been rehearsing his lines for weeks. "He is a pseudo-oriental, utilizing a natural sallowness of the skin heightened with dye. He is not Chinese. There has also been an operation on his eyes, scars of which are still visible. This has been undoubtedly done in an attempt to conceal his real identity, but Bertillon measurements of his ears and other features make identity positive. He is on the very wanted list of Interpol, and his real name is..." China Joe was angry, and with a reason. "That's the thing! That big-mouthed tin radio set over there. We heard about it, and we're taking care of it." The mob jumped aside then, or hit the deck, and I saw there was a guy kneeling in the door with a rocket launcher. Shaped anti-tank charges, no doubt. That was my last thought as the thing let go with a whoosh. Maybe you can hit a tank with one of those, but not a robot. At least not a police robot. Ned was sliding across the floor on his face when the back wall blew up. There was no second shot. Ned closed his hand on the tube of the bazooka, and it was so much old drain pipe. Billy decided that anyone who fired a rocket in a police station was breaking the law, so he moved in with his club. I was right behind him since I didn't want to miss any of the fun. Ned was at the bottom somewhere, but I didn't doubt he could take care of himself. There were a couple of muffled shots, and someone screamed. No one fired after that because we were too tangled up. A punk named Brooklyn Eddie hit me on the side of the head with his gun butt, and I broke his nose all over his face with my fist. There is a kind of fog over everything after that, but I do remember it was very busy for a while. When the fog lifted a bit, I realized I was the only one still standing, or leaning rather. It was a good thing the wall was there. Ned came in through the street door carrying a very bashed-looking Brooklyn Eddie. I hoped I had done all that. Eddie's wrists were fastened together with cuffs. Ned laid him gently next to the heap of thugs, who I suddenly realized all wore the same kind of handcuffs. I wondered vaguely if Ned made them as he needed them or had a supply tucked away in a hollow leg or something. There was a chair a few feet away, and sitting down helped. Blood was all over everything, and if a couple of the hoods hadn't groaned, I would have thought they were corpses. One was, I noticed suddenly. A bullet had caught him in the chest. Most of the blood was probably his. Ned burrowed in the bodies for a moment and dragged Billy out. He was unconscious, a big smile on his face, and the splintered remains of his nightstick still stuck in his fist. It takes very little to make some people happy. A bullet had gone through his leg, and he never moved while Ned ripped the pants leg off and put on a bandage. The spurious China Joe and one other man escaped in a car, Ned reported. Don't let it worry you, I managed to croak. Your batting average still leads the league. It was then I realized the chief was still sitting in his chair, where he had been when the brouhaha started. Still slumped down with that glazed look. Only after I started to talk to him did I realize that Alonzo Craig, chief of police of Nineport, was now dead. A single shot. Small caliber gun, maybe a .22. Right through the heart, and what blood there was had been soaked up by his clothes. I had a good idea where the gun would be that fired that shot. A small gun. The kind that would fit in a wide Chinese sleeve. I wasn't tired or groggy anymore. Just angry. Maybe he hadn't been the brightest or most honest guy in the world. But he deserved a better end than that, knocked off by a 2-bit racket boss who thought he was being crossed. Right about then I realized I had a big decision to make. With Billy out of the fight and Fats gone, I was the Nineport police force. All I had to do to be clear of this mess was to walk out the door and keep going. I would be safe enough. Ned buzzed by, picked up 2 of the thugs, and hauled them off to the cells. Maybe it was the sight of his blue back, or maybe I was tired of running. Either way, my mind was made up before I realized it. I carefully took off the chief's gold badge and put it on in place of my old one. The new chief of police of Nineport, I said to no one in particular. Yes, sir, Ned said as he passed. He put one of the prisoners down long enough to salute, then went on with his work. I returned the salute. The hospital meat wagon hauled away the dead and wounded. I took an evil pleasure in ignoring the questioning stares of the attendants. After the doc fixed the side of my head, everyone cleared out. Ned mopped up the floor. I ate 10 aspirin and waited for the hammering to stop so I could think of what to do next. When I pulled my thoughts together, the answer was obvious. Too obvious. I made as long a job as I could of reloading my gun. Refill your handcuff box, Ned. We're going out. Like a good cop, he asked no questions. I locked the outside door when we left and gave him the key. Here, there's a good chance you will be the only one left to use this before the day is over. I stretched the drive over to China Joe's place just as much as I could, trying to figure if there was another way of doing it. There wasn't. Murder had been done, and Joe was the boy I was going to pin it on, so I had to get him. The best I could do was stop around the corner and give Ned a briefing. This combination bar and dice room is the sole property of he whom we shall still call China Joe until there is time for you to give me a rundown on him. Right now I got enough distractions. What we have to do is go in there, find Joe, and bring him to justice. Simple? Simple, Ned answered in his sharp Joe College voice. But wouldn't it be simpler to make the arrest now when he is leaving in that car instead of waiting until he returns? The car in mention was doing 60 as it came out of the alley ahead of us. I only had a glimpse of Joe in the back seat as it tore by us. Stop them, I shouted, mostly for my own benefit since I was driving. I tried to shift gears and start the engine at the same time, and succeeded in doing exactly nothing. So Ned stopped them. It had been phrased as an order. He leaned his head out of the window, and I saw at once why most of his equipment was located in his torso, probably his brain as well. There sure wasn't much room left in his head when that cannon was tucked away in there. A .75 caliber recoilless. A plate swiveled back, right where his nose should have been if he had had one, and the big muzzle pointed out. It's a neat idea when you think about it. Right between the eyes for good aiming, up high, always ready. The boom boom almost took my head off. Of course, Ned was a perfect shot. So would I be with a computer for a brain. He had holed one rear tire with each slug, and the car flapped to a stop a little ways down the road. I climbed out slowly while Ned sprinted there in seconds flat. They didn't even try to run this time. What little nerve they had left must have been shattered by the smoking muzzle of that .75 caliber poking out from between Ned's eyes. Robots are neat about things like that, so he must have left it sticking out deliberate. Probably had a course in psychology back in robot school. 3 of them in the car, all waving their hands in the air like the last reel of a western, and the rear floor covered with interesting little suitcases. Everyone came along quietly. China Joe only snarled, while Ned told me that his name really was Stanton, and the Elmira hot seat was kept warm all the time in hopes he would be back. I promised Joe, Stanton, I would be happy to arrange it that same day, thereby not worrying about any slip-ups with the local authorities. The rest of the mob would stand trial in Canal City. It was a very busy day. Things have quieted down a good deal since then. Billy is out of the hospital and wearing my old sergeant's stripes. Even Fats is back, though he is sober once in a while now and has trouble looking me in the eye. We don't have much to do because in addition to being a quiet town, this is now an honest one. Ned is on foot patrol nights and in charge of the lab and files days. Maybe the policeman's benevolent wouldn't like that, but Ned doesn't seem to mind. He touched up all the bullet scratches and keeps his badge polished. I know a robot can't be happy or sad, but Ned seems to be happy. Sometimes I would swear I can hear him humming to himself, but of course that is only the motors and things going around. When you start thinking about it, I suppose we set some kind of precedent here. What with putting on a robot as a full-fledged police officer. No one ever came around from the factory yet, so I have never found out if we're the first or not. And I'll tell you something else. I'm not going to stay in this broken down town forever. I have some letters out now, looking for a new job. So some people are going to be very surprised when they see who their new chief of police is after I leave. End of Arm of the Law by Harry Harrison.
A Matter of Order by Fox B. Holden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Matter of Order by Fox B. Holden. Balance is a fundamental law of order. How, then, can integrity cancel such a principle, even though the future of mankind demands it? "I don't like it at all," the tall, thin man said. His name was Tharn, and he was known throughout the sprawling colony for the high-strung nervousness that was understandable enough in a youth of 50, but hardly normal for a man of his years. You had to be careful how you talked to Tharn, even if you were Angelo, Deed of Masters himself. "I don't like it," Tharn reiterated, with another dramatic sweep of his long bony arm. "One bit, Angelo. Look at them, circling up there." The thin, lined face turned squarely to Angelo's own, and the large, almost protruding black eyes snapped with all the vibrant fire of the fine artistic mind that boiled constantly behind them. Angelo turned his own eyes upward, momentarily following Tharn's still upthrust arm. Although he did not need to look again, it was as the second eldest of the colony said, of course. The slender, stylus-shaped object that reflected the golden midday sunlight in splintering shards against the almost cloudless cobalt of the sky still circled. It would land at the edge of the great colony. Angelo knew this. Tharn knew it. The colony knew it. Angelo turned his old black eyes upon Tharn, and the ghost of a smile plucked at his white-bearded lips. Tharn coloured, suddenly aware of the incongruous picture he presented. Poised with all the drama of a Mark Antony pleading to the populace to sorrow for a Caesar, while rather mundanely bedecked in his paint-spattered working smock. The high colour in his seamed face remained, but he pursued his point as though Angelo had never smiled at all. "They won't be satisfied." Angelo got up from the canvas stool before his easel, and the motion itself was enough to halt Tharn in mid-sentence. There was going to be some sort of action, anyway. "Now look," Angelo said slowly. His voice carried the measured deliberation that its rich, deep timbre complemented so harmoniously. "First of all, Tharn, if we begin showing signs of undue alarm, you know what it will do to our younger men and women. They'll be upset for weeks, and we'll have another one of those terrible realist periods." Angelo grimaced with these incredibly bushy eyebrows. "Besides that, if you'd take a really careful look at that ship, you'd see in a moment that it's certainly of a type none of us have ever seen. We certainly cannot prevent its landing. We certainly do not have the means to present a hostile front when it does. Therefore, we shall go to the dell and greet it. I would estimate—" Angelo turned his massive white head slowly for another glance above the low alabaster walls of a mosaic-tiled courtyard. "That they will effect a landing within another 10 minutes or so. If you'll send an apprentice to go fetch Marla, the philosopher, and Genzi, the semanticist, and I think Ojar, the orator, with word to meet us by the lesser amphitheatre there, we can be on our way directly. Oh, and Tharn—" Tharn followed the first elder's glance to his paint-smeared smock, coloured once more, and immediately erupted into a volcano of action, as though rounding up a young jackanapes apprentice and locating and donning a suitable street toga with things that could be simultaneously accomplished. He exited, mumbling heatedly between cries of "Boy! Boy!" and Angelo smiled again, and prepared his own person for the meeting. He mused that Marla, the philosopher, commented often in his evening wine that to run was never to escape, only to change the pattern of pursuit, and of course you couldn't argue much with Marla. Not and win. But then, nobody on St. Catherine very often argued to win. Where was the pleasure in that? There was a great scorched spot in the soft greenness of the gently rolling earth, and it widened like an undammed muddy pool as the thundering cylinder of steel lowered itself in a pillar of flame. They kept a respectable distance, Angelo, Tharn, Marla, Gezi, Ojar, and the several hundred curious and apprehensive of the colony who had followed. Angelo had decided the closest possible spot for waiting, stopped there, and then made no move save to shield his eyes from the terrible glare of the ship's landing jets as it made its cautious descent. As he had predicted, the chosen landing spot was at the extreme northern edge of the dell, near the lesser amphitheatre, and they all had just arrived in time. The ship settled. Its thunder ceased. Masters, students, and apprentices alike unshielded their eyes, and then all were turned in unbroken silence toward Angelo himself. He was Dean. He could deal with this. Angelo hesitated for perhaps a full minute. In that time, he ordered the scene in his mind. The ship from space, thrust upward toward the heavens like some weapon of challenge, surrounded by the gentle undulations of the low Renoir range to the far west, the rugged ice-capped Alps of Cézanne to the south, and further distant still, the low, wind-tossed and wild Van Gogh plain that stretched endlessly to the east, and finally to the north, the fertile richness of the valleys of Rembrandt, which reached as far as the eye could see. All this, and the warmth of the clear atmosphere that embraced it all, was seen and felt in that minute by Angelo and by the rest, as he intended they should. This, the minute seemed to say, is yours. Do not betray it. And then he was walking with the dignified deliberation of his office toward the ship, the pure white of his full toga billowing gently in the soft breezes of the dell. There was a clanging sound. A round section of the ship, near the wide fins of its stern, swung open. Men came through it, started down a series of metal rungs to the ground. As he walked, Angelo counted them. 1, 2, 3. 3 men. 3 men from Earth, of course. And he knew what they wanted. They met halfway. 3 men from Earth in their blue and silver uniforms, their heads close-shaven, their boots polished as though fashioned of metal. And Angelo, inches shorter than they, far greater in girth than they, with his feet in hide sandals and his long white hair falling free to merge with the rolling folds of his single garment. The man in the middle of the uniformed trio spoke, the obvious leader. "This is the colony of artists, planet of St. Catherine?" The heavy sound of his voice seemed to balk at the words ever so slightly. "You are their leader?" "I am Angelo, Dean of Masters here," Angelo replied. "I do not lead, but guide instead. I am at your service, gentlemen of Earth." "You seem certain of where we are from." "But of course. Do I not immediately recognize and speak your tongue?" "You would, of course," the leader said, and Angelo did not miss the hint of grudging acknowledgement in his voice as he said it. In face, he was little different from the other two, although perhaps a year or two older, but for all practical purposes they were the same. The high foreheads, the 2 closely spaced blue eyes, the sharp, disciplined features, the lack of any genuine character at all. They were as much of the same bolt of cloth as the uniforms they wore. "Of course," Angelo smiled. "Our memories here on St. Catherine are fortunately long, and our libraries are well filled and well used. And of course we have been expecting you." "Expecting us?" "Naturally." And again Angelo smiled. "It is a philosophical truth, after all. Man is a social creature by nature, and as such must continually seek the company of his own kind. And, of course—" and there was a hint of a repressed glitter in the old man's eyes, "the people of Earth have always known, and have never forgotten where we of St. Catherine were to be found." The leader reddened and seemed on the point of explosive speech. The muscles of his jaw hardened as he controlled his impulse. Angelo waited. "You are, of course, correct," he said after a moment's pause. "And it will perhaps be best for all that we understand each other clearly from the beginning. We come to you in some embarrassment. We come to you asking a favor." The last word the leader uttered with a distaste that the best of his self-discipline could not control, and Angelo chuckled inwardly. A favor, was it? Embarrassed, were they? He could quite imagine. "Perhaps," Angelo said, "it would be more comfortable to discuss your mission in my studio. Will you gentlemen follow me, please?" He turned and began walking back to where the others waited, and the 3 men from Earth followed him. At first they balked for the briefest moment, but they followed him. The studio of Angelo, Dean of Masters, was open to the sky like his courtyard, for this was the fair season on St. Catherine in this latitude, and not yet time to draw the transparent tarpaulin skylight across the tops of his studio walls. Angelo had seated himself near the centre of the superbly muralled room, on one of the low, colourful cushions so widely preferred in the colony to the more formal furniture that was still to be found, to some extent, in the shops and homes of the artisans. Artists in their own way, of course, and some practical work had to be put up with to satisfy the more mundane requirements of existence. As long as they took true pride in the beauty of their work, the artisans would always be very welcome members of the colony, as well, to be sure, as necessary. and seated in a semicircle behind Angelo were the other elders, and 2 or 3 advanced students to cater to whatever needs might arise during the conference. There would be no apprentices here. Before Angelo, taking to their cushions rather awkwardly, his beard, fortunately, was of sufficient luxuriance to cloak the tiny smile of satisfaction at his lips, were the 3 Earthmen, their leader, of course, in the centre, and facing Angelo directly. "We may begin at any time," Angelo said in his most courtly fashion. Those behind him nodded, Tharn, for once, a little absently, because he had become involved in a rather difficult line sketch on the tablet supplied him for note-taking. He didn't approve of these strangers, but there were more important things than interstellar visitors, especially since they were only Earthmen, and Angelo was insistent on taking full charge. He, Tharn, was through arguing. Walking multiplication tables. Pah! Angelo could have them then. "It is possible you are not aware here on St. Catherine," the leader began with the slightest tinge of sarcasm, "that on Earth there is at present a rather regrettable difference of thinking on policy." "Another political slaughter, that is," Angelo countered not too lightly for the obvious allusion to St. Catherine's complete lack of any kind of electrical or electronic communications. "A major war, in other words." The leader flushed slightly. "Well, yes, as a matter of fact, it has gotten somewhat out of control." His teeth were almost clenched as he made the admission, and Angelo easily sensed the pain in the man at having to make it to the artists of St. Catherine, of all people in the universe. "Out of control," the leader was continuing, "to the point where, in fact, and according to the unimpeachable findings of our actuarial computers, human life on Earth is threatened with complete extinction." The leader hesitated, interpreted the looks in the eyes of the men whom he faced, and found himself not quite able to meet them with his own. But he continued, best to get it said once and for all. "We are now, of course, well aware that the predictions which were once thought to be the mere rantings of alarmists, religious and philosophical cranks were tragically accurate. Both sides are perfectly matched from the technological aspect, of course. The so-called secrets of science cannot be kept secret at all, at least not by men. They exist everywhere in the universe for any man to seek, and to exploit as he sees fit." He paused, at last found the temerity to meet the gazes of the others. "Go on," Angelo said. "Both sides have come to an absolute stalemate, but not, regrettably, the kind of stalemate that means cessation of activity. In a conflict to the death, a stalemate simply means battle without victory. Battle until neither side has a living man left to fight. So in short, we are desperate. There must be a victor, or Earth is lost entirely. One more mass strato attack with L-bombs and... well, at any rate, there must, as you can readily understand, be a victor. And soon. Obviously, the others must be defeated." "Yes, of course," thought Mahler, the philosopher. "It is the others always who must be defeated." "And so we have," the leader was saying, "come to you for help." He stopped speaking then, for a moment waiting for Angelo's reply, waiting simply for him to ask, "What kind of help could we artists possibly give you?" Waiting for, and prepared to take unflinchingly, the searing taunt that could not help but be in question. "You who can fly ships through space, who have at your computer tips the hard-won miracles of science and engineering?" But wordlessly, The leader waited. And in the brief moment before he spoke, the history of it all flashed through Angelo's mind. The history that began with the revolt, 3 centuries ago, with the ancestors of them all on St. Catherine. The artists, the philosophers, the writers, the orators, the dramatists, the poets, all of them, who had, when at last they could no longer stomach their civilization's arrested adolescence and its refusal to be weaned from its electronic and atomic toys, remembered the first fundamental law of order in art, and put it to devastating use. Unity. In unity, they rebelled. They warned, first, in fairness. They took pains to point out carefully that it is a healthy sign for the developing child to become intrigued with movement, sound, and color. That it was normal for a child to spend hours observing, examining, operating, even building a new mechanical toy. But when his new books gathered dust and fell into disuse, when he could quote all of Faraday and none of Swinburne, when this happened, his development as a human being of full depth and breadth was at an end. When he became hypnotized by his toys, when motion and force became an obsession, when the means became an end in itself, when the tool became the raison d'être, rather than the structure it had been fashioned only to help build. Then the point of civilization had been hopelessly lost, and thinking men had but one alternative: leave and start over. And so they banded together. They had left. It had not been so difficult, for to the ancestors a tool was always that, and nothing more. They could not build spaceships, but they could buy them, and so they had. They could not navigate space nor pilot their craft, so they hired the technicians and engineers who could. And when the ancestors had arrived at a planet of their choice, the scientists had been duly proud of their superior accomplishment in being able to find just such a planet, and of course were paid more than the engineers and technicians. The ancestors gave them all sizable bonuses and sent them packing back to Earth, where there were so many fine things to spend their money on. The ancestors had, of course, been called dreamers, ivory towerists, alarmists, fools. They had been called madmen who lived in the unenlightened past, believers in some foolishness called artistic integrity, schizoids who were afraid to face reality. Posh, polish, and good riddance, muttered the sane ones over their charts and oscilloscopes as the last of the ancestors' ships blasted free of Earth. Muttered, of course, because there was, somehow, a vague awareness that the culture vultures hadn't left in fear of the bright, quick machines, but in, well, they said, in disgust. Good riddance to the childish rubbish. But now, apparently, the men of Earth had gotten themselves into something so peculiarly impossible that they were desperate enough to face the cutting wit of the fat-bottomed artists on St. Catherine, who wouldn't be able to say, "I told you so," in a straightforward, matter-of-fact way, and let it go at that. Oh, no. But it would be better to have their damned articulate tongues tear you apart than an S-field. The moment of reflection was spent, and Angelo asked the question, "And how can we help you?" was all he said. The leader took a deep breath. "One moment," Angelo said as he was about to speak. "Just a word of warning, if you please. If you want anything of us at all, simply state your case in plain language. Don't try to sell us anything. We can beat you roundly at that, and if we agree to your request, you will accept exactly what we give you. Beggars, no matter how expert in some things, are still not in the position of choosers. A matter, after all, of, shall we say, artistic integrity?" The leader's eyes flashed. Damn you and your infernal artistic integrity. But it was his mouth which, fortunately for him, under the circumstances, did the talking. Very well. As I said, both sides are in perfect technological and therefore military balance. Balance is so important, interrupted Angelo. Behind him, Ojar the orator was having a difficult time repressing a yelp of pure mirth. It was unfair, of course, to bait these stumble-witted fellows like this, but it was amusing, especially when Angelo did it, who, though a painter, was well up on his wordplay. Perhaps you have already noticed, Angelo was going on, quite oblivious to the perspiration on the leader's high forehead, and exactly as Ojar has expected, how well we of St. Catherine observe the fundamental laws of order, the rhythm of our very way of life, for example. But excuse me, you were outlining your request. The leader had reddened helplessly, and his subordinates had both stolen quick glances at him. It was as though images of the man himself, reflected from mirrors at either side, had suddenly taken on a volition of movement of their own. But quite quickly they became well-behaved images again. Both sides have equally effective weapons and defenses, the leader went on, and so it has become a disastrous war of attrition. To win, we must have something they do not have, obviously. To bring your side into dominance, of course, said Angelo sagely. To prevent your subordination, as it were. Ojar had a sudden, violent fit of coughing. Yes, the leader said. There was a momentary blankness in his eyes, and Angelo decided that enough was enough. Unfairness was unfairness after all. They must hear the man out. We have looked back over history, the leader said. It was an unprecedented step, to be sure, but we were desperate. At any rate, we discovered that one time it was possible to make an enemy believe he was wrong and that you, his enemy, were right. Through a rather obscure verbal art called, I believe it was, propaganda? Yes, said Angelo. The province in art of writers and orators. As a painter or sculptor will create illusion with paints or stone, just so did the writer create illusion with letters. So we came to understand, the leader said, trying a little note of sarcasm of his own. Our present difficulty is this. We of course have no such artists at our disposal. We of course tried our own hand at it, but nobody ever seemed quite able to agree on just what it was we were trying to talk about. So, well, we have come to you. Will you do this for us? A few words for the sake of humanity? Clever, thought Marla at that. An intended appeal to the philosophical side of the artistic mind. Maybe the poor wretch really meant it, even if he wasn't aware that humanity meant both sides. To answer you, Angelo was replying, I'll of course have to summon our Master of Letters. It may not be easy to win his assent, I warn you. He can trace his own ancestry all the way back to newspaper reporters, advertising copywriters, and trade journal writers, and so has naturally inherited their bitterness toward all such prostitutions of the art of writing, and artistic integrity in general. And you will admit that hacking out propaganda to order is, of course, just that, to say nothing of the moral aspects involved. However, magnanimously, Angelo lifted his right arm and beckoned, and a student was at once at his side. Fetch Master Forsyth at once, and tell him I said to leave his new quarto behind. This is urgent. The young woman left, and they waited. A cigarette? Angelo proffered the leader. There was surprise on the man's face. You mean you can make just crude paper and tobacco grown in the soil? Angelo said apologetically. Untouched by any rays but the sun's, I'm afraid. And our few medicine men, we have all kinds of hobbies here, of course, just won't comment. Here, and a light. The leader had almost finished his cigarette when the master of letters arrived.
Angelo, you churl, sir. Do you know how long I've been working on that line? You know how difficult it is for me to get a decent trochee when I'm... Oh, company. Capital. Come fill the cup and in the fire of spring. Please, Forsyth, these men are here on business. They want you to do them a favour. Resignedly, Forsyth kept quiet and listened for good measure. He listened for 10 minutes, and then the leader was finished, and Forsyth said, Epoxant! Please, Forsyth, he's right, came Theron's voice. I told you I didn't like it, and I don't, and... He doesn't like it? Bellowed Forsyth. Then, by heaven, I'll do it. Teach you, sire, to make charcoal caricatures of me on a day when I'm not lampooning you. Very well. But I don't think I've got too many apprentices that aren't engaged right at the moment. Nonetheless, if... The leader was beyond control. Apprentices, did you say? He croaked hoarsely. Why, you... What in Dante did you think, man-child? Shot back Forsyth. You don't suppose I'd give you finished creative writers for the job of a trained ape, do you? Some apprentices I've got, and some apprentices you'll get, and only because Dean Angelo here says so. The three men from Earth strode with military precision back toward their ship. The leader was in the center, and his subordinates, each with bulging briefcases in both hands, were on either side. A large group from the colony walked at a slower pace behind. Angelo, as usual, was at their head, and flanking him were Tharn and Forsyth. Another whole week wasted, lamented Forsyth. Not that the time means anything, but those sensitive young boys and girls of mine never be the same. One of them just this morning told me she was thinking of taking up politics as a hobby. The tortures I go through for you, Angelo. I still don't like it, Tharn cut him off. And I don't like them, and Forsyth, I saw what you had your precious little apprentices doing. You had them writing exactly the same tripe they wrote for the other crowd that landed 2 weeks ago. Tharn, you certainly aren't the only one who has no use for that barbaric breed. So long as they remain equally matched, they'll eventually... But that means a fundamental law of order, of course, my dear Tharn. Balance, as I think I may already have pointed out. Forsyth quoted something from an obscure source about the importance of artistic integrity, and then they watched together as the ship from Earth blasted homeward. End of A Matter of Order by Fox B. Holden. Recording by Liam Borgström.
Cully by Jack Egan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cammie Vavich. Cully by Jack Egan. By all the laws of nature, he should have been dead. But if he were alive, then there was something he had to find. Above him 80 feet of torpid black water hung like a shroud of death, and still he heard his ragged breathing. And something else. Cully concentrated on that sound, and the rhythmic pulsing of his heart. Somehow he had to retain a hold on his sanity, or his soul. After an hour of careful breathing and exploring of body sensations, Cully realized he could move. He flexed an arm. A mote of gold sand sifted upward in the dark water. It had a pleasant color, in contrast with the ominous shades of the sea. In a few moments he had struggled to a sitting position, delighting in the curtain of glittering metal grains whirling around him as he moved. And the other sound, a humming in his mind, a distant burble of tiny voices of other minds, words swirling in giddy patterns he couldn't understand. Shortly thereafter, Cully discovered why he still lived, breathed. A suit, a yellow, plastic, watertight suit with an orange-on-black shield on the left breast pocket, and a clear bubble helmet. He felt weight on his back and examined it, 2 air tanks and their regulator, a radio, and the box. Suit, tanks, regulator, radio, black water, box, sand, sea, stillness. Cully considered his world. It was small. It was conceivable. It was incomplete. Where is it? Where is what? He knew he had a voice, a means of communication between others of his kind, using low-frequency heat waves caused by agitation of air molecules. Why couldn't he make it work? Words, thousands of them, at his beck and call. What were they? What did they mean? He shifted uncomfortably in the tight yellow suit, searching the near horizon for... Where is it? A vague calling came from beyond the black sea curtain. Objectively, because he could do nothing to stop them, he watched his feet pick up, move forward, put down. Pick up, move forward, put down. Funny. He had the feeling, the concept, that this action held meaning. It was supposed to cause some reaction, accomplish an act. He wondered at the regular movement of his legs. One of them hurt. A hurt is a sensation of pain caused by overloading sensory units in the body. A hurt is bad because it indicates something is wrong. Something certainly was wrong. Something stirred in Cully's mind. He stopped and sat down on the sandy sea bottom, gracefully, like a ballet dancer. He examined his foot. There was a tiny hole in the yellow plastic fabric, and a thin string of red-black was oozing out. Blood. He knew. He was bleeding. He could do nothing about it. He got up and resumed walking. Where is it? Cully lifted his head in annoyance at the sharp thought. Go away, he said in a low, pleading voice. The sound made him feel better. He began muttering to himself. Water, black, sand, hurt, pain, radio tanks. It didn't sound right. After a few minutes, he was quiet. The many-thoughts were calling him. He must go to the many-thoughts. If his foot was bleeding, then something had happened. If something had happened, then his foot was bleeding. No, if something had happened, then maybe other things had happened before that. But how could something happen in a world of flat, gold sand and flaccid sea? Surely there was something wrong. Wrong. The state of being not right. Something had happened that was not right. Cully stared at the edges of the unmoving curtain before him. Where is it? It was a driving, promise-filled concept. No words, just the sense that something wonderful lay just beyond reach. But this voice was different from the many thoughts. It was directing his body. His mind was along for the ride. The sameness of the sea and sand became unbearable. It was too right, somehow. Cully felt anger and kicked up eddies of dust. It changed the sameness a little. He kicked more up until it swirled around him in a thick gold haze, blotting out the terrible emptiness of the sea. He felt another weight at his side. He found a holster and gun. He recognized neither. Again, he watched objectively as his hand pulled the black object out and handled it. His body was evidently familiar with it, though it was strange to his eyes. His finger slipped automatically into the trigger sheath. His legs were still working under 2 drives, the many thoughts as urging, and something else buried in him, a longing, up and down, back and forth. Where is it? Anger, frustration flared in him. His hand shot out, gun at ready. He turned around slowly. Through the settling trail of suspended sand, nothing was visible. Again, he was moving. Something made his legs move. He walked on through the shrouds of death until he felt a taut singeing in his nerves. An irrational fear sprang out in him, cascading down his spine, and Cully shuddered. Ahead there was something. 2 motives. Get there because they, calls. Get there because you must. Where is it? The mind voice was excited, demanding. Something was out there besides the sameness. Cully walked on, trailing gold. The death curtain parted. An undulating garden of blue and gold streamers suddenly drifted toward him on an unfelt current. Cully was held, entranced. They flowed before him, their colors dazzling, hypnotic. Come closer, Earthling. The many thoughts spoke inside his head, soothingly. Here it is, Cully's mind shouted. Cully's mind was held, hypnotized, but his body moved of its own volition. He moved again. His mind and the many thoughts spoke. Fulfillment, almost. There was one action left that must be completed. Cully's arms moved. They detached the small black box from his pack. He moved on into the midst of the weaving gold-laced plants. Little spicules licked out from their flexing stalks and jabbed, unsensed, into Cully's body to draw nourishment. From the many thoughts came the sense of complete fulfillment. From Cully's mind came further orders. Lie down. It was a collective concept. Lie still. We are friends. He could not understand. They were speaking words. Words were beyond him. His head shook in despair. The voices were implanting an emotion of horror at what his hands were doing, but he had no control over his body. It was as if it were not his. The black box was now lying in the sand among the streaming plants. Cully's fingers reached out and caressed a small panel. A soundless click ran through the murkiness. The strangely beautiful, gold-laced blue plants began a writhing dance. Their spicules withdrew and jabbed. A rending, silent scream tore through the quiet waters. "No!" they cried. It was a negative command, mixed in with the terrible screaming. "Turn it off." "Stop it! Stop it!" Cully tried to say. But there were no words. He tried to cover his ears within the helmet, but the cries went on. Emotions roiled the water. Pain, hurt, reproach. Cully sobbed. Something was wrong here. Something was killing the plants. The beautiful blue things. The plants were withering, dying. He looked up at them, stupefied, not understanding, tears streaming down his face. What did they want from him? What had he done? Where is it? A different direction materialized, a new concept of desire. Cully's body turned and crawled away from the wonderful dying garden, oblivious to the pleadings floating, now weakly, in the torpid water. He scuffed up little motes of golden sand, leaving a low-lying scud along the bottom, back to the little black box in the garden. The plants, the box, all were forgotten by now. Cully crawled on, not knowing why. A rise appeared. Surprise caught Cully unaware. A change in the sameness. Where is it? Again the voice was insistent. His desire was close ahead. He did not look back at the black churning on the sea bottom. His legs worked, his chest heaved, words swirled in his mind. He topped the rise. Below him, in the center of a shallow golden bowl, floated a long, shiny cylinder. Even from here he knew it was huge. He knew other things about it. How heavy it was. How it was. That it carried others of his kind. He had been in it before, and they were waiting for him. He lurched on. "Captain, here comes Cully," the midshipman shouted from the airlock. "Look what they've done to him." The old man's grey eyes took in the spectacle without visible emotion. He watched the pathetic, bleeding, yellow plastic sack crawl up to the ship and look up. His hands reached down and lifted Cully up into the lock. They took his suit off and stared with loathing at what had once been a man. A white scar zigzagged across his forehead. The captain bent close, in range of the dim blue eyes. "It was a brave thing you did, Cully. The whole system will be grateful. Venus could never be colonized as long as those cannibals were there to eat men and drive men mad." Cully fingered the scar on his forehead and looked unseeing into the old man's compassionate eyes. "I'm sorry, Cully. We all are. But there was no other way. Prefrontal lobotomy, destruction of your speech center. It was the only way you could get past the telepaths and destroy them. I'm sorry, Cully. The race of man shall long remember your name." Cully smiled at the old man, the words churning in his brain, but he did not understand. Where is it? The emptiness was still there. End of Cully by Jack Egan. Recording by Cammie Vavich. You can find me at callmecammie.blogspot.com.
Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John McLeod. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Mars had gifts to offer, and Earth had much in return, if delivery could be arranged. Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Da Rai sat alone in his room, meditating. From outside the door, he caught a thought wave equivalent to a knock, and, glancing at the door, he willed it to slide open. It opened. "Enter, my dear friend," he said. He could have projected the idea telepathically, but with only two persons present, speech was more polite. E. John Key entered. "You're up late tonight, my leader," he said. "Yes, Key. Within an hour the Earth rocket is due to land, and I wish to see it. Yes, I know it will land 1,000 miles away if their calculations are correct, beyond the horizon. But if it lands even twice that far, the flash of the atomic explosion should be visible, and I have waited long for first contact. For even though no Earthman will be on that rocket, it will still be first contact for them. Of course, our telepath teams have been reading their thoughts for many centuries, but this will be the first physical contact between Mars and Earth." Key made himself comfortable on one of the low chairs. "True," he said. "I have not followed recent reports too closely, though. Why are they using an atomic warhead? I know they suppose our planet is uninhabited, but still. They will watch the flash through their lunar telescopes and get what do they call it? A spectroscopic analysis. That will tell them more than they know, or think they know, much of it is erroneous, about the atmosphere of our planet and the composition of its surface. It is, call it a sighting shot, Key. They'll be here in person within a few oppositions, and then..." Mars was holding out, waiting for Earth to come. What was left of Mars, that is. This one small city of about 900 beings. The civilization of Mars was older than that of Earth, but it was a dying one. This was what remained of it. 1 city, 900 people. They were waiting for Earth to make contact for a selfish reason, and for an unselfish one. Martian civilization had developed in a quite different direction from that of Earth. It had developed no important knowledge of the physical sciences, no technology, but it had developed social sciences to the point where there had not been a single crime, let alone a war, on Mars for 50,000 years. And it had developed fully the parapsychological sciences of the mind, which Earth was just beginning to discover. Mars could teach Earth much. How to avoid crime and war to begin with. Beyond those simple things lay telepathy, telekinesis, empathy. And Earth would, Mars hoped, teach them something even more valuable to Mars. How, by science and technology, which it was too late for Mars to develop now, even if they had the type of minds which would enable them to develop these things, to restore and rehabilitate a dying planet, so that an otherwise dying race might live and multiply again. Each planet would gain greatly, neither would lose. And tonight was the night when Earth would make its first sighting shot. Its next shot, a rocket containing Earthmen, or at least an Earthman, would be at the next opposition, 2 Earth years, or roughly 4 Martian years hence. The Martians knew this because their teams of telepaths were able to catch at least some of the thoughts of Earthmen, enough to know their plans. Unfortunately, at that distance the connection was one way. Mars could not ask Earth to hurry its program, or tell Earth scientists the facts about Mars's composition and atmosphere which would have made this preliminary shot unnecessary. Tonight, Rai, the leader, as nearly as the Martian word can be translated, and Key, his administrative assistant and closest friend, sat and meditated together until the time was near. Then they drank a toast to the future in a beverage based on menthol, which had the same effect on Martians as alcohol on Earthmen, and climbed to the roof of the building in which they had been sitting. They watched toward the north, where the rocket should land. The stars shone brightly and unwinkingly through the atmosphere. In Observatory Number 1 on Earth's moon, Rog Everett, his eye at the eyepiece of the spotoscope, said triumphantly, "There she blew, Willie! And now, as soon as the films are developed, we'll know the score on that old planet Mars." He straightened up. There'd be no more to see now, and he and Willie Sanger shook hands solemnly. It was an historical occasion. "Hope it didn't kill anybody. Any Martians, that is. Rog, did it hit dead center in Syrtis Major?" "Near as matters. I'd say it was maybe 1,000 miles off to the south. And that's damn close on a 50 million mile shot. Willie, do you really think there are any Martians?" Willie thought for a second and then said, "No." He was right. End of Earthmen Bearing Gifts by Frederick Brown. Recording by John McLeod.
The Eternal Wall by Raymond Z. Gallen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leknarf. The Eternal Wall by Raymond Z. Gallen. A scream of brakes, the splash into icy waters, a long descent into alkaline depths, It was death, but Ned Vince lived again, 1,000,000 years later. "See you in half an hour, Betty," said Ned Vince over the party telephone. "We'll be out at the Silver Basket before 10:30. Ned Vince was eager for the company of the girl he loved. That was why he was in a hurry to get back to the neighboring town of Hurley where she lived. His old car rattled and roared as he swung it recklessly around Pit Bend. There was where death tapped him on the shoulder. Another car leaped suddenly into view, its lights glaring blindingly past a high, up-jutting mass of Jurassic rock at the turn of the road. Dazzled and befuddled by his own rash speed, Ned Vince had only swift young reflexes to rely on to avoid a fearful, telescoping collision. He flicked his wheels smoothly to the right, but the County Highway Commission hadn't yet tarred the traffic-loosened gravel at the bend. Ned could scarcely have chosen a worse place to start sliding and spinning. His car hit the white-painted wooden rail sideways, crashed through, tumbled down a steep slope, struck a huge boulder, bounced up a little, and arced outward, falling as gracefully as a swan diver toward the inky waters of the pit, 50 feet beneath. Ned Vince was still dimly conscious when that black, quiet pool geysered around him in a mighty splash. He had only a dazing welt on his forehead and a gag of terror in his throat. Movement was slower now as he began to sink, trapped inside his wrecked car. Nothing that he could imagine could mean doom more certainly than this. The pit was a tremendously deep pocket in the ground, spring-fed. The edges of that almost bottomless pool were caked with a rim of white, for the water on which dead birds so often floated was surcharged with alkali. As that heavy natronous liquid rushed up through the openings and cracks beneath his feet, Ned Vince knew that his family and his friends would never see his body again, lost beyond recovery in this abyss. The car was deeply submerged. The light had blinked out on the dash panel, leaving Ned in absolute darkness. A flood rushed in at the shattered window. He clawed at the door, trying to open it, but it was jammed in the crash-bent frame, and he couldn't fight against the force of that incoming water. The welt left by the blow he had received on his forehead put a thickening mist over his brain, so that he could not think clearly. Presently, when he could no longer hold his breath, bitter liquid was sucked into his lungs. His last thoughts were those of a drowning man. The machine shop he and his dad had had in Harwich. Betty Moore, with the smiling Irish eyes, like in the song. Betty and he had planned to go to the State University this fall. They'd planned to be married sometime. Goodbye, Betty. The ripples that had ruffled the surface waters in the pit quieted again to glassy smoothness. The eternal stars shone calmly. The geologic Dakota hills, which might have seen the dinosaurs, still bulked along the highway. Time, the brother of death and the father of change, seemed to wait. "Cully! Tick, 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 tick! Cully!" The excited cry, which no human throat could quite have duplicated accurately, arose thinly from the depths of a powder-dry gulch, water scarred from an inconceivable antiquity. The noonday sun was red and huge. The air was tenuous, dehydrated, chill. "Cully! Tick, tick, tick!" At first there was only one voice uttering those weird, triumphant sounds. Then other vocal organs took up that trilling wail and those short, sharp chuckles of eagerness. Other questioning, wondering notes mixed with the cadence. Lacking qualities identifiable as human, the disturbance was still like the babble of a group of workmen who have discovered something remarkable. The desolate expanse around the gulch was all but without motion. The icy breeze tore tiny puffs of dust from grotesque, angling drifts of soil, nearly waterless for eons. Patches of drab lichen grew here and there on the upjutting rocks, but in the desert itself, no other life was visible. Even the hills had sagged away, flattened by incalculable ages of erosion. At a mile distance, a crumbling heap of rubble arose. Once it had been a building. A gigantic, jagged mass of detritus slanted upward from its crest, red debris that had once been steel. A launching catapult for the last spaceships built by the gods in Exodus. Perhaps it was 500,000 years ago. Man was gone from the earth. Glacial ages, war, decadence, disease, and a final scattering of those ultimate superhumans to newer worlds in other solar systems had done that. Cully! Tick, tick, tick. The sounds were not human. They were more like the chatter and wail of small desert animals. But there was a seeming paradox here in the depths of that gulch, too. The glint of metal, sharp and burnished. The flat, streamlined bulk of a flying machine, shiny and new. The bell-like muzzle of a strange excavator apparatus, which seemed to depend on a blast of atoms to clear away rock and soil. Thus the gulch had been cleared of the accumulated rubbish of antiquity. Man, it seemed, had a successor as ruler of the earth. Loichuk had flown his geological expedition out from the far lowlands to the east, out from the city of Kar-Ra, and he was very happy now, flushed with a vast and unlooked-for success. He crouched there on his haunches at the dry bottom of the pit. The breeze rumpled his long brown fur. He wasn't very different in appearance from his ancestors. A foot tall, perhaps, as he squatted there in that antique stance of his kind. His tail was short and furred, his undersides creamy. White whiskers spread around his inquisitive pink-tipped snout. But his cranium bulged up and forward between shrewd, beady eyes, betraying the slow heritage of time, of survival of the fittest, of evolution. He could think and dream and invent, and the civilization of his kind was already far beyond that of the ancient 20th century. Loichuk and his fellow workers were gathered, tense and gleeful, around the things their digging had exposed to the daylight. There was a gob of junk, scarcely more than an irregular formation of flaky rust. But embedded in it was a huddled form, brown and hard as old wood. The dry mud that had encased it like an airtight coffin had by now been chipped away by the tiny investigators. But soiled clothing still clung to it, after perhaps 1,000,000 years. Metal had gone into decay, yes, but not this body. The answer to this was simple: alkali. A mineral saturation that had held time and change in stasis, a perfect preservative for organic tissue, aided probably during most of those passing eras by desert dryness. The Dakotas had turned arid very swiftly. This body was not a mere fossil. It was a mummy. Cully! Man, that meant. Not the star-conquering demigods, but the ancestral stock that had built the first machines on Earth, and in the early 21st century, the first interplanetary rockets. No wonder Loichuk and his co-workers were happy in their paleontological enthusiasm. A strange accident, happening in a legendary antiquity, had aided them in their quest for knowledge. At last, Loichuk gave a soft, chirping signal. The chant of triumph ended while instruments flicked in his tiny hands. The final instrument he used to test the mummy looked like a miniature stereoscope with complicated details. He held it over his eyes. On the tiny screen within, through the agency of focused X-rays, he saw magnified images of the internal organs of this ancient human corpse. What his probing gaze revealed to him made his pleasure even greater than before. In twittering, chattering sounds, he communicated his further knowledge to his henchmen. Though devoid of moisture, the mummy was perfectly preserved, even to its brain cells. Medical and biological sciences were far advanced among Loichuk's kind. Perhaps by the application of principles long known to them, this long-dead body could be made to live again. It might move, speak, remember its past. What a marvelous subject for study it would make back there in the museums of Kar-Ra. Tick, tick, tick. But Loi silenced this fresh, eager chattering with a command. Work was always more substantial than cheering. With infinite care, small, sharp hand tools were used. Now, the mummy of Ned Vince was disengaged from the worthless rust of his primitive automobile. With infinite care, it was crated in a metal case and hauled into the flying machine. Flashing flame, the ladder rose, bearing the entire 100 members of the expedition. The craft shot eastward at bullet-like speed. The spreading continental plateau of North America seemed to crawl backward beneath. A tremendous sand desert, marked with low, washed-down mountains and the vague, angular geometric mounds of human cities that were gone forever. Beyond the eastern rim of the continent, the plain dripped downward steeply. The white of dried salt was on the hills, but there was a little green growth here too. The dead sea bottom of the vanished Atlantic was not as dead as the highlands. Far out in the deep valley, Kar-Ra, the city of the rodents, came into view, a crystalline maze of low, bubble-like structures glinting in the red sunshine. But this was only its surface aspect. Loichuk's people had built their homes mostly underground since the beginning of their foggy evolution. Besides, in this latter day, the nights were very cold. The shelter of subterranean passages and rooms was welcome. The mummy was taken to Loichuk's laboratory, a short distance below the surface. Here at once, the scientist began his work. The body of the ancient man was put in a large vat. Fluids submerged it, slowly soaking from that hardened flesh the alkali that had preserved it for so long. The fluid was changed often, until woody muscles and other tissues became pliable once more. Then the more delicate processes began. Still submerged in liquid, the corpse was submitted to a flow of restorative energy, passing between complicated electrodes. The cells of antique flesh and brain gradually took on a chemical composition nearer to that of the life they had once known. At last the final liquid was drained away, and the mummy lay there, a mummy no more, but a pale, silent figure in its tatters of clothing. Loichuk put an odd, metal fabric helmet on its head, and a second, much smaller helmet on his own. Connected with this arrangement was a black box of many uses. For hours he worked with his apparatus, studying and guiding the recording instruments. The time passed swiftly. At last, eager and ready for whatever might happen now, Loichuk pushed another switch. With a cold, rosy flare, energy blazed around that moveless form. For Ned Vince, timeless eternity ended like a gradual fading mist. When he could see clearly again, he experienced that inevitable shock of vast change around him. Though it had been dehydrated, his brain had been kept perfectly intact through the ages, and now it was restored, so his memories were as vivid as yesterday. Yet, through that crystalline vat in which he lay, he could see a broad, low room in which he could barely have stood erect. He saw instruments and equipment whose weird shapes suggested alienness and knowledge beyond the era he had known. The walls were lavender and phosphorescent. Fossil bone fragments were mounted in shallow cases. Dinosaur bones, some of them seemed, from their size. But there was a complete skeleton of a dog, too, and the skeleton of a man, and a second man skeleton that was not quite human. Its neck vertebrae were very thick and solid, its shoulders were wide, and its skull was gigantic. All this weirdness had a violent effect on Ned Vince. A sudden, nostalgic panic. Something was fearfully wrong. The nervous terror of the unknown was on him. Feeble and dizzy after his weird resurrection, which he could not understand, remembering as he did that moment of sinking to certain death in the pool at Pit Bend, he caught the edge of the transparent vat and pulled himself to a seating posture. There was a muffled murmur around him, as some vast, unearthly metropolis. "Take it easy, Ned Vince." The words themselves and the way they were assembled were old, familiar friends, but the tone was wrong. It was high, shrill, parrot-like and mechanical. Ned's gaze searched for the source of the noise, located the black box just outside his crystal vat. From that box, the voice seemed to have originated. Before it crouched a small, brownish animal with a bulging head. The animal's tiny fingered paws, hands they were really, were touching rows of keys. To Ned Vince, it was all utterly insane and incomprehensible. A rodent, looking like a prairie dog a little, but plainly possessing a higher order of intelligence, and a voice whose soothingly familiar words were more repugnant somehow, simply because they could never belong in a place as eerie as this. Ned Vince did not know how Loy Chuk had probed his brain with the aid of a pair of helmets and the black box apparatus. He did not know that in the latter, his language, taken from his own revitalized mind, was recorded, and that Loy Chuk had only to press certain buttons to make the instrument express his thoughts in common, long-dead English. Loy, whose vocal organs were not human, would have had great difficulty speaking English words anyway. Ned's dark hair was wildly awry. His gaunt, young face held befuddled terror. He gasped in the thin atmosphere. "I've gone nuts," he pronounced with a curious calm. "Stark, starrin' nuts." Loy's box, with its recorded English words and its sonic detectors, could translate for its master too. As the man spoke, Loy read the illuminated symbols in his own language, flashed on a frosted plate before him. Thus he knew what Ned Vince was saying. Loy Chuk pressed more keys, and the box reproduced his answer. "No, Ned, not nuts. Not a bit of it. There are just a lot of things that you've got to get used to, that's all. You drowned about 1,000,000 years ago. I discovered your body. I brought you back to life. We have science that can do that. I'm Loy Chuk." It took only a moment for the box to tell the full story in clear, bold, friendly terms. Thus Loy sought, with calm, human logic, to make his charge feel at home, probably, though he was a fool, to suppose that he could succeed thus. Vince started to mutter, struggling desperately to reason it out. "A prairie dog," he said, "speaking to me. 1,000,000 years. Evolution. The scientists say that people grew up from fishes in the sea. Prairie dogs are smart. So maybe super prairie dogs could come from them. A lot easier than men from fish." It was all sound logic. Even Ned Vince knew that. Still, his mind, tuned to the ordinary, simple things, couldn't quite realize all the vast things that have happened to him and to the world. The scope of it all was too staggeringly big. 1,000,000 years. God! Ned Vince made a last effort to control himself. His knuckles tightened on the edge of the vat. "I don't know what you've been talking about," he grated wildly, "but I want to get out of here. I want to go back to where I came from. Do you understand, whoever or whatever you are?" Loy Chuk pressed more keys. "But you can't go back to the 20th century, said the box. "Nor is there any better place for you to be now than Kar-Ra. You are the only man left on Earth. Those men that exist in other star systems are not really your kind anymore, though their forefathers originated on this planet. They have gone far beyond you in evolution. To them, you would be only a senseless curiosity. You are much better off with my people. Our minds are much more like yours. We will take care of you and make you comfortable." But Ned Vince wasn't listening now. "You are the only man left on Earth." That had been enough for him to hear. He didn't more than half believe it. His mind was too confused for conviction about anything. Everything he saw and felt and heard might be some kind of nightmare. But then it might all be real instead, and that was abysmal horror. Ned was no coward. Death and danger of any ordinary earthly kind he could have faced bravely. But the loneliness here and the utter strangeness were hideous, like being stranded alone on another world. His heart was pounding heavily, and his eyes were wide. He looked across this eerie room. There was a ramp there at the other side, leading upward instead of a stairway. Fierce impulse to escape this nameless lair, to try to learn the facts for himself, possessed him. He bounded out of the vat, and with head down, dashed for the ramp. He had to go most of the way on his hands and knees, for the upslanting passage was low. Excited animal chucklings around him and the occasional touch of a furry body hurried his feverish scrambling. But he emerged at last at the surface. He stood there panting in that frigid, rarefied air. It was night. The moon was a gigantic pockmarked bulk. The constellations were unrecognizable. The rodent city was a glowing expanse of shallow, crystalline domes set among odd scrub trees and bushes. The crags loomed on all sides, all of their jaggedness lost after a million years of erosion under an ocean that was gone. In that ghastly moonlight, the ground glistened with dry salt. "Well, I guess it's all true, huh?" Ned Vince muttered in a flat tone. Behind him he heard an excited, squeaky chattering, rodents in pursuit. Looking back, he saw the pinpoint gleams of countless little eyes. Yes, he might as well be in exile on another planet. So changed had the earth become. A wave of intolerable homesickness came over him as he sensed the distances of time that had passed. Those inconceivable eons separating himself from his friends, from Betty, from almost everything that was familiar. He started to run, away from those glittering rodent eyes. He sensed death in that cold sea bottom. But what of it? What reason did he have left to live? He'd be only a museum piece here, a thing to be caged and studied. Prison or a madhouse would be far better. He tried to get a hold of his courage. But what was there to inspire it? Nothing. He laughed harshly as he ran, welcoming that bitter, killing cold. Nostalgia had him in its clutch, and there was no answer in this hell world beyond the lost barrier of the years. Lloyd Chook and his followers presently came upon Ned Vince's unconscious form a mile from the city of Kara. In a flying machine they took him back and applied stimulants. He came to in the same laboratory room as before, but he was firmly strapped to a low platform this time so that he could not escape again. There he lay, helpless, until presently an idea occurred to him. It gave him a few crumbs of hope. "Hey, somebody," he called. "You'd better get some rest, Ned Vince," came the answer from the black box. It was Lloyd Chook speaking again. "But listen," Ned protested. "You know a lot more than we did in the 20th century, and, well, there's that thing called time travel that I used to read about. Maybe you know how to make it work. Maybe you could send me back to my own time after all." Little Lloyd Chook was in a black, discouraged mood himself. He could understand the utter, sick dejection of this giant from the past, lost from his own kind. Probably insanity looming. In far less extreme circumstances than this, death from homesickness had come. Lloyd Chook was a scientist. In common with all real scientists, regardless of the species from which they spring, he loved the subjects of his researches. He wanted this ancient man to live and to be happy, or this creature would be of scant value for study. So Lloyd considered carefully what Ned Vince had suggested. Time travel. Almost a legend. An assault upon an intangible wall that had baffled far keener wits than Lloyd's. But he was bent now on the well-being of this anachronism he had so miraculously resurrected. This human. This Cully. Lloyd jabbed buttons on the black box. "Yes, Ned Vince," said the sonic apparatus. "Time travel. Perhaps that is the only thing to do, to send you back to your own period of history. For I see that you will never be yourself here. It will be hard to accomplish, but we'll try. Now I shall put you under an anesthetic." Ned felt better immediately, for there was real hope now, where there had been none before. Maybe he'd be back in his hometown of Harwich again. Maybe he'd see the old machine shop there, and the trees greening out in spring. Maybe he'd be seeing Betty Moore in Hurley soon. Ned relaxed, as the tiny hypo-needle bit into his arm. As soon as Ned Vince passed into unconsciousness, Lloyd Chook went to work once more, using that pair of brain helmets again, exploring carefully the man's mind. After hours of research, he proceeded to prepare his plans. The government of Kara was a scientific oligarchy, of which Lloyd was a prime member. It would be easy to get the help he needed. A horde of small, gray-furred beings and their machines toiled for many days. Ned Vince's mind swam gradually out of the blur that had enveloped it. He was wandering aimlessly about in a familiar room. The girders of the roof above were of red-painted steel. His tool benches were there, greasy and littered with metal filings, just as they had always been. He had a tractor to repair and a seed drill. Outside of the machine shop, the old familiar yellow sun was shining. Across the street was the small brown house where he lived. With a sudden startlement, he saw Betty Moore in the doorway. She wore a blue dress, and a mischievous smile curved her lips, as though she had succeeded in creeping up on him for a surprise. "Why, Ned," she chuckled, "you look as though you've been dreaming and just woke up." He grimaced ruefully as she approached. With a kind of fierce gratitude, he took her up in his arms. Yes, she was just like always. "I guess I was dreaming, Betty," he whispered, feeling that mighty sense of relief. "I must have fallen asleep at the bench here and had a nightmare. I thought I had had an accident at Pitt Bend and that a lot of worse things happened. But it wasn't true." Ned Vince's mind, over which there was still an elusive fog that he did not try to shake off, accepted apparent facts simply. He did not know anything about the invisible radiations beating down upon him, soothing and dimming his brain, so that it would never question or doubt, or observe too closely the incongruous circumstances that must often appear. The lack of traffic in the street without, for instance, and the lack of people besides himself and Betty. He didn't know that this machine shop was built from his own memories of the original. He didn't know that this Betty was of the same origin, a miraculous fabrication of metal and energy units and soft plastic. The trees outside were only lantern slide illusions. It was all built inside a great opaque dome, but there were hidden television systems too. Thus Loichuk's kind could study this ancient man, this Cully. Thus their motives were mostly selfish. Loy, though, was not observing now. He had wandered far out into cold, sad sea bottom to ponder. He squeaked and chatted to himself, contemplating the magnificent, inexorable march of the ages. He remembered the ancient ruins left by the final supermen. "The Cully believes himself home," Loy was thinking. "He will survive and be happy." But there was no other way. Time is an eternal wall. Our archaeological researches among the cities of the supermen show the truth. Even they, who once ruled Earth, never escaped from the present by so much as an instant. The end. End of The Eternal Wall by Raymond Z. Gallen. Recording by leknarf.
The Old Goat by Charles L. Fontenay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Goat by Charles L. Fontenay. It's been said that the soul is the form that makes the body, which may just possibly explain what happened on that fatal day at Ivy College. Dr. Engstrom was known to his students and many of his colleagues on the faculty as the Old Goat. Very appropriate, that name. He had the disposition of a goat with dyspepsia. He had the cold blue eyes of a goat. He had the waggling whiskers of a goat. Perhaps it's in memory of Dr. Engstrom that Ivy College has a goat for its mascot now. Dr. Engstrom was even more goatish than usual that day last summer when half a dozen top scientists in the field gathered to see his preview experiment on matter transmission of a live animal. He had been working hard for weeks on the transmitter and keeping up classes at the same time, which did not improve his disposition. Besides, he had a real goat for an experimental animal, and goats are notoriously hard on the nervous system. This particular animal, at the moment the scientists entered, was straining at his rope, trying to get a mouthful of tablecloth, which graced a nearby table full of jars and retorts. Failing this, the goat exhibited that typical lack of discrimination in matters edible and began to chew on his rope. I felt a little out of place among all these giant brains. My reason for being there was that I had been serving, during my college career, as a sort of a factotum and fetch-and-carry man for Dr. Engstrom, and I was to take notes for him. I had acquired considerable affection for the old goat. Maybe that's one reason I hate to see his great scientific work kept under wraps, because people still insist it's dangerous. I have proved to my own satisfaction that the matter transmitter works, Dr. Angstrom told the assembled scientists. I have made a number of transmissions of inanimate matter. In theory, it should work just as well for animate objects, and I have invited you to be present at the first test of this theory. I need not go into detail with you about the basic theory of matter transmission. The transmitter itself picks up the atomic and electronic image of the object inside it, much as a television scanner picks up a scene, except that it is done in 3 dimensions instead of 2. This is made possible by the 4-dimensional element which is the heart of the apparatus, and was made available to us through recent intra-atomic research. The receiver picks up the image as a television receiver does, except again in 3 dimensions. The matter is not duplicated, because the transmitter strips down the object within it as it transmits. Now, the question that has been raised by some scientists about the transmission of animate objects is whether the soul or life force can be transmitted. I consider the question ridiculous and will prove it so. It is my contention that such life force is not a thing apart from the physical shell. The matter transmitter was a large closed cylinder on one side of the room. The receiver was a similar cylinder on the other. Both were raised slightly from the floor. As a sort of hors d'oeuvre, Dr. Angstrom transmitted a large chunk of lead across the room, then a glass jar. In each case, the object was placed in the transmitter and a moment later removed from the receiver across the room. There was no possible way for it to have been moved across the intervening space except by broadcast transmission. As you see, said Dr. Angstrom, I have eliminated the necessity for a switch by building the switch into the door of the transmitter. As soon as the door is closed, transmission occurs. Now we shall send our animate object. He untied the goat, and with some difficulty hauled the animal by its collar to the transmitter. There the goat balks, and Dr. Angstrom, having got its head through the door, got behind it and shoved heartily, hanging onto the edge of the door so he could shut it quickly when the goat was inside. As goats will, the goat suddenly changed its mind and leaped into the transmitter. Caught off balance, Dr. Angstrom fell in after it, and the door, given a last frantic jerk, slammed on them both. There were gasps of horror and alarm from the scientists, but I held up my hand to calm them. There's no danger, gentlemen, I said. It's just as well this way. I happen to know that Dr. Angstrom's next step, after proving to you with the goat that animate objects could be transmitted, was to prove that human beings could also be transmitted. He planned to be his own first subject. With serene confidence, I went to the receiver and threw open the door. Just as I had anticipated, the goat leapt out unharmed, followed by Dr. Angstrom. I told you animate objects could be transmitted successfully, said the goat triumphantly. Bah! Said Dr. Angstrom, and began eating the tablecloth. End of The Old Goat by Charles L. Fontenay. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Eyes Have It by James McKimmey, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eyes Have It by James McKimmey, Jr. Joseph Heidel looked around the dinner table at the 5 men, hiding his examination by a thin screen of smoke from his cigar. He was a large man with thick blonde-gray hair cut close to his head. In 3 more months he would be 52, but his face and body had the vital look of a man 15 years younger. He was the president of the Superior Council, and he had been at that post, the highest post on the occupied planet of Mars, 4 of the 6 years that he had lived here. As his eyes flicked from one face to another, his fingers unconsciously tapped the table, making a sound like a miniature drum roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 top officials selected, tested, screened on Earth to form the nucleus of governmental rule on Mars. Heidel's bright narrow eyes flicked, his fingers drummed. Which one? Who was the imposter, the ringer? Who was the Martian? Sadler's dry voice cut through the silence. This is not an ordinary meeting then, Mr. President. Heidel's cigar came up and was clamped around his teeth. He stared into Sadler's eyes. No, Sadler, it isn't. This is a very special meeting. He grinned around his cigar. This is where we take the clothes off the sheep and find the wolf. Heidel watched the 5 faces. Sadler, Meehan, Locke, Forbes, Clark. One of them. Which one? "I'm a little thick tonight," said Harry Locke. "I didn't follow what you meant." No, of course not," Heidel said, still grinning. "I'll explain it." He could feel himself alive at that moment, every nerve singing, every muscle toned. His brain was quick and his tongue rolled the words out smoothly. This was the kind of situation Heidel handled best. A tense, dramatic situation, full of atmosphere and suspense. "Here it is," Heidel continued, simply and brief. He touched the cigar against an ashtray, watching with slitted, shining eyes while the ashes spilled away from his glowing tip. He bent forward suddenly. "We have an impostor among us, gentlemen. A spy." He waited, holding himself tense against the table, letting the sting of his words have their effect. Then he leaned back carefully. "And tonight I'm going to expose this impostor, right here at this table." He searched the faces again, looking for a telltale twitch of a muscle, a movement of a hand, a shading in the look of an eye. There was only Sadler, Meehan, Locke, Forbes, Clark, looking like themselves, quizzical, polite, respecting. "One of us, you say?" Clark said noncommittally, his phrase neither a question nor a positive statement. "That is true," said Heidel. "Bit of a situation at that," said Forbes, letting a faint smile touch his lips. "Understatement, Forbes," Heidel said. "Understatement." "Didn't mean to sound capricious," Forbes said, his smile gone. "Of course not," Heidel said. Edward Clark cleared his throat. "May I ask, sir, how this was discovered and how it was narrowed down to the Superior Council?" "Surely," Heidel said crisply. "No need to go into the troubles we've been having. You know all about that. But how these troubles originated is the important thing. Do you remember the missionary affair? When we were going to convert the Eastern Industrial Section?" "That's right," Heidel said, remembering. "Horrible massacre." "Bloody," agreed John Meehan. 67 missionaries lost, Heidel said. "I remember the Martian note of apology," Forbes said. "We have worshipped our own God for 200,000 years. We would prefer to continue. Thank you. Blinking nerve, eh?" "Neither here nor there," Heidel said abruptly. "The point is that no one knew those 67 men were missionaries except myself and you 5 men. Heidel watched the faces in front of him. "One case," he said. "Here's another. Do you recall when we outlawed the free selection system?" "Another bloody one," said Sadler. 48 victims in that case," Heidel said. 48 honorable colonists, sanctioned by us to legally marry any couple on the planet, and sent out over the country to abolish the horrible free love situation. 48 justices of the peace, dead as pickerels, Forbes said. "Do you remember that note of apology?" Heidel asked, a slight edge in his voice. He examined Forbes' eyes. "Matter of fact, yes," said Forbes, returning Heidel's stare steadily. "You love your way, we'll love ours. Terribly caustic, what?" "Terribly," said Heidel. "Although that too is neither here nor there. The point again, no one except the 6 of us right here knew what those 48 men were sent out to do." Heidel straightened in his chair. The slow, grating voice of Forbes had taken some of the sharpness out of the situation. He wanted to hold their attention minutely, so that when he was ready, the dramatics of his actions would be tense and telling. "There is no use," he said, "in going into the details of the other incidents. You remember them. When we tried to install a free press, the sensible art galleries, I Am a Martian Day, wrestling, and all the rest." "I remember the wrestling business awfully well," said Forbes. "Martians drove a wrestler through the street in a yellow jetmobile. Had flowers around his neck and a crown on his head. He was dead, of course. Stuffed, I think." "All right," snapped Heidel. "Each one of our efforts to offer these people a chance to benefit from our culture was snapped off at the bud. And only a leak in the Superior Council could have caused it. It is a simple matter of deduction. There is one of us, here tonight, who is responsible, and I am going to expose him." Heidel's voice was a low, vibrant sound that echoed in the large dining room. The 5 men waited. Forbes, his long arms crossed. Sadler, his eyes on his fingernails. Meehan blinking placidly, Clark twirling his thumbs, Locke examining his cigarette. "Cassit!" Heidel called. A gray-haired man in a black butler's coat appeared. "We'll have our wine now," Heidel said. There was a slight quirk in his mouth, so that his teeth showed between his lips. The butler moved methodically from place to place, pouring wine from a silver decanter. "Now then, Cassit," Heidel said, when the butler had finished, "would you be kind enough to fetch me that little pistol from the mantel over there?" He smiled outwardly this time. The situation was right again. He was handling things inch by inch, without interruption. He took the gun from the old man's hand. "One more thing, Cassit. Would you please light the candles on the table and turn out the rest of the lights in the room? I've always been a romanticist," Heidel said, smiling around the table. "Candlelight with my wine." "Oh, excellent," said Locke. "Quite," said Forbes. Heidel nodded and waited while the butler lit the candles and snapped off the overhead lights. The yellow flames wavered on the table as the door closed gently behind the butler. "Now then," Heidel said, feeling the tingling in his nerves, "this, gentlemen, is a replica of an antique of the 20th century. A working replica, I might add. It was called a P-38, if my memory serves me." He held the pistol up so that the candlelight reflected against the glistening black handle and the blue barrel. There was a polite murmur as the 5 men stretched forward to look at the gun in Heidel's hands. "Crude," Sadler said. "But devilish looking," Forbes added. "My hobby," Heidel said. "I would like to add that not only do I collect these small arms, but I am very adept at using them. Something I will demonstrate to you very shortly," he added, grinning. "Say now," nodded Meehan. "That should be jolly," Forbes said, laughing courteously. "I believe it will at that," Heidel said. "Now, if you will notice, gentlemen," he said while touching the clip ejector of the pistol and watching the black magazine slip out into the other hand, "I have but 5 cartridges in this clip. Just 5, you see." They all bent forward, blinking. "Good," said Heidel, shoving the clip back into the grip of the gun. He couldn't keep his lips from curling in his excitement, but his hands were as steady as though his nerves had turned to ice. The 5 men leaned back in their chairs. "Now then, Meehan," he said to the man on the opposite side of the table, "would you mind moving over to your left so that the end of the table is clear?" "Oh?" said Meehan. "Yes, of course." He grinned at the others, and there was a ripple of amusement as Meehan slid his chair to the left. "Yes," said Heidel. "All pretty foolish looking, perhaps, but it won't be a few minutes when I discover the man of a Martian who's in this group, I'll tell you that." His voice rose and rang in the room, and he brought the glistening pistol down with a crack against the table. There was dead silence, and Heidel found his smile again. "All right, now I'll explain a bit further. Before Dr. Kingley, the head of our laboratory, died a few days ago, he made a very peculiar discovery. As you know, there has been no evidence to indicate that the Martian is any different physically from the Earthman. Not until Dr. Kingley made his discovery, that is." Heidel looked from face to face. "This is how it happened," he went on. "Dr. Kingley—" He paused and glanced about in false surprise. "I beg your pardon, gentlemen. We might as well be enjoying our wine. Excellent port, very old, I believe. Shall we?" he asked, raising his glass. 5 other glasses shimmered in the candlelight. "Let us, toast success to the unveiling of the rotten Martian who sits among us, shall we?" Heidel's smile glinted, and he drank a quarter of his glass. The 5 glasses tipped and were returned to the table. Again there was silence as the men waited. "To get back," Heidel said, listening with excitement in his own voice, "Dr. Kingley, in the process of an autopsy on a derelict Martian, made a rather startling discovery." "I beg your pardon," Forbes said. "Did you say autopsy?" "Yes," said Heidel. "We've done this frequently. Not according to base orders, you understand." He winked. "But a little infraction now and then is necessary." "I see," said Forbes. "I just didn't know about that." "No, you didn't, did you?" said Heidel, looking at Forbes closely. "At any rate, Dr. Kingley had developed in his work a preserving solution, which he used in such instances, thereby prolonging the time for examination of the cadaver, without experiencing deterioration of the tissues. This solution was merely injected into the bloodstream and... Sorry again, sir, but you said bloodstream? Yes, Heidel nodded. This had to be done before the cadaver was a cadaver, you see. I think so, yes, said Forbes, leaning back again. Murdered for an autopsy, what? Heidel's fingers closed around the pistol. I don't like that, Forbes. Terribly sorry, sir. To get on, Heidel said finally, his voice a cutting sound, Dr. Kingley had injected this solution, and then, well, at any rate, when he returned to his laboratory it was night. His laboratory was black as pitch. I'm trying to paint the picture for you, gentlemen. And the cadaver was stretched out on the table, you see. And before Dr. Kingley switched on the lights, he saw the eyes of the dead Martian glowing in the dark like a pair of hot coals. Weird, said Sadler. Ghostly, said Clark. The important thing, Heidel said curtly, is that Dr. Kingley discovered the difference then between the Martian and the Earthman. The difference is the eyes. The solution, you see, had reacted chemically to the membranes of the eyeballs, so that it happened they lit up like electric lights. I won't go into what Dr. Kingley found further when he dissected the eyeballs. Let it suffice to say the Martian eyeball is a physical element entirely different from our own. At least from those of 5 of us, I should say. His grin gleamed. He was working this precisely and carefully, and it was effective. Now, however, he continued, it is this 6th man who is at issue right now. The fly in the soup, shall we say, and in just a few seconds I am going to exterminate that fly. He picked up the pistol from the table. As I told you, gentlemen, I am quite versatile with this weapon. I am a dead shot, in other words, and I am going to demonstrate it to you. He glanced from face to face. You will notice that since Mr. Meehan has moved, I have a clear field across the table. I don't believe a little lead in the woodwork will mar the room too much, would you say, Forbes? Forbes sat very still. No, I shouldn't think so, sir. Good, because I'm going to snuff out each of the 4 candles in the center of this table by shooting the wick away. You follow me, gentlemen? Locke, Meehan, Sadler? Heads nodded. Then perhaps you are already ahead of me. When the last candle is extinguished, we will have darkness, you see. And then I think we'll find our Martian rat. Because, as a matter of fact, Heidel lulled his words, I have taken the privilege of adding to the wine we have been drinking Dr. Kingley's preserving solution, non-tasteful, non-harmful, except, that is, to one man in this room. Heidel motioned his gun. And God rest the man's soul, because if you will remember, I have 5 bullets in the chamber of this pistol, 4 for the candles, and 1 for the brain of the man whose eyes light up when the candles go out. There was a steady, deadly silence while the flames of the candles licked the air. I think, however, Heidel said, savoring the moment, that we should have one final toast before we proceed. He lifted his glass. May the receiver of the 5th bullet rest in peace. Drink up. The glasses were drained and placed again on the table. Watch carefully, Heidel said, and lifted the pistol. He aimed at the first candle. The trigger was taut against his finger. The explosion loudened the room. 1, said Heidel. He aimed again. The explosion. 2, he said. Rather good, eh? Oh, yes, Sadler said. Quite, said Forbes. Again, said Heidel. A 3rd shot echoed. Now, he said, pointing the muzzle at the last candle, I would say this is it, wouldn't you, gentlemen? And as soon as this one goes, I'm afraid one of us is going to find a bullet right between his sparkling eyes. Are you ready? He squinted one eye and looked down the sights. He squeezed the trigger, the room echoed, and there was blackness. Heidel held his pistol poised over the table. Silence. Well, said Forbes finally. There you have it. Surprise, what? Heidel balanced the pistol, feeling his palm go suddenly moist against the black grip, and he looked around at the 5 pairs of glowing eyes. Bit of a shock, I should imagine, Forbes said, discovering all of us, as it were. Heidel licked his lips. How could you do this? Forbes remained motionless. Simple as one, you know. Put men on rockets going back to Earth in place of returning colonists. Study, observe, learn, shift a record here and there, forge, change pictures, all that sort of thing. Poor contact between here and Earth, you know. Not too difficult. I'll get one of you, Heidel said, still balancing his pistol tightly. Well, possibly, Forbes said. But no more than one. And you have 3 guns pointed at you. We can see you perfectly, you know, as though it were broad daylight. One shiver of that pistol and you're dead. Why have you done this? Heidel said suddenly. Why? Everything was done for the Martian. We tried to give you freedom and culture, the benefit of our knowledge. We didn't like your wrestlers, Forbes said. Heidel's nostrils twitched, and suddenly he swung the pistol. There was a crashing explosion, and then silence. Good, said Forbes. I don't think he got the last one fired. You're all right, then? Asked Meehan, putting his gun on the table. Oh, quite. Rather dramatic altogether, eh? Nerve-tingling, Locke agreed. Forbes turned in his chair and called, Oh, cassette! The butler opened the door to the darkened room, hesitated, and reached for the light switch. No, no, Forbes said, smiling. Never mind that. Come over here, will you please? The butler crossed the room slowly. It's all right, Forbes said. The president will notice nothing whatsoever, cassette. Would you mind pouring us all another glass of wine? I'm frightfully crazy about that port, eh? There was a murmur of agreeing voices. The butler lifted the silver decanter and filled glasses, moving easily and surely in the darkness. Cheers, said Forbes. Cheers, said the others, over a clink of glasses. The end. The Eyes Have It, by James McKimmey, Jr.
Of Time and Texas, by William F. Nolan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Open the C. Sidwick Ohm time door. Take but a single step. And Of Time and Texas, by William F. Nolan. In one fell swoop, declared Professor C. Sidwick Ohms, releasing a thin blue ribbon of pipe smoke and rocking back on his heels. I intend to solve the greatest problem facing mankind today. Colonizing the polar waste was a messy and fruitless business, and the enforced birth control program can't be enforced. Overpopulation still remains the thorn in our side, gentlemen. He paused to look each of the assembled reporters in the eye. There is but one answer. Mass annihilation? Quavered a cub reporter. Posh, boy, certainly not. The professor bristled. The answer is time. Time? Exactly, nodded Ohms. With a dramatic flourish, he swept aside a red velvet drape to reveal a tall structure of gleaming metal. As witness. Golly, what's that thing? Queried the cub. This thing, replied the professor acidly, is the C. Sidwick Ohms time door. Willikers, a time machine! Not so, not so. Please, boy. A time machine in the popular sense is impossible. Wild fancy. However, the professor tapped the dotty from his pipe. By a mathematically precise series of infinite calculations, I have developed the remarkable C. Sidwick Ohms time door. Open it, take but a single step, and presto, the past. But where in the past, Prof? Ohms smiled easily down at the tense ring of faces. Gentlemen, beyond this door lies the sprawling giant of the Southwest. Enough land to absorb Earth's overflow like that. He snapped his fingers. I speak, gentlemen, of Texas, 1957. What if the Texans object? They have no choice. The time door is strictly a one-way passage. I saw to that. It will be utterly impossible for anyone in 1957 to re-enter our world of 2057. And now, the past awaits. He tossed aside his professorial robes. Under them, Sidwick Ohms wore an ancient and bizarre costume, black riding boots, highly polished and trimmed in silver, wool chaps, a wide jeweled studded belt with an immense buckle, a brightly checked shirt topped with a blazing red bandana. Briskly, he snapped a tall 10-gallon hat on his head and stepped to the time door. Gripping an ebony handle, he tugged upward. A huge metal door oiled slowly back. "Time," said Sidwick Ohms simply, gesturing toward the gray nothingness beyond the door. The reporters and photographers surged forward, notebooks and cameras at the ready. "What if the door swings shut after you're gone?" one of them asked. "A groundless fear, boy," assured Ohms. "I have seen to it that the door can never be closed. And now, goodbye, gentlemen. Or, to use the proper colloquialism, so long, hombres." Ohms bowed from the waist, gave his 10-gallon hat a final tug, and took a single step forward, and did not disappear. He stood blinking. Then he swore, beat upon the unyielding wall of grayness with clenched fists, and fell back, panting, to his desk. "I've failed," he moaned in a lost voice. "The C. Sidwick Ohms time door is a botch." He buried his head in trembling hands. The reporters and photographers began to file out. Suddenly, the professor raised his head. "Listen," he warned. A slow rumbling, muted with distance, emanated from the dense grayness of the time door. Faint yips and whoops were distinct among the rumble. The sound grew steadily to 1,000 beating drums, to a rolling sea of thunder. Shrieking, the reporters and photographers scattered for the stairs. "Ah, another knotty problem to be solved," mused Professor Sidwick Ohms, swinging with some difficulty onto one of the 3,000 Texas steers stampeding into the laboratory. The end of Time and Texas, by William Nolan. Mex, by William Logan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Perhaps it was just as well that I did not tell them what I was. Mex, by William Logan. What they called me, that was what started it. I'm as good an American as the next fellow, and maybe a little bit better than the men like that. Big men drinking at a bar who can't find anything better to do than to spit on a man and call him Mex. As if a Mexican is something to hide or to be ashamed of. We have our own heroes, our own strength, and we don't have to bend down to men like that, or any other men. But when they called me that, I saw red, and called them names back. "Mex, kid," one of the men said, a big red-haired bully, with his sleeves rolled back, and muscles like ropes on his big hairy arms. "Snot-nosed little Mex brat." I called him a name. He only laughed back at me and turned his back, waving a hand for the bartender. Maybe in a big city in the north it would be different, but it probably would not. This toleration we hear about is no more good than an open fight, and there must be understanding instead. But here, near the border, just on the American side of the border, a Mexican is called fair game, and a 17-year-old like me is less than nothing to them, to the white ones who go to the big bars. I thought carefully about what to do, and finally, when I had made up my mind, I went for him and tried to hit him. But the other men held me back, and I was kicking and shouting with my legs off the ground. When I stopped, they put me down, so I started for the big red-haired man again, and they had to stop me again. The red-haired man was laughing all this time. I wanted to run, back to my own family in their little house, and yet running would have been wrong. I was too angry to run, so I stayed. "My sister," I said, "my sister is a witch, and I will get her to put a curse on you." I was very angry. You must understand this. And, of course, they had no idea that my sister is a real witch, and her curses are real, and only last year Manuel Valdez had died from the effects of her curse. Of all people, sometimes I wish I were my sister most of all, to curse people and see them shrivel and sicken and choke and die. "Go ahead, half-pint," one of the other men yelled. "Get your sister and put a curse on me. I bet she knows who I am. I've been with every Mex girl this side of the border." This made me see red. My sister is pure and must be pure, since she is a witch. And she is not like some of the others, even aside from that. I have heard her talk about them, and I know. I called him a name and ran up to him and hit him. My fist against his solid side felt good, but some other men pulled me off again. Yet it was impossible to leave. This was wrong for me, and I had to make it right. "I shall get my father to fight you, since he is a giant 10 feet tall." The men laughed at me, not knowing, of course, that my father is a giant 10 feet tall in truth, and my mother a sweet siren like those in the books, the old books, with spells in her eyes and strange power. They did not know I was not a daydreaming child, but a man who told the truth. And they laughed. I grew angry again and told them many things, calling them names in Spanish, which they did not understand. That only made them laugh the more. Finally, I left. It was necessary for me to leave, since I was not wanted. But it was necessary, too, for me to make things right. Nights later, they were dead for what they had said and done. For I tell the truth always, and I had told them about my sister, and my father, and my mother. But one thing I had not told them. I am sorry they could never know I was the winged thing that frightened and killed them, one by one. The end of Mex by William Logan.
Deepfreeze by Robert Donald Locke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Jackson. Deepfreeze by Robert Donald Locke. Life and the future belong to the strong, so Dollard laughed as he fled Earth and mankind's death agony. But the last laugh was yet to come. Edwin Dollard's nervous, stubby fingers spilled 3 precious drops of his 5th Scotch highball as he veered his head away from the horrors on the telescreen. He was in time to observe Garth enter by the paneled tunnel door. 2 more hours and the ship will be ready, Garth announced. The men still know nothing. His thin lips cracked into a forced smile. I slipped them the poison at noon mess. There'll be no tails out of those greaseballs. Dollard's pudgy features relaxed. Just you and I, Garth, to survive. The others, stupid sheep, let them die. Lust spread his heavy cheeks into a wide grin. As for women, there'll be time enough for them on Venus. I know, Garth said slowly. Plague untouched women. It'll be like being reborn again. His pained, somber eyes lit up. It's right good we understand each other. Just see that we continue understanding one another, Edwin Dollard snapped. I'm still the boss. The last of America's industrial tycoons refocused his attention on the world telecasts. Since breakfast, he had sat glued to the news while a battery of video announcers reported from central strongholds on the progress of the bacterial epidemic that had already swept the Atlantic seaboard. Any late news? Garth asked, over Dollard's shoulder. For your information, I picked up a flash from Denver, just before you came in. Bad, eh? You said it, Garth. 1,000 new cases. Some think the Asiatics got another 2 or 3 missiles through the Canadian radar barrier. More likely, the germs hitchhiked westward on human carriers, gangs of them streaming out of the eastern states. The mobs are like vermin. You can't hold them back. They sneak through the quarantine at 100 points. They're people, aren't they? Said Garth quietly. People? There are no more people than the loutish mechs you just did away with today. Under your orders, Garth pointed out. But it had to be done. Let's not be squeamish children. Yes, so it did. You're safe enough. You and I both, Dollard completed. As long as we're together, we're both safe. Dollard gripped his hands together and glanced nervously about the timbered walls of his High Sierra Lodge, as if to assure himself that this carefully guarded retreat would protect him from the grisly crawling death that was demolishing his invincible country. Even in the presence of his most trusted hireling, Garth, who had been executive officer of Dollard's vast combine, the millionaire was ashamed to admit how the report from Colorado, which claimed the enemy-seeded plague had already crossed the broad prairie states, had been enough to send him into a cowering state of panic. And now, even after assurance that he could soon take off in his private vessel, bound for bacteria-free space and the antiseptic sanctuary of Venus, he was still suffering a paroxysm of fear so great that not even a double slug of his costly hoarded alcohol could banish it completely. Outside, hired thugs, outfitted with hydro-flame rifles, patrolled the 2 roads entering the narrow valley, armed with orders to shoot to kill all unauthorized intruders. Already the guard's task was proving more difficult as refugees from the Los Angeles area poured into the mountains by way of Bishop and Highway 395. Ragged, foodless marauders, they swarmed through the resort villages in vicious bands, plundering and murdering in futile efforts to stave off starvation and death. Dollard got up from his position before the teleset, squinting sidewise at Garth, while he poured himself 3 fingers of additional courage. "You're not sorry leaving your wife?" he inquired. "Ellen meant a lot to you, didn't she, Garth?" Garth shrugged. "She's safe enough where she is. That's all that matters." Dollard poked him in the ribs. "All that matters is survival. You know that, Garth," he chuckled. "Why bother to save anyone else?" "That's right, sir," said Garth. The muscles of his face continued to compress his features into an unbending mask. "And one thing's certain, there's no hope for humanity. Not on this planet at any rate, or not for a long while, I'm positive. You know what they're saying now? No. The big domes are asserting that only a complete mutation among the unborn can save the higher forms of organic life. Get this, Garth. They say that all the vertebrates, and particularly all mammals, will have to develop new germ-resistant species, or the plague will eventually kill off even the strongest. What's more, those damned Asiatics are now in the same boat with us, at last." Garth mulled over the news. He said, "Then any survivors on Earth will have to mutate into something other than mankind?" "That sums it up." Edward Dollard raised his highball. "Here's to the Homo the Sap," he said in a mock salute to the vanishing human race. "The chump had a short life, but a merry one. On Terra, anyhow. The poor sucker spent his days in a dream world of fraternity and equality. And all along, we, his superiors, enjoyed the liberty to work him to death for our own benefit. It's a shame there won't be any earthly historians to record man's final irony, how we who made the full use of hordes for our convenience should be virtually the only ones to escape the horde's destruction." "I see," mused Garth. "That means there's not really much hope for the ones we're leaving behind. I guess I'd always thought," his words trailed off, "that there'd be a few survivors," Dollard supplied. "Perhaps there will. More probably there won't. What does it matter? There's only 1 chance in 1,000 of licking the plague, from the way the bacteriologists are wailing. And even if the race does survive, what sort of existence would it have, battling who knows what kind of monsters some of the other forms of life are bound to change into? No, I'm here to tell you, Garth, the remainder of the race is better off exterminated. The few plague-free people we'll find on Venus will be enough to launch a greater, prouder race, provided, of course, that I'm their leader." The industrialist waddled back to the telescreen, flicked a metal knob that brought into view a transmission on one of the few ultra-high frequency channels still in operation. Electronically produced colors provided high visual acuity to a scene that depicted Cleveland in flames. Decontamination squads with firebombs were shown as they sought to cleanse Euclid Avenue of its infected dead. "Scenes like this have been duplicated in a dozen cities already this afternoon," Edwin Dollard said. "It'd be enough to turn the stomach of a lesser man. Frankly, I'd hoped the health squads could contain the epidemic, but I guess at heart I never entertained any real prospect that they would. As long as we've got a little time to expend, we might as well sit here and enjoy the sight." "Sit and wallow in it if you like," replied Garth. "I think I'd better check the road guards once more. If those plug uglies smell like you're planning to desert them, Our lives won't be worth a punctured isotope. You know I'd go with you, Dollard sighed, but I fear my presence antagonizes the lower classes somehow. Considering the pay they're drawing down, I'll never understand why, either. Garth strode to the lodge's steel-plated front entrance, a formidable barrier designed to match the strength of a space cruiser's main airlock. Standing opposite the heavy circular plates, he gestured before the 5 heat-sensitive electronic tumblers, and the heavy door swung open on oiled hinges. When he stepped outside, the barrier closed behind him. Alone inside the timbered hideaway, Edwin Dollard immediately shed the affected air of corpulent lassitude he generally displayed in the presence of others. Now that the deadline for his attempt to sneak off the planet approached, it was essential that he attend to the completion of his personal preparations. Above the mantel of the lodge's thermiomic fireplace was hung a brilliant cascading stereo of Yosemite Falls in misty motion. Dollard pressed a hidden button. The mantel sank to ground level, and the stereo swung outward, bringing into view a shining cubical locker of beryllium steel. From this hiding place, Dollard withdrew 2 loaded hydroflame pistols. These he strapped under each armpit. Next, he brought out a palm-sized stunner, which he concealed in his hand by the aid of a wrist strap. The fourth object to emerge was a small, chunky bag from which dangled tightly drawn leather thongs. Dollard opened the pouch and poured the contents onto his sweaty palm, 1,000 carats of glistening Syrtis diamonds from his own private mines. The rarity and value of these jewels, he knew, would be increased by the collapse of the terrestrial civilization that had refined them and cut and polished their rainbow facets. These gleaming objects of unfixed price were the guardians that would stand by him during the months it would take to reestablish himself among the colonies on Venus. Not only would they purchase luxuries, but also new servants, fabrication plants, ore boats, possibly even governments. Above all, they would serve to bribe Dollard's way through the tight network of Venusian immigration officials who might seek, in accord with the laws of the sparsely settled but independent world, to forbid his landing as a refugee from a diseased planet. A full hour passed before Garth returned, an hour that Edwin Dollard spent pacing the narrow confines of the lodge's central room. His eyes constantly consulted the slow march of minutes on the luminescent dial of his platinum chronometer, for while it was not imperative that the space yacht he had refurbished should soar starward at the precise hour agreed upon, there did reign a crucial period of 4 to 5 hours immediately at hand, during which the most advantageous passage to Venus should be commenced. When Garth finally reappeared through the steel doorway, his thin, long face reflected the strain he also felt as departure time neared. "I checked the roadway 2 miles up the valley," he reported. "No activity in sight. There was a riot in Leavening, or so one of your guards told me, and a big pitched battle in Bishop between lowlanders and highlanders." "Another day or two and they'll be swarming all over this region," Dollard said. "You can bet their first reaction would be to dismantle the ship at sight," Garth informed him. "Luckily we're getting out in time. If the mobs couldn't pilot the vessel themselves, it'd be human nature to see it that nobody else got to do so, either. Misery loves company, even in the face of death." "The scum," said Dollard. He donned a jaunty space cap he had often worn on pleasure flights to his outlying holdings. Hooking his thumbs in his belt, he grinned. "Well, Garth, shall we go?" Garth nodded. He detached a torch that was clasped to his waist, then opened the tunnel door that was carved out of a braced section of the rear wall where the lodge had been built to shore into the mountainside. Entering, the 2 men threaded a winding route through a narrow, dripping passageway, guided by the thin yellow beam of Garth's light. They emerged several hundred feet farther on in a valley of long shadows, cut off from the world on 3 sides by abrupt cliffs. No ravines opened on this valley. Only by a desperate climb over the surrounding peaks could it be reached, and hence it had been immune to spying eyes. Here, amounting to a feat of superb pilotage in itself, Dollard's vessel had been landed weeks earlier in anticipation of just such a need as it now served. Sturdy shrubberies screened the tunnel exit, although concealment had not proved to be necessary. As they broke into the light, Dollard and Garth pushed aside stunted conifers and half stumbled, half ran down a shale-strewn incline which led them to the valley's floor. A short northward walk brought them in view of the refitted spacecraft. Based on stubby fins, it pointed vertically at the sky. The high, sharp ridges surrounding the valley blotted out the late afternoon sun, casting gloom upon the sheer rock walls and overhanging escarpments, and, despite his previous acclimatization to Sierra altitudes, the thin, sharp air made breathing difficult for Dollard. A short distance from where the vessel was cradled, the bodies of 5 coveralled workmen lay in stiff, huddled forms. At the sight, Dollard grunted. "Efficient toxin," he commented. "Good work." Walking contemptuously past the bodies, the tycoon approached a work shack which had housed the spaceship mechanics. He picked up an aluminum platform ladder which rested on the trampled grass. Swinging it above his head, he brought it back to the vessel and hooked it against the rear fin so that the tubular platform lodged itself against the ship's lowest loading hatch. He turned to Garth. "Too bad we can't run an engine to mech check before taking off, but no mechanics." Garth said, "Knocking off the men was your idea." "My conscience will rest easy with it," Dollard returned. "I was making a joke." "Very funny joke," said Garth. "Very funny for you, too," said Dollard. His fingers squeezed the rubber-mounted grips of the stunner concealed in the palm of his left hand. A slight eye-stinging flash burst into the fading light. As the wave moved outward from the tiny device, Garth stiffened and pitched forward, bouncing perceptibly before his body finally succumbed to the compulsion of gravity. Dollard aimed the hard toe of his metallic shoe and kicked him viciously in the temple. Garth's body did not stir. "I would have liked an engine-to-mechanic check very much," Dollard said thoughtfully, "but these things can't always be planned neat enough to meet every detail. There has to be leeway for diversive action, should the situation merit it. In this case, the situation seemed to have merited it rather fully." He began to climb the narrow aluminum rungs of the propped-up ladder. After reaching the platform, he stood on the grilled support, his fat, panting bulk braced against the upper cord of the stabilizer fin. He looked back briefly at Garth's unconscious form on the ground. "You were a fool, Garth. A fool to believe that I would take you along with me, to share a new empire. Know when I lost complete respect for your intelligence? It was when you banked that past services for me would assure you of future salvation. Very stupid. Didn't know your usefulness would end for me the moment I left Terra? Why, I should have dragged you along to drink up my oxygen, eat my food, and undermine me later on? No, friend Garth, you were, all along, just as much a tool as those uniformed carcasses you poisoned on my behalf. May you join them in the sad reflection they must now be experiencing." Garth's paralyzed body lay still. Dollard pressed against the outer panel of the hatch and stepped into the opening that was made by the sliding section. He disappeared into the bowels of the ship, and the hatch closed after him. A few seconds later, a rumbling inside announced the vessel's engines had come to life. Stubby atmospheric wings unfolded into place on the shining metal sides. Rocket vents below the scorched tail surface began to glow a cherry red as fused gases bit into the pitted ground. The ship's entire length trembled slightly as it left the surface. Climbing into the blue with an ever-increasing whoosh, it described an arc over the jagged peaks and vanished. Another half-hour passed before the cataleptic effect of the stunner eased sufficiently for Garth to sit up and rest his chest and arms upon his knees. He rubbed his forehead, felt the bruise at his temple, and gazed speculatively at the sky. Then he studied the bubbling earth only a few feet away from him and realized how close he had been to death from the space vessel's backblasts. He shuddered a moment. After his head cleared, he struggled to his feet and walked over to the damp grass to the work shack. Entering, he searched through a chemical cabinet until he found the vials he wanted. From them, he compounded a liquid mixture which he forced into the ampule of a hypodermic needle. When he stepped outside again, he saw the sky had darkened quickly with evening. He walked over to the stricken mechanics and administered an injection into the neck muscles of each man. The countertoxin took hold, speedily erasing the depressant effect of the drug Garth had originally fed the men, a non-fatal dosage of an irritant similar to the one Dollard had ordered be used to slay them. He supervised a lot of Dollard's underhanded work for him, Garth told himself as he waited for the hypostimulant to react. But murdering helpless men had been something he had rebelled at. And now that Dollard had deserted him, at least he would have company on Terra during the last days of life. It was an outcome Garth had anticipated, although he had been unable to predict just when Dollard would launch his surprise attack. The men came to sluggishly, their reactions pathetic and confused. The first thing they appeared to notice when their conscious minds took hold of their environment was the empty circle of terrain where the space yacht had formerly stood. "Dollard took off," Garth explained. "He drugged us all, after we'd gotten the vessel in shape for him." "The dirty swine, he promised he'd take us," the men protested. "Like so many other promises he never intended to keep," said Garth. "He told you men, for instance, the ship was headed for Luna. Me, he told he was bound for Venus. I think his destination is Venus, but he'll never get there." "Not get there? Why?" "Because of a little secret I never let him know," Garth replied, rubbing his nose and grinning wryly. "My wife is on Venus, where the plague can't reach her, and I promised myself days ago that Dollard should never be given the opportunity to infect that planet. That's one promise that has been kept. At least I know now that Ellen will be safe for a while longer. But sir, the big boss is gone. What can you do, with him flown the coop? Do now? I've already done it. Dollard thought of me as a fool, but instead I've shown him up as the real fool. A simpleton tricked by carelessness. There's a damned big surprise waiting for him in space. Garth looked up into the twilight sky, where a few brilliant stars were now shining. His face bore an expression of exultant triumph. Yes, he said softly, a real surprise is just around the next curve for you, Edwin Dollard. I hope you enjoy it as well as you've enjoyed buying and selling men's souls. 500 miles above the sun-mirroring Pacific Ocean, Dollard wiped great beads of perspiration from his shiny jowls. His thick hands tugged and wrestled with stubborn knobs that finally yielded, enabling him to apply greater thrust to his stern rockets. From the moment of takeoff, it had seemed to him that the grim bowl of Terra below him was taking a bigger bite out of acceleration than it should. Naturally, he hadn't expected his craft to operate with 100% efficiency, considering the caliber of the technical help he employed on its refitting, but still, his tail curve should have brought him to his first coasting point 4 or 5 minutes earlier. By virtue of being his own pilot, he was obliged to astrogate by rule of thumb, and occasional directive spurts from the course calculator. If mechanical troubles piled on top of him now, he'd have to surrender control to his gyromatic pilot while he moved aft to track down the power-robbing malfunction. No mean task, armed in this case with only a slide rule and whatever engineering knowledge remained to him after 30 years of high finance. Whatever the gremlin was, it wasn't exactly an auspicious start for a 50-million-mile hop. He grunted and pressed his secondary firing buttons, boosting space velocity by a percentage that should shake the kinks out. At the 4,000-mile mark, the Earth had retreated to a green ball that floated atop a stream of unbearably bright stars. From this height above the planet's surface, not even the most powerful telescope would have revealed the scenes of rampant disease and flaming destruction being enacted on the broad continents below. The entire vessel shook in a kind of bone-cracking vibration, lurching and lumbering as if some malign influence had tampered with every rivet and seam-weld in her plates. More apprehensive than ever, Dollard finally yielded to his fears and surrendered his controls to the robot pilot. His huge body rendered almost weightless, he pulled himself along the rail guards of a catwalk that led to the unmanned engine room. Here he inspected every instrument dial to be found, although the readings on many of them were repeated on duplicates in the bow. It was then, while the ship was still 1,000 miles from the no-pull point where freewheeling alone had been known to carry vessels out of Terra's gravitational range and into Venus's orbit, that disaster struck. The fuel being fed to exactly half of the rocket tubes choked out, and the blast from the remaining tubes increased proportionally. Under this new impetus, the vessel's frame shuddered. Its nose suddenly described a wild arc among the gyrating stars. The diversion of inertia was a more severe blow than a meteor collision would have been. Thrust was an exceedingly difficult thing to plot in free space. Dollard, screaming in panic, was flung against a network of metal braces. Despite his weightlessness, his mass was as great as ever, and a sharp steel corner gouged a deep bleeding slash in his puffy cheek. Sickened, he crawled forward through the spinning ship until he was once more able to pull himself up into the pilot's chair. There he discovered the second battery of tubes had ceased firing about a minute after the first, but the changed vectors had already done their damage to both ship and heading. A quick run-through on the course calculator soon revealed to Dollard how desperate his position was. Mathematically, Venus was now a goal impossible to attain. To recorrect his altered heading would require more fuel than his tanks had carried at takeoff, thanks to sabotage. He also had the vast gravitational field of the Sun to battle, a powerful sucking force which, if left to work its will, could grow insidiously from a gentle tug of a few millimeters per second to a powerful acceleration 80 times terrestrial escape velocity, and this without ever once relinquishing its hold on the slightest particle of mass in its grip. Cursing and fuming, Dollard plotted and replotted, some of the rustiness of his brain wearing off as he matched his wits against the prospect of death by holocaust. But all the resources of higher mathematics failed to point towards a solution. An artery commenced to throb painfully above his ear. It was Garth who had engineered this hideous accident, he told himself. The faithful, unsuspecting Garth had turned out to be a traitor. He was the one who had rigged the fuel lines so that at a certain predicted point along the course, the flow along one set of conduits would be shunted to the other. He should have killed Garth instead of merely stunning him, Dollard thought angrily. For the 20th time he fed 3-body calculations into the astro computer. Somehow, somewhere, in the maze of the Newtonian science there had to be an answer. The complexities of force and heading analysis weren't so great, but what machinery could eventually solve all the variables involved. That is, if only Sol's overwhelming gravitational attraction didn't provide a free-sliding path to hell with no choice of alternates in the meanwhile. The click-click of the tape as it emerged from the electronic calculator seemed to present a different rhythm to Dollard's ears on the 21st try. Picking up the ribbon, he let his reddened eyes run over the printed symbols, translating them into finished equations. Elation suddenly sent his blood pressure soaring as the meaning of what he read became apparent. There was a solution, a course he could follow. One which, while it would not guide him to Venus, would prevent him from plunging into the sun. Eagerly, he punched the figures for the heading onto a magnetized wire that would be fed into the gyropilot. After the heading was set, he crawled towards the ship's stern, dragging with him a hydrojet welding torch, a tool that could sear metal apart or join it by causing regulation of the molten rod protruding from its spring barrel. In the abdomen of the vessel, he found the wrecked fuel lines and removed the obstruction Garth had set up, repairing the channels. Returning to the pilot chamber, he pressed the firing button and acceleration returned a form of gravity to the ship's interior, giving him weight for the first time since the freakish accident. Sighing with relief as the heavens slowly rotated in his screen, Dollard slumped back in his chair. He punched new figures into the computer, thinking, now once safely back into a no-pull zone, a man with a little luck should be able to make... His chunky fingers froze to the keys. There was another flaw to be dealt with. The discrepancy was one the course calculator had clearly pointed out, but he overlooked it in his haste to get underway. The solution he had followed was the only possible one. That was still quite true. But use of it only plunged him into a second predicament. This new course, said the equations, a course which would require all the remaining fuel to maintain, would steer the ship into a permanent orbit around Earth, an ellipse with the point of apogee far beyond Luna. He now had the certainty of continued life for a few more days until his provisions gave out. Again he cursed the name of Garth. But for the man's treachery, he would be well on his way to Venus. Now he was a helpless, trapped mass of protoplasm, protected from his bitter, airless environment only by the same steel walls of the cage that held him. Throughout the next 24 hours, as the nature of the elliptical orbit he had entered became more and more apparent, Dollard fled off sleep while his frightened brain racked and racked again its scattered fund of knowledge for an answer to the new problem. But at last the narcosis of cellular exhaustion completely overcame him, and he slept. When he awoke, he was chilled and hungry. The ship had passed into the shadow of Luna, and its bulkheads no longer conducted heat to the convecting air envelope inside from the outer plates, generally warmed by solar radiations. It took him some time to get warm again. He pondered anew his predicament. It would be useless to plead for help to the Terran space authorities. All interplanetary flights had been grounded since the Asiatics had scattered the epidemic over the Western world, only to have it reinvade their own borders. All the national governments were fighting rebellion and plague simultaneously, and most important of all, as far as Dollard was concerned, he had effectively outlawed himself from the jurisdiction of all governments by his acts of murder and his treason in fleeing Terra. No, there could be no help from the officials of Earth. Not in the present years anyhow, he thought. But wait, suppose this plague should ultimately die out or be conquered. Then wouldn't space travel be resumed? If not by the human race, by its successor, whichever race or species, if such could happen, that mutated successfully enough to produce a plague-resistant strain and then evolved a rational brain? Civilizations rose and toppled in cycles, he knew. Sometime in the near future, or even the far future, another civilization would emerge on Terra, and another race would conquer the stars. But what value was that to him if he would die in a few days from lack of oxygen? No, if he were to be rescued, it had to be soon. By the Venusian colonists? No hope lay there either. The second planet was an infant world, and its people, even if they succeeded in making space travel common, would be apt to avoid the Earth-Luna system like the... He choked. There was no other word for it. Like the plague. Again he was conscious of his brief chill. It aroused some elusive connection in his brain with a piece of information he had nearly forgotten. What was it? Celebration set in as he sought to pin down the clue he wanted. He felt his body chilling. Chilling, he thought. That was it. Deep freezing. What cold was colder than the eternal absolute zero of outer space? Or could a person find temperatures lower than those in the celestial icebox that extended everywhere around him? Just outside his port window lurked enough chill to keep his body intact for 1,000,000 years. and in a million years, who knew what cultures would learn to pilot vessels through space and come his way to revive him? Possibly alien cultures whom his superior genius for organizing would enable him to dominate. Already, the contemplation of such a possibility rendered the prospect so alluring, he wondered why he was holding back. Why not step out of the airlock immediately? It was calm reasoning that deterred him, the realization that if his scheme for survival were to meet success, he would have to lay his plans deep enough to meet every contingent possibility. Two things became immediately apparent as essential. One, he would have to adopt a method of self-freezing that would assure instantaneous cessation of his life activities without injuring his body cells by converting the water to ice. Two, he would have to leave behind him an explanation of what he had done and sufficient directions concerning his revivification that he would not be restored slowly as to alter his molecular structure, a turn of affairs which would in fact make him unalterably dead long before he approached normal body warmth. Now, thoroughly aroused by the possibility of escaping total death, Edwin Dullard fought his way back through the damaged compartments to the tube room. Here were vats of liquid helium, used in Collins' engines to refrigerate the volatile rocket fuel. The helium, Dullard knew, was in turn kept supercool by contact with magnetic salts, mostly iron ammonium sulfate, the magnetic field being generated by the ship's auxiliary dynamos when in operation, the ship's batteries at other times. But if one were to open all ports or hatches, allowing the atmosphere to escape, the absolute zero of space would infiltrate the ship's interior, making it unnecessary for either the helium to cool the fuel or the salts to cool the helium. All would probably approach a state of absolute heat death, and the body of a man, immersed in the helium vat, would be preserved for eternity. Dollar laughed. He would defy Garth yet. He spent the following day in the most efficient of preparations. Moving about the ship, he posted complete directions for his recovery in as many languages as he knew. Then he drew with painstaking care a series of diagrams that repeated the information in pictograph form. Finally, he recorded directions on sound tape and hooked the reproducer to an electron eye so it would commence to play the moment the vessel was entered. This task completed, he set about to prepare his own body. It was imperative that the suspension take place so speedily that none of the animal heat was retained. For this purpose, he imbibed a heavy amount of alcohol, which served to flush his capillaries and distribute calories more equally through his system. Next, he gathered wiring and rigged up a remote control board that would enable him to open the ship's hatches from sanctuary inside the tube room. When finally ready, he stood by the helium vats, opened a switch on the jerry-built board, and listened to the vessel's atmospheric envelope swoosh out in the passages just beyond the sealed tube room hatch. Now the only air remaining inside the craft was that in the tube room itself. At that moment, the ship circling the mother planet entered the shadow of Terra and chilled perceptibly in the absence of radiated sunlight. Dullard stripped to his skin. His lips were blue and his limbs were trembling, despite their cushion of fat. He pressed the last button, and the pressure inside the room commenced to drop. He stood by the largest vat until all the oxygen was gone, except that remaining in his lungs. The outer hatch swung open, amid the penetrating cold of complete vacuum. The trapped industrialist exhaled his breath, counted to 3, and dived into the tank. His body sank, and the atoms of helium temporarily left their random state with the influx of heat, but returned quickly as the magnetic field took up the slack, vaporizing the ammonium salts. All was quiet again. The human brain and the secondary laws of thermodynamics had combined to thwart the will of a relentless universe. Edwin Dullard, financial genius and murderer in his time, had entered a state of suspended animation from which only an equal intelligence could ever awaken him. The planets and their satellites revolved in their orbits for uncounted centuries, until even the fixed stars shifted and formed new constellations. During this long, almost interminable period, no man-made vessels disturbed the equilibrium between the worlds. No man-made radiations penetrated the empty spaces of the solar system. A wanderer from Procyon or Sirius, entering the neighborhood of Sol, might well have suspected he had found 9 lifeless spheres pursuing a futile and purposeless course around their flaming parent. So immutable, however, are the laws of celestial mechanics, once set into operation, the Dullard ship varied not a centimeter in its elliptical path during those endless dragging years. But organic life, by its very definition, is highly viable, highly persistent. It is capable of protracted existence in such diverse environments as the embedded hearts of meteors or the currents of briny polar seas. It is likewise capable of infinite modifications under stress, such as glacial flow, cessation of moisture, loss of sunlight, or the rampant onslaught of bacterial disease. Hardiest of all forms of life, as proved in the last days of the reptilian age, are the carnivorous mammalian orders. These members are generally the most adaptable, intelligent, and ubiquitous of living types. And by their conquest of their stubborn environment, they have proven themselves equally the fiercest. Thus, it was not surprising that eventually the derelict spaces between the inner planet of Sol were once again the scene of traffic, not bristling traffic perhaps, but sufficient to present concrete proof a new intelligent race had developed on Terra. Nor was it any more surprising to Edwin Dollard, when Dollard awoke, aroused from his long sleep, and consciousness in the passage of time no more than a second's absence from the world of sense and light, that this life should have found him. He awoke aware of the stinging pain in his eyelids and the jabbing of 1,000 needles below the surface of his skin. A glaring white bulb, suspended in an ice blue ceiling, dug into his pupils with relentless intensity. A voice, couched in a low-throated growl, spoke just above his ear in an unintelligible language. A second voice, farther away, answered with a guttural purring. Dollard slowly revolved his field of vision until it rested upon the first creature who had spoken. His eyes made out a man-like apparition in a white smock buttoned to a metal harness, a tall, lithe figure whose curiously pointed face regarded him with unblinking interest. "You are come too, I notice," the creature said, employing a rasping, blurred form of English. "I am Shere Khan, of the people of Tegger, detailed to interpret your meager tongue, O frozen primate." "You're not human, but at least you're intelligent," Dollard snorted. "Where am I?" "On board a vessel of the Tegurian fleet bound for the home planet." "Which one do you call home?" For reply, Shere Khan gestured towards a bulkhead paneling in the far end of the room. Dollard's eyes focused on a tridimensional photo mural of Terra. In the representation, the continental outlines of the planet were the same, but if the colors were reproduced accurately, then the Earth had lost the bulk of its polar cap and become a tropical world. The Sahara was a verdant green, while a great portion of the Amazon Valley was inundated by bluish seas. Dollard attempted to sit up. The struggle was what first caused him to notice his nude body was strapped by polished steel clamps to a long, flat porcelain table. Rolling his head to one side, he discovered that the table's rim contained a long, shallow trough, which had not been scoured too clean. Deepening stains remained of whosever blood it was that had contributed from the last autopsy performed on the surface of the table. "Why am I tied up?" Dollard demanded. "A temporary precaution," Shere Khan replied soothingly. The growl of his voice had now reduced itself to a monotonous purr, which reminded Dollard of nothing so much as a... But then he shook his head. No, that couldn't be. Mankind replaced by a thinking species of biped felines, descended from a race of giant jungle cats. The development was fantastic. "Precaution?" Dollard repeated. "You might have become violent, primate. Only a few anthropoids are extant now, and they are scraggly skulkers hiding out in the brush of the second planet, the world you knew as Venus. But even so, many of them have been known to react quite viciously when captured." "Then there are humans left?" "I see you recognize the difference between our race and yours at once." Shere Khan stiffened with pride. "The gap is quite great." Dollard noticed a very faint striped pattern could be traced in the fuzzy growth on Shere Khan's bared arms. "Yes, some members of the previous culture do survive," the feline continued. "Puny specimens. We have been forced to hunt them down. Unfortunately, they breed slowly." "I claim no kinship with them," said Dollard. "If you're sniffing around in an effort to find out my sentiments about that, you can stop right now. As a man from the past, I'm strictly for myself." He winked. "What's more, I never did believe that monkey business. You know, about the human race being the only kind of life having souls or intelligence." Strange words from a primate. "That's what I say. You look good enough to me. You have an adequate IQ. That's the only test you need to pass with me. Now how about getting these clamps off me?" Dollard's renewed request incited no action. The feline interpreter's pointed features were impassive, only the pricked attitude of his tufted ears indicated he was listening. "Let's go," Dollard cajoled. "You revived me, and I think I've proved I'm not dangerous." "You still do not seem to understand. Your animation from the frozen sleep was undertaken solely because it was a challenge to our science that we cannot overlook. And a bang-up job you did of it. Followed my directions perfectly." "We used our own methods," Shere Khan corrected. "The idea was mine." "True, but had you known it, there did exist a mathematical solution to your problem of escaping from the fixed orbit your ship adopted. Apparently, to your misfortune, your training failed to include a knowledge of 5-body equations, so you never arrived at the proper heading you needed to take. Naturally not, the revived industrialist snapped in answer, but that couldn't be helped. I never professed to be a super competent astrogator. In my world, in my time, I was a leader of my race, a builder of factories and machines. Our archaeologists have dug into the ruins of your civilization, without, however, a great deal of curiosity, said Shere Khan coldly. We found little in it to interest us. We have translated your language, but even so, we uncovered nothing to equal even the barest rudiments of our own science. Our zoologists dismiss you as extra clever primates, possessed of some knacks, but nowhere on a reasoning, perspicuous level. But that's absurd. From your point of view, no. In fact, we still debate whether you primates could have been intelligent enough to have founded your culture without the aid of some early Tigurians. We Tigurians have been superior to the anthropoids as far back as our own history goes, which is to the days of the great impetus, the epoch when our race was gifted with great powers and the primates degenerated. Nonsense, scoffed Edward Dollard. Get me off of this sadistic table, and I'll demonstrate how smart I am. He squinted, studying the feline's high-domed head and furry chin. Now I've got you pegged, he went on. You're just a specimen of what jacked-up tiger would turn out to be, burned under a few million volts of hard radiation. You may be civilized, you and your people, but I bet it took you 1,000,000 years of high-speed evolution to do it. If it hadn't been for mankind's work with mutable bacteria, you'd still be chasing your tails under palm trees. Shere Khan interrupted him, remarking, the art of vituperation and scolding always was a characteristic of the various simian species. We have an apt axiom among the people of Tegor. It might be translated, chattering man, empty brain pan. At that moment it occurred to Dollard he was pressing his initial luck too far. No use antagonizing present company. All right, I know when I'm bucking the system too hard, he replied cagily. What do you intend to do with me? For answer, the interpreter turned to the second Tigurian in the room, a creature who had stood motionless near the only exit and uttered a flow of guttural syllables, climaxed by a high-pitched questioning note. The reply was forthcoming almost immediately, spoken in weightier, more deliberate tones. The commander says you are to be presented to the leaders of our civilization, Shere Khan reported. That'll take place when we dock at the home planet in a few hours. In the meanwhile, you may have the run of the ship. The feline pushed down a knobbed lever, and the steel clamp slid from Dollard's trussed form. His relief matched only by his quickened awareness of the need for caution in dealing further with rescuers, Dollard took advantage of his release to stretch his aching muscles. Standing erect caused him a moment's dizziness, which he could not account for until he recalled that the alcohol had drunk thousands, or was it millions, of years previously still remained in his bloodstream. Although the interior of the Tigurian ship was suffocatingly warm, yet Dollard felt the lack of clothing with what amounted to discomfort. He described his feeling to Shere Khan, who told him his apparel had also been found in the circling space yacht. Equally well preserved by the cold of interplanetary space, the clothes would be brought to him immediately. After garbing himself, Dollard strode about the Tigurian vessel. Its alien construction seemed to defy all the architectural principles familiar to a human's primate mind. Catwalks, especially, lived up fully to their names, appearing as mere unsupported ribbons that stretched across banks of throbbing molecular engines. Mechanics traversed these walks over fuel pits with graceful skill, despite the lack of handholds. Everywhere, Dollard noticed that members of the crew, when relieved of their tasks, immediately dropped off to slumber without need of intervening recreation. Slightly less than 6 hours after he was awakened, Edwin Dollard heard whistles scream through the length of the vessel, announcing planetfall would take place in only a few minutes. Shere Khan padded up to his side and informed him that he would have to rest in a padded cell while the landing took place. The muscles of his human body would not be up to the shock of deceleration, a magnified strain to which feline muscles had long been accustomed. Dollard obeyed. By now he was weary of his confinement aboard. He was anxious to get aground where he should meet the true leaders of Tegor. He could impress them with his superior abilities. Of course, it would seem strange to find Terra ruled by another species, but after all, that was a contingency he had fully considered when he voluntarily undertook the Deepfreeze. Little by little, the first shock of encountering an alien culture seemed to be wearing off, yet he knew there were still many mind-twisting problems to face. Shortly after he had braced himself against the sponge-lined bulkheads, a great shock traveled transversely through the ship, followed by a dozen or more lesser shudders. Metal groaned and creaked all about him, and the room temperature noticeably increased. Left to himself, Dollard immediately began to formulate new plans. Searching his garments, he was relieved to find a pocket still contained the bag of glittering Syrtis diamonds, with which he had hoped long ago to bribe Venusian officials. The gems might prove equally useful now in cementing his position with the Tugurians. He was angered, however, to find his flame pistols and stunner had been taken away from him. He decided that immediately after his presentation to the leaders, he would ask for the privilege of inspecting their factories and other technological facilities. There had never been erected an industrial plant yet whose efficiency couldn't be in some way improved, Dollard knew. By making himself practically useful, Dollard knew that in time he could build up a personal organization that eventually would result in the acquisition of a new financial empire. All, of course, hinged upon the very vital conference with the upper echelon of Tugurian rulers. But at least it could be said that Edwin Dollard had proved himself capable of dealing with fortune on its toughest terms. Now he was in the home stretch of his new career. Seconds after, the Tugurian ship landed with a thunderous jolt. The engine throb died away, and silence reigned along the corridors. Dollard found his breath painfully short as renewed anxiety gripped him. This was the crucial moment. A panel slid open and Shere Khan appeared. "Come," he said. "The leaders have been notified and are waiting at the banquet hall." "Splendid," said Dollard, rubbing his hands together. "If things work out to advantage for me, I'll remember you, Shere Khan." The Tugurian's yellow eyes blinked as if he had not heard. Outside, Dollard's lungs expanded to draw in deep gulps of the luxuriant tropical air that characterized a warmer Terra. At a considerable distance from the nearly deserted spaceport, he saw that a brilliant city of high towers, capped by narrow glass spires, raised its shining structures to the sky. The sharp-pointed buildings could be seen to be interlaced with countless spidery cables and glistening bridges. For Dollard's observing eyes, the vista of the metropolis evoked, by some indefinable ancient suggestiveness, a buried Terran memory of a giant banyan tree pierced by lean striped bamboos. "Bengal, our capital," Shere Khan told him. "This way, now." He pointed to a waiting air vehicle on the lonely drome. "In there, and you only have 5 more minutes." The feline nostrils wrinkled. 5 more minutes, said Dollard. "Aren't you going?" "No, I wasn't invited." "I'm to go alone?" "Yes," Shere Khan replied. The prolonged effort of speaking in a strange tongue was reflected in his increasingly roughened tones. "I've been ordered to put you in the cage flyer. Then my job is done. The cage will transfer you to the leader's quarters, where all else will be done. Farewell, Primate. It has been interesting. I could almost swear that—" He paused. "Something troubling you?" said Dollard, who didn't usually concern himself with other persons' inner disturbances. He wondered now what instinct prompted this particular inquiry of solicitude on his part. "You trouble me," replied Shere Khan. "I would almost swear you had a high intelligence and a soul worthy of a Tugurian. But of course I know that isn't so." "That's not what I meant," Dollard said fretfully. "There's something else." For a moment he felt like screaming. "Something you haven't told me." "Would you really like to know?" said Shere Khan. "I had thought it was better you didn't. But then I have often been accused of strange sympathies for a Tugurian. I demand to know." "Then I must hurry. Only a few minutes remain. Let me try to draw you a mental picture, Primate. Your race, like ours, was carnivorous. You feasted on many delicacies, on species extinct like the steer, the pheasant, the squirrel. It was your very nature, your undeniable primal instincts, that made you enjoy the rending and devouring of flesh." "True," admitted Dollard. His body was now trembling. "I remember," continued Shere Khan, "one of our archaeologists translated an account of how the primates of your time unearthed the body of a mastodon buried in the glacial ice. The mastodon flesh, a delicacy, was so well preserved that it was still edible, and so it was eaten." I don't think I understand what you're getting at," declared Dollard. He looked anxiously about him, but the flat plain bore no shelter, or for that matter, no other object save the waiting air vehicle and the recently landed spaceship on the drone. Lights began to glow in the far-off city. "The point is," said the feline interpreter, "that it would have made no difference to the primates had the mastodon been intelligent. They would have eaten him anyway. In your epoch, primates ate many domestic animals who differed less in intelligence quotient from them than differ civilized Tugurians from human primates like yourself. The gap today is much greater." "Then you, not me. Only the leaders of my world, shall I say. By virtue of their exalted rank, they have the right to the choicest of foods. Since the dawn of our history, the flesh of primates has been our greatest delicacy, but has grown scarcer and scarcer until now is virtually non-existent. And such specimens as are trapped are stringy and barely edible." Dollard looked down guiltily at his own plump body. His face bore the flushed expression of one suddenly conscious of sin. "But you," continued Shere Khan, "your body is fat and well preserved. When we found you on your derelict ship, our commander communicated with the rulers of Tegor immediately. He was ordered to change course and to bring you to Bengal. The feline's speech broke off. Edwin Dollard had suddenly commenced to run from the horror of this alien world, recognition of his fate having burst like a rocket in his panic-stricken mind. His heart was pounding. But loping easily along as his ancestors might have pursued a baboon or antelope, Shere Khan overtook the screaming human. He seized his obese bulk by the waist and lifted him high above his head. While Dollard kicked and moaned, the feline bore him back to the air vehicle and deposited him into a wire mesh cage in the flying craft's cockpit. A tangle of the sticky ropes descended from the cage's roof, further entangling the trapped industrialist and serving to reduce him to helplessness. Shere Khan adjusted knobs and switches on the vehicle's control board until he had produced the desired setting. Then he stepped back. "As I said before," he declared, "this vehicle will automatically transport you to the leader's banquet hall, to arrive in 5 minutes. There you will be prepared and presented to our rulers. I hope you please them. The reward for our commander and his crew will be great." "Then, all along, what you've been trying to tell me is that I'm to be—" The remainder of Dollard's words melted into a jumble of gibberish. "Exactly," confirmed the Togurian, walking away from the vehicle. If the creature's feline countenance showed a trace of conscience, Dollard from his position within the rising cage could not discern it. Not that it particularly mattered in his last moment of sanity on Earth. And it would puzzle Shere Khan for many years just why the last shrill scream of the primate was, "Garth! Garth, you did this to me!" End of Deepfreeze by Robert Donald Locke. Recording by Chad Jackson.
Image of the Gods by Alan Edward Norse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman. Image of the Gods by Alan Edward Norse. It was nearly winter when the ship arrived. Pete Farnham never knew if the timing had been planned that way, or not. It might have been coincidence that it came just when the colony was predicting its first real bumper crop of all time. When it was all over, Pete and Mario and the rest tried to figure it out, but none of them ever knew for sure just what had happened on Earth, or when it had actually happened. There was too little information to go on, and practically none that they could trust. All Pete Farnham really knew that day was that this was the wrong year for a ship from Earth to land on Baron 4. Pete was out on the plantation when it landed. As usual, his sprayer had gotten clogged. Tarring should have been started earlier, before it got so cold that the stuff clung to the nozzle and hardened, before the spray could settle into the dusty soil. The summer past had been the colony's finest, in the 14 years he's been there. A warm, still summer with plenty of rain to keep the dirt down and let the taro get well rooted and grow up tall and gray against the purple sky. But now the taro was harvested. It was waiting, compressed and crated, ready for shipment, and the heavy black clouds were scudding nervously across the sky, faster with every passing day. 2 days ago, Pete had asked Mario to see about firing up the little furnaces the Dusties had built to help them fight the winter. All that remained now was tarring the fields, and then buckling down beneath the windshields, before the first winter storms struck. Pete was trying to get the nozzle of the tar sprayer cleaned out when Mario's Jeep came roaring down the rutted road from the village in a cloud of dust. In the back seat, a couple Dusties were bouncing up and down like happy 5-year-olds. The brakes squealed, and Mario bellowed at him from the road. "Pete, ship's in, better get hoppin'." Pete nodded and started to close up the sprayer. One of the Dusties tumbled out of the Jeep and scampered across the field to give him a hand. It was an inexpert hand, to say the least, but the Dusties seemed so proud of the little they were able to learn about mechanized farming that nobody had the heart to shoo them away. Pete watched the fuzzy brown creature get its paws thoroughly gummed up with tar before he pulled him loose and sent him back to the Jeep with a whack on the backside. He finished the job himself, grabbed his coat from the back of the sprayer, and pulled himself into the front seat of the Jeep. Mario started the little car back down the road. The young colonist's face was coated with dust, emphasizing the lines of worry around his eyes. "I don't like it, Pete. There isn't any ship due this year." When did it land? About 20 minutes ago. Won't be cool for a while yet. Pete laughed. Maybe old Schooner is just getting lonesome to swap tall stories with us. Maybe he's even bringing us a locker of T-bones. Who knows? Maybe, said Mario, without conviction. Pete looked at him and shrugged. Why complain if they're early? Maybe they found some new way to keep our fields from blowing away on us every winter. He started across the heavy windbreaks between the fields, long, ragged structures built in hope of outwitting the vicious winds that howled across the land during the long winter. Pete picked bits of tar from his beard and wiped the dirt from his forehead with the back of his hand. This tarring is mean, he said wearily. Glad to take a break. Maybe Cap Schooner will know something about the rumors we've been hearing, Mario said gloomily. Pete looked at him sharply. About Earth? Mario nodded. Schooner's a pretty good guy, I guess. I mean, he'd tell us if anything was really wrong back home, wouldn't he? Pete nodded and snapped his fingers. One of the Dusties hopped over into his lap and began gawking happily at the broad fields as the jeep jogged along. Pete stroked the creature's soft brown fur with his tar-caked fingers. Maybe someday these little guys will show us where they go for the winter, he said. They must have it down to a science. Somehow the idea was funny, and both men roared. If the Dusties had anything down to a science, nobody knew what. Mario grinned and tweaked the creature's tail. They sure do beat the winter, though, he said. So do we, only we have to do it the human way. These fellows grew up in the climate. Pete lapsed into silence as the village came into view. The ship had landed quite a way out, resting on its skids on the long, shallow groove the colonists had bulldozed out for it years before, the first year they had arrived on Baron 4. Slowly, Pete turned Mario's words over in his mind, allowing himself to worry a little. There had been rumors of trouble back on Earth. Persistent rumors he had taken care to soft-pedal as mayor of the colony. There were other things, too, like the old newspapers and magazines that had been brought in by the lad from Baron 2, and the rare radio message they could pick up through their atmospheric disturbance. Maybe something was going wrong back home. But somehow, political upheavals on Earth seemed remote to these hardened colonists. Captain Schooner's visits were always welcome, but they were few and far between. The colony was small. One ship every 3 years could supply it, and even then the taro crates wouldn't half fill up the storage holds. There were other colonies far closer to home that sent back more taro in 1 year than Baron 4 could grow in 10. But when a ship did come down, it was a time of high excitement. It meant fresh food from Earth, meat from the frozen lockers, maybe even a little candy and salt. And always, for Pete, a landing meant a long evening of palaver with the captain about things back home and things on Baron 4. Pete smiled to himself as he thought of it. He could remember Earth, of course, with a kind of vague nostalgia, but Baron 4 was home to him now, and he knew he would never leave it. He had too many hopes invested there, too many years of heartache and desperate work, too much deep satisfaction in having cut a niche for himself in this dusty, hostile world, ever to think about Earth any more. Mario stepped in front of the offices, and one of the Dusties hopped out ahead of Pete. The creature strode across the rough gravel to the door, pulling tar off his fingers, just as he had seen Pete do. Pete followed him to the door, then stopped, frowning. There should have been a babble of voices inside, with Captain Schooner's loud laugh roaring above the excitement, but Pete could hear nothing. A chill of uneasiness ran through him. He pushed open the door and walked inside. A dozen of his friends looked up silently, avoiding the eyes of the uniformed stranger in the center of the room. When he saw the man, Pete Farnham knew something was wrong indeed. It wasn't Captain Schooner. It was a man he'd never seen before. The Dusty ran across the room in front of Pete and hopped up on the desk as though he owned it, throwing his hands on his hips and staring at the stranger curiously. Pete took off his cap and parka and dropped them on a chair. "Well," he said, "this is a surprise. We weren't expecting a ship so soon." The man inclined his head stiffly and glanced down at the paper he held in his hand. "You're Pete Farnham, I suppose. Mayor of this colony? That's right. And you? Varga is the name, the captain said shortly. Earth Security and Supply. He nodded toward the small, frail-looking man in civilian clothes, sitting beside him. This is Rupert Nathan, one of Colonial Service. You'll be seeing a great deal of him. He held out a small wallet of papers. Our credentials, Farnham. Be so good as to examine them. Pete glanced around the room. John Tegan and Hank Mario were watching him uneasily. Mary Turner was following the proceedings with her sharp little eyes, missing nothing, and Mel Dorfman stood like a rock, his heavy face curiously expressionless as he watched the visitors. Pete reached out for the papers, flipped through them, and handed them back with a long look at Captain Varga. He was younger than Captain Schooner, with sandy hair and pale eyes that looked up at Pete from a soft baby face. Clean-shaven, his whole person seemed immaculate as he leaned back calmly in the chair. His civilian companion, however, had indecision written in every line of his pink face. His hands fluttered nervously, and he avoided the colonist's eyes. Pete turned to the captain. The papers say you're our official supply ship, he said. You're early, but an Earth ship is always good news. He clucked at the Dusty, who was about to go after one of the shiny buttons on the captain's blouse. The little brown creature hopped over and settled on Pete's knee. We've been used to seeing Captain Schooner. The captain and Nathan exchanged glances. Captain Schooner has retired from security service, the captain said shortly. You won't be seeing him again, but we have a cargo for your colony. You may send these people over to the ship to start unloading now if you wish. His eyes swept the circle of windburned faces, while Nathan and I discuss certain matters with you here. Nobody moved for a moment. Then Pete nodded to Mario. Take the boys out to unload, Jack. We'll see you back here in an hour or so. Pete, are you sure? Don't worry. Take Mel and Hank along to lend a hand. Pete turned back to Captain Varga. Suppose we go inside to more comfortable quarters, he said. We're always glad to have word back from Earth. They passed through a dark, smelly corridor into Pete's personal quarters. For a colony house, it wasn't bad. Good plastic chairs, a handmade rug on the floor, even one of Mary Turner's paintings on the wall, and several of the weird, stylized carvings the Dusties had done for Pete. But the place smelled of tar and sweat, and Captain Varga's nose wrinkled in distaste. Nathan drew out a large silk handkerchief and wiped his pink hands, touching his nose daintily. The Dusty hopped into the room ahead of them and settled into the biggest, most comfortable chair. Pete snapped his fingers sharply, and the brown creature jumped down again like a naughty child and climbed up on Pete's knee. The captain glanced at the chair with disgust and sat down in another. Do you actually let those horrid creatures have run of your house? He asked. Why not? Pete said. We have run of their planet. They're quite harmless, really, and quite clean. The captain sniffed. Nasty things. Might find a use for the furs, though. They look quite soft. We don't kill Dusties, said Pete, coolly. They're friendly and intelligent, too, in a childish sort of way. He looked at the captain and Nathan, and decided not to put on the coffee pot. Now, what's the trouble? No trouble at all, the captain said, except the trouble you choose to make. You have this year's tarot ready for shipping. Of course. The captain took out a small pencil on a chain and began to twirl it. How much, to be exact? 20,000, earth weight. Tons? Pete shook his head. 100 weight. The captain raised his eyebrows. Ah, I see. And there are, he consulted the papers in his hand, roughly 220 colonists here on Baron 4. Is that right? That's right. 74 men, 81 women, and 59 children, to be exact. I'd have to look it up. Margaret Singman had twins the other night. Well, don't be ridiculous, snapped the captain. On a planet the size of Baron 4, with 74 men, you should be producing a dozen times the tarot you stated. We'll consider that your quota for a starter, at least. You have ample seed, according to my records. I should think, with the proper equipment. Now, wait a minute, said Pete softly. We're fighting climate here, Captain. You should know that. We have only a 2-planting season, and the proper equipment, as you call it, doesn't operate too well out here. It has a way of clogging up with dust in the summer and rusting in the winter."
"Really," said Captain Varga. "As I was saying, with proper equipment, you could cultivate a great deal more land than you seem to be using. That would give you the necessary heavier yield. Wouldn't you say so, Nathan?" The little, nervous man nodded. "Certainly, Captain, with the proper organization of labor."
"That's nonsense," Pete said, suddenly angry. "Nobody can get that kind of yield from this planet. The ground won't give it, and the men won't grow it."
The captain gave him a long look.
"Really," he said, "I think you're wrong. I think the men will grow it."
Pete stood up, slowly.
"What are you trying to say? This business about quotas and organization of labor. You didn't read our credentials as we instructed you, Farnham. Mr. Nathan is the official governor of the colony of Baron IV, as of now. You'll find him most cooperative, I'm sure, but he's answerable directly to me in all matters. My job is administration of the entire Baron's system. Clear enough?"
Pete's eyes were dark.
"I think you better draw me a picture," he said tightly. "A very clear picture."
"Very well. Baron IV is not paying for its upkeep. Taro, after all, is not the most necessary of crops in the universe. It has value, but not very much value, all things considered. If the production of taro here is not increased sharply, it may be necessary to close down the colony altogether."
"You're a liar," said Pete, shortly. "The colonization board makes no production demands on the colonies, nor does it farm out systems for personal exploitation."
The captain smiled. "The colonization board, as you call it, has undergone a slight reorganization," he said.
"Reorganization? It's a top-level board in the Earth government. Nothing could reorganize it but a wholesale—"
He broke off, his jaw sagging as the implication sank in. "You're rather out on a limb, you see," said the captain coolly. "Poor communications and all that. The fact is that the entire Earth government has undergone a slight reorganization also."
The Dusty knew that something had happened. Pete didn't know how he knew. The Dusties couldn't talk, couldn't make any noise as far as Pete knew. But they always seemed to know when something unusual was happening. It was wrong, really, to consider them unintelligent animals.
There are other sorts of intelligence than human, and other sorts of communication, and other sorts of culture.
The Baron IV colonists had never understood the queer perspective sense that the Dusties seemed to possess, any more than they knew how many Dusties there were, or what they ate, or where on the planet they lived. All they knew was that when they landed on Baron IV, the Dusties were there. At first, the creatures had been very timid. For weeks, the men and women, busy with their building, had paid little attention to the skittering brown forms that crept down from the rocky hills to watch them with big, curious eyes. They were about half the size of men, and strangely humanoid in appearance. Not in the sense that a monkey is humanoid, for they did not resemble monkeys, but in some way the colonists could not quite pin down. It may have been the way they walked around on their long, fragile hind legs, the way they stroked their pointed chins as they sat and watched and listened, with their pointed ears lifted alertly, watching with soft gray eyes, or the way they handled objects with their little four-fingered hands. They were so remarkably human-like, in their elven way, that the colonists couldn't help but be drawn to the creatures. That whole first summer, when the colonists were building the village and the landing groove for the ships, the Dusties were among them, trying pathetically to help. So eager for friendship that even occasional rebuffs failed to drive them away. They liked the colony. They seemed somehow to savor the atmosphere, moving about like solemn, fuzzy overseers as the work progressed throughout the summer. Pete Farnham thought that they had even tried to warn the people about the winter. But the colonists couldn't understand, of course. Not until later. The Dusties became a standing joke, and were tolerated with considerable amusement. Until the winter struck. It had come with almost unbelievable ferocity. The houses had not been completed when the first hurricanes came, and they were smashed into toothpicks. The winds came, vicious winds full of dust and sleet and ice, wild, erratic, twisting gales that ripped the village to shreds, tearing off the topsoil that had been broken and fertilized. Merciless, never-ending winds that wailed and screamed the planet's protest. The winds drove sand and dirt and ice into the heart of the generators, and the heating units corroded and jammed and went dead. The jeeps and tractors and bulldozers were scored and rusted. The people began dying by the dozens as they huddled down the pitiful little pits they had dug to try to keep the winds away. Few of them were still conscious when the Dusties had come silently, in the blizzard, eyes closed tight against the blast, to drag the people up into the hills, into caves and hollows that still showed the fresh marks of carving tools. They had brought food. What kind of food, nobody knew, for the colony's food had been destroyed by the first blast of the hurricane. But whatever it was, it had kept them alive. And somehow, the colonists had survived the winter, which seemed never to end. There were frozen legs and ruined eyes. There was pneumonia so swift and virulent that even the antibiotics they managed to salvage could not stop it. There was near starvation. But they were kept alive until the winds began to die, and they walked out of their holes in the ground to see the ruins of their first village. From that winter on, nobody considered the Dusties funny anymore. What had motivated them, no one knew, but the colony owed them their lives. The Dusties tried to help the people rebuild. They showed them how to build windshields that would keep their houses intact and anchored to the ground when the winds came again. They built little furnaces out of dirt and rock, which defied the winds and gave great heat. They showed the colonists a dozen things they needed to know for life on the rugged planet. The colonists, in turn, tried to teach the Dusties something about Earth, and how the colonists had lived, and why they had come. But there was a barrier of intelligence that could not be crossed. The Dusties learned simple things, but only slowly and imperfectly. They seemed content to take on their mock overseer's role, moving in and about the village, approving or disapproving, but always trying to help. Some became personal pets, though pet was the wrong word because it was more of a strange personal friendship, limited by utter lack of communication, than any animal and master relationship. The colonists made sure that the Dusties were granted the respect due them as rightful masters of Baron IV. And somehow the Dusties perceived this attitude, and were so grateful for the acceptance and friendship that there seemed nothing that they wouldn't do for the colonists. There had been many discussions about them.
"You'd think they'd resent our moving in on them," Jack Mario had said one day. "After all, we are usurpers, and they treat us like kings. Have you noticed the way they mimic us? I saw one chewing tobacco the other day. He hated this stuff, but he chewed away and spat like a trooper."
One of the Dusties had been sitting on Pete's knee when Captain Varga had been talking, and he had known that something terrible was wrong. Now he sat on the desk in the office, moving uneasily back and forth, as Pete looked up at Mario's dark face, and then across at John Tegan and Mel Dorfman. John's face was dark with anger as he ran his fingers through the heavy gray beard that fell to his chest. Mel sat stunned, shaking his head helplessly. Mario was unable to restrain himself. His face was bitter as he stomped across the room, and he returned to shake his fist under Pete's nose.
"But did you see him?" he choked. "Governor of the colony, what does he know about growing taro in this kind of soil? Did you see those hands? Soft, dainty, pink. How could a man with hands like that govern a colony?"
Pete looked over at John Tegan. "Well, John?" The big man looked up, his eyes hollow under craggy brows. "It's below the belt, Pete. But if the government's been overthrown, then the captain is right. It leaves us out on a limb." Pete shook his head. "I can't give him an answer," he said. "The answer has got to come from the colony. All I can do is speak for the colony." Tegan stared at the floor. "We're an Earth colony," he said softly. "I know that. I was born in New York. I lived there for many years. But Earth isn't my home anymore. This is. He looked at Pete. I built it. And so did you. All of us built it, even when things were getting stormy back home. Maybe that's why we came. Maybe somehow we saw the handwriting on the wall.
But when did it happen? Mel burst out suddenly. How could anything so big happen so fast?
Speed was the secret, Pete said gloomily. It was quick. It was well organized. And the government was unstable. We're just caught in the edge of it. Pity the ones living there now. But the new government considers the colonies as areas for exploitation instead of development.
Well, they can't do it, Mario cried. This is our land, our home. Nobody can tell us what to grow in our fields.
Pete's fist slammed down on the desk. Well, how are you going to stop them? The law of the land is sitting out there in that ship. Tomorrow morning, he's coming back here to install his fat little friend as our governor. He has guns and soldiers on that ship to back him up. What are you going to do about it?
Fight it,
Mario said. How? Jack Mario looked around the room.
There are only a dozen men on that ship, he said softly. We've got 74. When Varga comes back to the village tomorrow, we tell him to take his little friend back to that ship and shove off. We give him 5 minutes to get turned around, and if he doesn't, we start shooting.
Just one little thing, said Pete, quietly. What about the supplies? Even if we fought them off and won, what about the food, the clothing, the replacement parts for the machines?
We don't need machinery to farm this land, said Mario eagerly. There's food here, water we can live on. The Dusties showed us that the first winter. And we can farm the land for our own use and let the machinery rust. There's nothing they can bring us from Earth that we can't do without.
We couldn't get away with it. Mel Dorfman shook his head bitterly. You're asking us to cut ourselves off from Earth completely, but they'd never let us. They'd send ships to bomb us out.
We could hide and rebuild after they'd finished.
Pete Farnham sighed. They'd never leave us alone, Jack. Didn't you see that, Captain? His kind of mind can't stand opposition. We'd just be a thorn in the side of the new Earth government. They don't want any free colonies.
Well, let's give 'em one.
Mario sat down tiredly, snapping his fingers at the Dusty.
Furs,
he snarled. He looked up, his eyes burning.
It's no good, Pete. We can't let 'em get away with it. Produce for them, yes. Try to raise the yield for them, yes, but not a governor. If they insist on that, we can throw 'em out and keep 'em out.
I don't think so. They'd just kill every one of us first. John Tegan sat up and looked Pete Farnham straight in the eye. In that case, Peter, it might just be better if they did. Pete stared at him for a moment and slowly stood up. All right, he said. Call a general colony meeting. We'll see what the women think. Then we'll make our plans. The ship's jeep skidded to a halt in a cloud of dust. Captain Varga peered through the windshield. Then he stood up, staring at the 3 men, blocking the road at the edge of the village. The little pink-faced man at his side turned white when he saw their faces, and his fingers began to tremble. Each of the men had a gun. You'd better clear the road, the captain snapped. We're driving through. Pete Farnham stepped forward. He pointed to Nathan. Take your friend there back to the ship. Leave him there. We don't want him here. Nathan turned to Varga. I told you, he said viciously. Too big for their boots. Go on through. The captain laughed and gunned the motor, started straight for the men, blocking the road. Then Jack Mario shot a hole in his front tire. The jeep lurched to a stop. Captain Varga stood up, glaring at the men. Farnham, step out here, he said. You heard us, Pete said, without moving. Crops, yes. We'll try to increase our yield, but no overseer. Leave him here and we'll kill him. Once more, said the captain. Clear the way. This man is your new governor. He will be regarded as the official agent of the Earth government until the final production capacity of this colony is determined. Now clear out. The men didn't move. Without another word, the captain threw the jeep in reverse, jerked back in a curve, and started the jeep, flat tire and all, back toward the ship in a billow of dust. Abruptly, the village exploded into activity. 4 men took up places behind the row of windbreaks, beyond the first row of cabins. Pete turned and ran back to the village. He found John Tegan commanding a squad of 10 dirty-faced men. "Are the women and children all out?" he shouted. "All taken care of." Tegan spat tobacco juice and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Where's Mel?" "Left flank. He'll try to move in behind them. Gonna be tough, Pete. They've got good weapons." "What about the boys last night?" John was checking the bolt on his ancient rifle. "Hank and Ringo? Just got back an hour ago. If Varga wants to get his surface planes into action, he's gonna have to dismantle them and rebuild them again. The boys jammed up the launching ports for good." He spat again. "Don't worry, Pete. This is going to be a ground fight." "Okay." Pete held out his hand to the old man. "This may be it, and if we turn them back, there's bound to be more later." "There's a lot of planet to hide on," said Tegan. "They may come back, but after a while, they'll go again." Pete nodded. "I just hope we're still here when they do." They waited. It seemed like hours. Pete moved from post to post among the men. Heavy-faced men he'd known all his life, it seemed. They waited with whatever weapons they had available. Pistols, homemade revolvers, ortho guns, an occasional rifle, even knives and clubs. Pete's heart sank. They were bitter men, but they were a mob with no organization, no training for fighting. They would be facing a dozen of security's best disciplined shock troops, armed with the latest weapons from Earth's electronics laboratories. The colonists didn't stand a chance. Pete got his rifle and made his way up the rise of ground overlooking the right flank of the village. Squinting, he could spot the cloud of dust rising up near the glistening ship, moving toward the village. And then, for the first time, he realized that he hadn't seen any Dusties all day. It puzzled him. They had been in the village in abundance an hour before dawn, while the plans were being laid out. He glanced around, hoping to see one of the fuzzy brown forms at his elbow, but he saw nothing. And then, as he stared at the cloud of dust coming across the valley, he thought he saw the ground moving. He blinked and rubbed his eyes. With a gasp, he dragged out his binoculars and peered down at the valley floor. There were thousands of them, hundreds of thousands, their brown bodies moving slowly out from the hills surrounding the village, converging in a broad, liquid column between the village and the ship. Even as he watched, the column grew thicker, like a heavy blanket being drawn across the road, a multitude of Dusties lining up. Pete's hair prickled on the back of his neck. They knew so little about the creatures. So very little. As he watched the brown carpet rolling out, he tried to think. Could there be a weapon in their hands? Could they somehow have perceived the evil that came from the ship, somehow sensed the desperation in the men's voices as they had laid out their plans? Pete stared, a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. They were there in the road, thousands upon thousands of them, standing there, waiting. For what? 3 columns of dust were coming from the road now. Through the glasses, Pete could see the jeeps, filled with men in their gleaming gray uniforms, crash helmets tight about their heads, blasters glistening in the pale light. They moved in deadly convoy, along the rutted road, closer and closer to the crowd of Dusties, overflowing the road. The Dusties just stood there. They didn't move. They didn't shift or turn. They just waited. The captain's car was first in line. He pulled up behind the line with a screech of brakes and stared at the sea of creatures before him. "Get out of there!" he shouted. The Dusties didn't move. The captain turned to his men. "Fire into them!" he snapped. "Clear a path!" There was a blaze of fire, and 6 Dusties slid to the ground, convulsing. Pete felt a chill pass through him, staring in disbelief. The Dusties had a weapon, he kept telling himself. They must have a weapon, something the colonists had never dreamed of. The guns came up again, and another volley echoed across the valley, and 12 more Dusties fell to the ground. For every one that fell, another moved stolidly into its place. With a curse, the captain sat down in the seat, gunned the motor, and started forward. The jeep struck the fallen bodies, rolled over them, and plunged straight into the wall of Dusties. Still they didn't move. The car slowed and stopped, mired down. The other cars picked up momentum and plunged into the brown river of creatures. They, too, ground to a stop. The captain started roaring at his men. "Cut them down! We're going to get through here!" Blasters began roaring into the faces of the Dusties, and as they fell, the jeeps moved forward a few feet, until more of the creatures blocked their path. Pete heard a cry below him, and saw Jack Mario standing in the road, gun on the ground, hands out in front of him, staring in horror as the Dusties kept moving into the fire.
"Do you see what they're doing?" he screamed. "They'll be slaughtered, every one of them!"
And then he was running down the road, shouting at them to stop, and so were Pete and Tegan and the rest of the men. Something hit Pete in the shoulder as he ran. He spun around and fell into the dusty road. A dozen Dusties closed in around him, lifted him up bodily, and started back through the village with him. He tried to struggle, but vaguely he saw that the other men were being carried back also, while the river of brown creatures held the jeeps at bay. The Dusties were hurrying, half carrying and half dragging him back through the village and up a long ravine into the hills beyond. At last they set Pete on his feet again, plucking urgently at his shirt sleeve as they hurried him along. He followed them willingly then, with the rest of the colonists at his heels. He didn't know what the Dusties were doing, but he knew that they were trying to save him. Finally they reached a cave, a great cleft in the rock, that Pete knew for certain had not been there when he had led exploring parties through these hills years before. It was a huge opening, and already a dozen of the men were there waiting, dazed by what they had witnessed down in the valley, while more were stumbling up the rocky incline, tugged along by the fuzzy brown creatures. Inside the cavern, steps led down the side of the rock, deep into the dark coolness of the earth. Down and down they went, until they suddenly found themselves in a mammoth room lit by blazing torches. Pete stopped and stared at his friends who had already arrived. Jack Mario was sitting on the floor, his hands in his face, sobbing. Tegan was sitting too, blinking at Pete as if he were a stranger, and Dorfman was trembling like a leaf. Pete stared about him through the dim light, and then looked where Tegan was pointing at the end of the room. He couldn't see it clearly at first. Finally, he made out a raised platform, with 4 steps leading up. A torch lighted either side of a dais at the top, and between the torches, rising high into the gloom, stood a statue. It was a beautifully carved thing, hewn from heavy granite that made up the core of this planet, with the same curious styling as the other carvings the Dusties had done. The design was intricate, the lines carefully turned and polished. At first, Pete thought it was a statue of a Dusty, but when he moved forward and squinted in the dim light, he suddenly realized it was something else indeed. And in that moment he realized why they were there, and why the Dusties had done this incredible thing to protect them. The statue was weirdly beautiful, the work of a dedicated master sculptor. It was a figure, standing with 5-fingered hands on hips, head raised high. Not a portrait, but an image seen through other eyes than human, standing high in the room with the lights burning reverently at its feet. Unmistakably, it was the statue of a man. They heard the bombs much later. The granite roof and floor of the cavern trembled, and the men and women stared at each other, helpless and sick as they huddled in that great hall. But presently the bombing stopped. Later, when they stumbled out of that grotto into the late afternoon light, the ship was gone. They knew it would be back. Possibly it would bring back search parties to hunt down the rebels in the hills. Perhaps it would just wait and again bomb out the new village when it rose. But searching parties would never find their quarry, and the village would rise again and again if necessary. And in the end, somehow, Pete knew that the colonists would find a way to survive here and live free as they had always lived. It might be a bitter struggle, but no matter how hard the fight, there would be one strange and wonderful thing they could count on. No matter what they had to do, he knew the Dusties would help them. End of Image of the Gods by Alan Edward Norse. Recording by Rebecca Zimmerman.
The Automaton Ear by Florence McLandberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Riley McGuire. The Automaton Ear by Florence McLandberg. The day was hardly different from many another day, though I will likely recall it even when the mist of years has shrouded the past in an undefined hueless cloud. The sunshine came in at my open window. Out of doors it flooded all the land in its warm summer light. The spires of the town and the bare college campus. Farther, the tall, bearded barley and rustling oats. Farther still, the wild grass and the forest, where the river ran and the blue haze dipped from the sky. The temptation was greater than I could stand, and taking my book, I shut up the study, as the students called my small apartment, leaving it for one bounded by no walls or ceiling. The woods rang with the hum and chirp of insects and birds. I threw myself down beneath a tall, broad, spreading tree. Against its moss-covered trunk I could hear the loud tap of the woodpecker secreted high up among its leaves, and off at the end of a tender young twig a robin trilled, swinging himself to and fro through the checkered sunlight. I never grew weary listening to the changeful voice of the forest and the river, and was hardly conscious of reading until I came upon this paragraph. As a particle of the atmosphere is never lost, so sound is never lost. A strain of music or a simple tone will vibrate in the air forever and ever, decreasing according to a fixed ratio. The diffusion of the agitation extends in all directions, like the waves in a pool, but the ear is unable to detect it beyond a certain point. It is well known that some individuals can distinguish sounds which to others, under precisely similar circumstances, are wholly lost. Thus, the fault is not in the sound itself, but in our organ of hearing, and a tone once in existence is always in existence. This was nothing new to me. I had read it before, though I had never thought of it particularly. But while I listened to the robin, it seemed singular to know that all sounds ever uttered, ever born, were floating in the air now. All music, every tone, every bird song, and we, alas, could not hear them. Suddenly a strange idea shot through my brain. Why not? Why not hear? Men had constructed instruments which could magnify to the eye, and, was it possible? Why not? I looked up and down the river, but saw neither it, nor the sky, nor the moss that I touched. Did the woodpecker still tap secreted among the leaves, and the robin sing, and the hum of insects run along the bank as before? I cannot recollect anything, only Mother Flint's, the deaf and dumb old crone that occasionally came to beg and sell nuts to the students, was standing in the gateway. I nodded to her as I passed, and walked up her long, slim shadow that lay on the path. It was a strange idea that had come so suddenly into my head and startled me. I hardly dared to think of it, but I could think of nothing else. It could not be possible, and yet, why not? Over and over in the restless hours of the night I asked myself, I said aloud, why not? Then I laughed at my folly and wondered what I was thinking of and tried to sleep. But if it could be done? The idea clung to me. It forced itself up in class hours and made confusion in the lessons. Some said the professor was ill those 2 or 3 days before the vacation. Perhaps I was. I scarcely slept, only the one thought grew stronger. Men had done more wonderful things. It certainly was possible, and I would accomplish this grand invention. I would construct the king of all instruments. I would construct an instrument which could catch these faint tones vibrating in the air and render them audible. Yes, and I would labor quietly until it was perfected, or the world might laugh. The session closed and the college was deserted, save by the few musty students whom, even in imagination, one could hardly separate or distinguish from the old books on the library shelves. I could wish for no better opportunity to begin my great work. The first thing would be to prepare for it by a careful study of acoustics, and I buried myself among volumes on the philosophy of sound. I went down to London and purchased a common ear trumpet. My own ear was exceedingly acute, and to my great delight I found that, with the aid of the trumpet just as it was, I could distinguish sounds at a much greater distance, and those nearer were magnified in power. I had only to improve upon this instrument. Careful study, careful work, careful experiment, and my hopes would undoubtedly be realized. Back to my old room in the college I went with a complete set of tools. So days and weeks I shut myself in, and every day and every week brought nothing but disappointment. The instrument seemed only to diminish sound rather than increase it, yet still I worked on and vowed I would not grow discouraged. Hour after hour I sat, looking out of my narrow window. The fields of barley and waving oats had been reaped, the wheat too had ripened and gone, but I did not notice. I sprang up with a joyful exclamation. Strange never to have thought of it before. Perhaps I had not spent my time in vain after all. How could I expect to test my instrument in this close room, with only that little window? It should be removed from immediate noises, high up in the open air, where there would be no obstructions. I would never succeed here. But where should I go? It must be some place in which I would never be liable to interruption, for my first object was to be shielded and work in secret. I scoured the neighborhood for an appropriate spot without success, when it occurred to me that I had heard someone say the old gray church was shut up. This church was situated just beyond the suburbs of the town. It was built of rough stone, mottled and stained by unknown years. The high, square tower, covered by thick vines that clung and crept round its base, was the most venerable monument among all the slabs and tombs where it stood sentinel. Only graves deserted and uncared for by the living kept it company. People said the place was too damp for use, and talked of rebuilding, but it had never been done. Now if I could gain access to the tower, that was the very place for my purpose. I found the door securely fastened, and walked round and round without discovering any way of entrance. But I made it my mind, if it were possible, to get inside of that church I would do it, and without the help of keys. The high windows were not to be thought of, but in the rear of the building, lower down, where the fuel had probably been kept, there was a narrow opening which was boarded across. With very little difficulty, I knocked out the planks and crept through. It was a cellar, and as I had anticipated, the coal receptacle. After feeling about, I found a few rough steps which led to a door that was unlocked and communicated with the passage back of the vestry room. The tower I wished to explore was situated in the remote corner of the building. I passed on to the church. Its walls were discolored by green mold and blackened where the water had dripped through. The sun, low down in the sky, lit the tall arched windows on the west, and made yellow strips across the long aisles, over the faded pews with their stiff straight backs, over the chancel rail, over the altar with its somber woodwork. But there was no warmth, only the cheerless glare seemed to penetrate the cold, dead atmosphere. Only the cheerless glare, without sparkle, without life, came into that voiceless sanctuary where the organ slept. At the right of the vestibule, a staircase led to the tower. It ascended to a platform laid on a level with the 4 windows and a little above the point of the church roof. These 4 windows were situated one on each side of the tower, running high up and the lower casement folding inward. Here was my place. Above the treetops, in the free open air, with no obstacle to obstruct the wind, I could work unmolested by people or noise. The fresh breeze that fanned my face was cool and pleasant. An hour ago I had been tired, disappointed, and depressed. But now, buoyant with hope, I was ready to begin work again, work that I was determined to accomplish. The sun had gone. I did not see the broken slabs and urns and the shadow down below. I did not see the sunken graves and the rank grass and briars. I looked over them and saw the gorgeous fringes along the horizon, scarlet and gold and pearl. Saw them quiver and brighten to flame, and the white wings of pigeons whirl and circle in the deepening glow. I closed the windows, and when I had crawled out of the narrow hole, carefully reset the boards just as I had found them. In another day all the tools and books that I considered necessary were safely deposited in the tower. I only intended to make this my workshop, still, of course, occupying my old room in the college. Here I matured plan after plan. I studied, read, worked, knowing, feeling that at last I must succeed. But failure followed failure, and I sank into despondency, only to begin again with a kind of desperation. When I went down to London and wandered about, hunting up different metals and hardwoods, I never entered a concert room or an opera house. Was there not music in store for me, such as no mortal ear had ever heard? All the music, every strain that had sounded in the past ages? Ah, I could wait. I would work patiently and wait. I was laboring now upon a theory that I had not tried heretofore. It was my last resource. If this failed, then... But it would not fail. I resolved not to make any test, not to put it near my ear until it was completed. I discarded all woods and used only the metals which best transmitted sound. Finally, it was finished, even to the ivory earpiece. I held the instrument all ready. I held it and looked eastward and westward and back again. Suddenly, all control over the muscles of my hand was gone. It felt like stone. Then the strange sensation passed away. I stood up and lifted the trumpet to my ear. What? Silence? No, no. I was faint. My brain was confused, whirling. I would not believe it. I would wait a moment until this dizziness was gone, and then I would be able to hear. I was deaf now. I still held the instrument. In my agitation, the ivory tip shook off and rolled down rattling on the floor. I gazed at it mechanically, as if it had been a pebble. I never thought of replacing it, and, mechanically, I raised the trumpet a second time to my ear. A crash of discordant sounds, a confused, jarring noise broke upon me, and I drew back trembling, dismayed. Fool! Oh, fool of fools, never to have thought of this, which a child, a dunce, would not have overlooked. My great invention was nothing, was worse than nothing, was worse than a failure. I might have known that my instrument would magnify present sounds in the air to such a degree as to make them utterly drown all others, and, clashing together, produce this noise like the heavy rumble of thunder. The college reopened, and I took up my old line of duties, or at least attempted them, for the school had grown distasteful to me. I was restless, moody, and discontented. I tried to forget my disappointment, but the effort was vain. The spires of the town and the college campus glittered white. The fields of barley and oats were fields of snow. The forest leaves had withered and fallen, and the river slumbered, wrapped in a sheeting of ice. Still I brooded over my failure, and when again the wild grass turned green I no longer cared. I was not the same man that had looked out at the waving grain in the blue haze only a year before. A gloomy despondency had settled upon me, and I grew to hate the students, to hate the college, to hate society. In the first shock of discovered failure, I had given up all hope, and the winter passed I knew not how. I never wondered if the trouble could be remedied. Now it suddenly occurred to me, perhaps it was no failure after all. The instrument might be made adjustable. so as to be sensible to faint or severe vibrations at pleasure of the operator, and thus separate the sounds. I remembered how, but for the accidental removal of the ivory, my instrument perhaps would not have reflected any sound. I would work again and persevere. I would have resigned my professorship, only it might create suspicion. I knew not that already they viewed me with curious eyes and sober faces. When the session finally closed, they tried to persuade me to leave the college during vacation and travel on the continent. I would feel much fresher, they told me, in the autumn. In the autumn? Aye, perhaps I might, and I would not go abroad. Once more the reapers came unnoticed. My work progressed slowly. Day by day I toiled up in the old church tower, and night by night I dreamed. In my sleep it often seemed that the instrument was suddenly completed, but before I could raise it to my ear, I would always waken with a nervous start. So the feverish time went by, and at last I held it ready for a second trial. Now the instrument was adjustable, and I had also improved it so far as to be able to set it very accurately for any particular period, thus rendering it sensible only to sounds of that time, all heavier and fainter vibrations being excluded. I drew it out almost to its limits. All the maddening doubts that had haunted me like grinning specters died. I felt no tremor, my hand was steady, my pulse beat regular. The soft breeze had fallen away. No leaf stirred in the quiet that seemed to await my triumph. Again the crimson splendor of sunset illumined the western sky and made a glory overhead, and the dusk was thickening down below among the moldering slabs. But that mattered not. I raised the trumpet to my ear. Hark! The hum of mighty hosts. It rose and fell, fainter and more faint. Then the murmur of water was heard and lost again, as it swelled and gathered and burst in one grand volume of sound like a hallelujah from myriad lips. Out of the resounding echo, out of the dying cadence, a single female voice arose. Clear, pure, rich, it soared above the tumult of the host that hushed itself, a living thing. Higher, sweeter, it seemed to break the fetters of mortality and tremble in sublime adoration before the infinite. My breath stilled with awe. Was it a spirit voice, one of the glittering host in the jasper city that had no need of sun, neither of the moon, to shine in it? And the water, was it the river, clear as crystal, flowing from the great white throne? But no! The tone now floated out, soft, sad, human. There was no sorrowful strain in that nightless land, where the leaves of the trees were for the healing of the nations. The beautiful voice was of the earth and sin-stricken. From the sobbing that mingled with the faint ripple of water, it went up once more, ringing gladly, joyfully. It went up inspired with praise to the sky, and hark! The Hebrew tongue. The horse and his rider hath he thrown into the sea. Then the noise of the multitude swelled again, and a crash of music broke forth from innumerable timbrels. I raised my head quickly. It was the song of Miriam after the passage of the Red Sea. I knew not whether I lived. I bent my ear eagerly to the instrument again, and heard the soft rustle, the breathing as of a sleeping forest. A plaintive note stole gently out, more solemn and quiet than the chant of the leaves. The mournful lay, forlorn, frightened, trembled on the air like the piteous wail of some wounded creature. Then it grew stronger. Clear, brilliant, it burst in a shower of silver sounds like a whole choir of birds in the glitter of the tropical sunlight. But the mournful wail crept back, and the lonely, heartbroken strain was lost, while the leaves still whispered to one another in the midnight. Like the light of a distant star, came to me this song of some nightingale, thousands of years after the bird had mouldered to nothing. At last my labor had been rewarded. As sound travels in waves, and these waves are continually advancing as they go round and round the world, therefore I would never hear the same sound over again at the same time, but it passed beyond, and another came in its stead. All night I listened with my ear pressed to the instrument. I heard the polished, well-studied compliments, the rustle of silks, and the quick music of the dance at some banquet. I could almost see the brilliant robes and glittering jewels of the waltzers, and the sheen of light in the mirrors. But hush! A cry, a stifled moan. Was that at the... No! The music and the rustle of silk were gone. "Mother, put your hand here. I am tired, and my head feels hot and strange. Is it night already, that it has grown so dark? I am resting now, for my book is almost done. And then, Mother, we can go back to the dear old home, where the sun shines so bright, and the honeysuckles are heavy with perfume. And Mother, we will never be poor any more. I know you are weary, for your cheeks are pale and your fingers are thin, but they shall not touch a needle then, and you will grow better, Mother, and we will forget these long, long, bitter years. I will not write in the evenings then, but sit with you and watch the twilight fade as we used to do, and listen to the murmur of the frogs. I describe the little stream, our little stream, Mother, in my book. Hark! I hear the splash of its waves now. Hold me by the hand tight, Mother. I am tired, but we are almost there. See, the house glimmers, white, through the trees, and the red bird has built its nest again in the cedar. Put your arm around me, Mother. Mother? Then single, echoless, the mother's piercing cry went up. Oh my God! Great heaven! It would not always be music that I should hear. Into this ear where all the world poured its tales, sorrow and suffering and death would come in turn with mirth and gladness. I listened again. The long-drawn "ahoy, ahoy" of the sailor rang out in slumberous musical monotone, now free, now muffled, gone. The gleeful laugh of children at play, then the drunken, boisterous shout of the midnight reveller. What was that? A chime of bells, strange, sublime, swimming in the air, they made a cold, solemn harmony. But even over them dashed the storm blast of passion that sweeps continually up and down the earth, and the harmony that bound them in peace broke up in a wild, angry clamor that set loose shrill screams which were swallowed up in a savage tumult of discord, like a mad carnival of yelling demons. Then, as if terrified by their own fiendish rage, they retreated shivering, remorseful, and hushed themselves in hoarse whispers about the grey belfry. It was the Caroliner, Matthias Vandergen, playing at Louvain on the 1st of July, 1745. Yes, my invention had proved a grand success. I had worked and worked in order to give this instrument to the world, but now when it was finished, strange to say, all my ambition, all my desire for fame left me, and I was anxious only to guard it from discovery, to keep it secret, to keep it more jealously than a miser hoards his gold. An undefinable delight filled my soul that I alone, out of all humanity, possessed this treasure, this great ear of the world, for which kings might have given up their thrones. Ah, they dreamed not of the wonders I could relate. It was a keen, intense pleasure to see the public for which I had toiled live on, deaf forever, save to the few transient sounds of the moment, while I, their slave, reveled in another world above, beyond theirs. But they should never have this instrument. No, not for kingdoms would I give it up, not for life itself. It exerted a strange fascination over me, and in my eager desire to preserve my secret, a tormenting fear suddenly took possession of me that someone might track me to the tower and discover all. It seemed as if the people looked after me with curious faces as I passed. I went no longer on the main road that led to the church, but when I left my room, took an opposite direction until out of sight, and then made a circuit across the fields. I lived in a continual fear of betraying myself, so that at night I closed my window and door lest I might talk aloud in my sleep. I could never again bear the irksome duties of my office, and when the college reopened, I gave up my situation and took lodgings in town. Still, the dread of detection haunted me. Every day I varied my route to the church, and every day the people seemed to stare at me with a more curious gaze. Occasionally some of my pupils came to visit me, but they appeared constrained in my presence and were soon gone. However, no one seemed to suspect my secret. Perhaps all this was merely the work of my imagination, for I had grown watchful and reticent. I hardly ate or slept. I lived perpetually in the past, listening to the echoing song of the alpine shepherd, the rich, uncultivated soprano of the southern slave making strange, wild melody. I heard grand organ fugues rolling, sweeping over multitudes that kneeled in awe, while a choir of voices broke into a gloria that seemed to sway the great cathedral. The thrilling artistic voices of the far past rang again, making my listening soul tremble in their magnificent harmony. It was music of which we could not dream. Then suddenly I determined to try the opera once more. Perhaps I was prejudiced. I had not been inside of a concert room for more than a year. I went down to London. It was just at the opening of the season. I could hardly wait that evening until the curtain rose. The orchestra was harsh and discordant. The house hot and disagreeable. The gas painfully bright. My restlessness had acquired a feverish pitch before the prima donna made her appearance. Surely that voice was not the one before which the world bowed? Malibran's song stood out in my memory, clearly defined and complete, like a magnificent cathedral of pure marble, with faultless arches and skillfully chiseled carvings, where the minarets rose from wreaths of lilies and vine leaves cut in bas-relief, and the slender spire shot high, glittering yellow in the upper sunlight, its golden arrow burning like flame, pointing towards the east. But this prima donna built only a flat, clumsy structure of wood, ornamented by gaudily painted lattice. I left the opera amid the deafening applause of the audience, with a smile of scorn upon my lips. Poor deluded creatures, they knew nothing of music. They knew not what they were doing. I went to St. Paul's on the Sabbath. There was no worship in the operatic voluntary sung by hired voices. It did not stir my soul, and their cold hymns did not warm with praise to the divine Creator, or sway the vast pulseless congregation that came and went without one quickened breath. All this time I felt a singular, inexpressible pleasure in the consciousness of my great secret, and I hurried back with eager haste. In London, I had accidentally met 2 or 3 of my old acquaintances. I was not overglad to see them myself. As I have said, I had grown utterly indifferent to society, but I almost felt ashamed when they offered me every attention within their power, for I had not anticipated it, nor was it deserved on my part. Now, when I returned, everybody in the street stopped to shake hands with me and inquire for my health. At first, although I was surprised at the interest they manifested, I took it merely as the common civility on meeting. But when the question was repeated so particularly by each one, I thought it appeared strange, and asked if they had ever heard to the contrary. No, oh no, they said. But still I was astonished at the unusual care with which they all made the same inquiry. I went up to my room and walked directly to the glass. It was the first time I had consciously looked into a mirror for many weeks. Good heavens! The mystery was explained now. I could hardly recognize myself. At first, the shock was so great that I stood gazing, almost petrified. The demon of typhus fever could not have wrought a more terrific change in my face if he had held it in his clutches for months. My hair hung in long, straggling locks around my neck. I was thin and fearfully haggard. My eyes, sunken far back in my head, looked out from dark, deep hollows. My heavy black eyebrows were knit together by wrinkles that made seams over my forehead. My fleshless cheeks clung tight to the bone, and a bright red spot on either one was half covered by thick beard. I had thought so little about my personal appearance lately that I had utterly neglected my hair, and I wondered now that it had given me no annoyance. I smiled while I still looked at myself. This was the effect of the severe study and loss of sleep and the excitement under which I had labored for months, yes, for more than a year. I had not been conscious of fatigue, but my work was done now, and I would soon regain my usual weight. I submitted myself immediately to the hands of a barber, dressed with considerable care, and took another look in the glass. My face appeared pinched and small since it had been freed from beard. The caverns around my eyes seemed even larger, and the bright color in my cheeks contrasted strangely with the extremely sallow tint of my complexion. I turned away with an uncomfortable feeling and started on a circuitous route to the church, for I never trusted my instrument in any other place. It was a sober autumn day. Everything looked dreary with that cold, gray, sunless sky stretched overhead. The half-naked trees shivered a little in their seared garments of ragged leaves. Occasionally a cat walked along the fence top, or stood trembling on 3 legs. Sometimes a depressed bird suddenly tried to cheer its drooping spirits and uttered a few sharp, discontented chirps. Just in front of me 2 boys were playing ball on the roadside. As I passed, I accidentally caught this sentence. "They say the professor ain't just right in his head." For a moment, I stood rooted to the ground, then wheeled around and cried out fiercely, "What did you say?" "Sir? What was that you said just now?" I repeated, still more fiercely. The terrified boys looked at me an instant, then without answering, turned and ran as fast as fright could carry them. So the mystery now was really explained. It was not sick the people thought me, but crazy. I walked on with a queer feeling and began vaguely to wonder why I had been so savage to those boys. The fact which I'd learned so suddenly certainly gave me a shock, but it was nothing to me. What did I care, even if the people did think me crazy? Perhaps if I told my secret, they would consider it a desperate case of insanity. But the child's words kept ringing in my ears until an idea flashed upon me more terrifying than death itself. How did I know that I was not insane? How did I know that my great invention might be only an hallucination of my brain? Instantly, a whole army of thoughts crowded up like ghostly witnesses to affright me. I had studied myself to a shadow. My pallid face, with the red spots on the cheeks and the blue hollows around the eyes, came before my mental vision afresh. The fever in my veins told me I was unnaturally excited. I had not slept a sound, dreamless sleep for weeks. Perhaps in the long, long days and nights my brain, like my body, had been overwrought. Perhaps in my eager desire to succeed, in my desperate determination, the power of my will had disordered my mind, and it was all deception. The sounds, the music I had heard, merely the creation of my diseased fancy, and the instrument I had handled, useless metal. The very idea was inexpressible torture to me. I could not bear that a single doubt of its reality should exist, but, after once entering my head, how would I ever be able to free myself from distrust? I could not do it. I would be obliged to live always in uncertainty. It was maddening. Now I felt as if I might have struck the child in my rage if I could have found him. Then suddenly it occurred to me, for the first time, that my invention could easily be tested by some other person. Almost instantly I rejected the thought, for it would compel me to betray my secret, and in my strange infatuation I would rather have destroyed the instrument. But the doubts of my sanity on this subject returned upon me with tenfold strength, and again I thought in despair of the only method left me by which they could ever be settled. In the first shock, when the unlucky sentence fell upon my ear, I had turned after the boys, and then walked on mechanically towards the town. Now, when I looked up, I found myself almost at the college gate. No one was to be seen, only Mother Flint's, with her basket on her arm, was just raising the latch. Half bewildered, I turned hastily round and bent my steps in the direction of my lodgings, while I absently wondered whether that old woman had stood there ever since when? I did not recollect, but her shadow was long and slim. No, there were no shadows this afternoon. It was sunless. As I reached the stairs leading to my room, my trouble, which I had forgotten for the moment, broke upon me anew. I dragged myself up and sat down utterly overwhelmed. As I have said, I would sooner destroy the instrument than give it to a thankless world. But to endure the torturing doubt of its reality was impossible. Suddenly it occurred to me that Mother Flint's was mute. I might get her to test my invention without fear of betrayal, for she could neither speak nor write, and her signs on the subject, if she attempted to explain, would be altogether unintelligible to others. I sprang up in wild delight, then immediately fell back in my chair with a hoarse laugh. Mother Flint's was deaf, as well as dumb. I had not remembered that. I sat quietly a moment trying to calm myself and think. Why need this make any difference? The instrument ought to, at least it was possible that it might, remedy loss of hearing. I too was deaf to these sounds in the air that it made audible. They would have to be magnified to a greater degree for her. I might set it for the present and use the full power of the instrument. There certainly would be no harm in trying, at any rate, and if it failed, it would prove nothing. If it did not fail, it would prove everything. Then a new difficulty presented itself. How could I entice the old woman into the church? I went back towards the college, expecting to find her, but she was nowhere to be seen, and I smiled that only a few moments ago I had wondered if she did not always stand in the gateway. Once, I could not exactly recall the time, I had passed her hut. I remembered distinctly that there was a line full of old, ragged clothes stretched across from the fence to a decayed tree, and a bright red flannel petticoat blew and flapped among the blackened branches. It was a miserable frame cabin, set back from the spring road, about half a mile out of town. There I went in search of her. The blasted tree stood out in bold relief against the drab sky. There appeared no living thing about the dirty, besmoked hovel, except one lean rat that squatted with quivering nose and stared a moment, then retreated under the loose plank before the door, leaving its smellers visible until I stepped upon the board. I knocked loudly without receiving any reply. Then, smiling at the useless ceremony I had performed, pushed it open. The old woman, dressed in her red petticoat and a torn calico frock, with a faded shawl drawn over her head, was standing with her back towards me, picking over a pile of rags. She did not move. I hesitated an instant, then walked in. The moment I put my foot upon the floor, she sprang quickly round. At first she remained motionless, with her small, piercing gray eyes fixed upon me, holding a piece of orange and black spotted muslin. Evidently, she recognized me, for, suddenly dropping it, she began a series of wild gestures, grinning until all the wrinkles of her skinny face converged in the region of her mouth, where a few scattered teeth, long and sharp, gleamed strangely white. A rim of grizzled hair stood out round the edge of the turbaned shawl and set off the withered and watchful countenance of the speechless old crone. The yellow shriveled skin hung loosely about her slim neck like leather, and her knotted hands were brown and dry as the claws of an eagle. I went through the motion of sweeping and pointed over my shoulder, making her understand that I wished her to do some cleaning. She drew the seams of her face into a new grimace by way of assent, and, putting the piece of orange and black spotted muslin round her shoulders in lieu of a cloak, preceded me out of the door. She started immediately in the direction of the college, and I was obliged to take hold of her before I could attract her attention. Then, when I shook my head, she regarded me in surprise, and fell once more into a series of frantic gesticulations. With considerable trouble, I made her comprehend that she was merely to follow me. The old woman was by no means dull, and her small, steel-gray eyes had a singular sharpness about them that is only found in the deaf-mute, where they perform the part of the ear and tongue. As soon as we came in sight of the church, she was perfectly satisfied. I walked up to the main entrance, turned the knob, and shook it, then suddenly felt in all my pockets, shook the door over, and felt through all my pockets again. This hypocritical pantomime had the desired effect. The old bedlam slapped her hands together and poked her lean finger at the hole of the lock, apparently amused that I had forgotten the key. Then of her own accord she went round and tried the other doors, but without success. As we passed the narrow window in the rear, I made a violent effort in knocking out the loose boards. The old woman seemed greatly delighted, and when I crawled through, willingly followed. I gave her a brush, which fortunately one day I discovered lying in the vestibule, and left her in the church to dust, while I went up in the tower to prepare and remove from sight all the tools which were scattered about. I put them in a recess and screened it from view by a map of the Holy Land. Then I took my instrument and carefully adjusted it, putting on its utmost power. In about an hour I went down and motioned to Mother Flint's that I wanted her upstairs. She came directly after me without hesitation, and I felt greatly relieved, for I saw that I would likely have no trouble with the old woman. When we got into the tower, she pointed down to the trees and then upward, meaning, I presume, that it was high. I nodded, and taking the instrument, placed my ear to it for a moment. A loud blast of music, like a dozen bands playing in concert, almost stunned me. She watched me very attentively, but when I made signs for her to come and try, she drew back. I held up the instrument and went through all manner of motions indicating that it would not hurt her, but she only shook her head. I persevered in my endeavor to coax her until she seemed to gain courage and walked up within a few feet of me, then suddenly stopped and stretched out her hands for the instrument. As she did not seem afraid, provided she had it herself, I saw that she took firm hold. In my impatience to know the result of this experiment, I was obliged to repeat my signs again and again before I could prevail upon her to raise it to her ear. Then breathlessly I watched her face, a face I thought which looked as if it might belong to some mummy that had been withering for 1,000 years. Suddenly it was convulsed, as if by a galvanic shock. Then the shriveled features seemed to dilate, and a great light flashed through them, transforming them almost into the radiance of youth, a strange light as if some seraph had taken possession of the wrinkled old frame and looked out at the gray eyes, making them shine with unnatural beauty. No wonder the dumb countenance reflected a brightness inexpressible, for the spirit of sound had just alighted with silvery wings upon a silence of 70 years. A heavy weight fell unconsciously from my breast while I stood almost awed before this face, which was transfigured as if it might have caught a glimmer of that mystical morn when, in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, we shall all be changed. My instrument had stood the test. It was proved forever. I could no longer cherish any doubts of its reality, and an indescribable peace came into my soul, like a sudden awakening from some frightful dream. I had not noticed the flight of time. A pale shadow hung already over the trees, yes, and under them on the slime-covered stones. Aye, and a heavier shadow than the coming night was even then gathering unseen in its rayless folds. The drab sky had blanched and broken, and the sinking sun poured a fading light through its ragged fissures. The old woman, as if wrapped in an enchantment, had hardly moved. I tried vainly to catch her attention. She did not even appear conscious of my presence. I walked up and shook her gently by the shoulder and, pointing to the setting sun, held out my hand for the instrument. She looked at me a moment, with a singular, unearthly beauty shining through every feature. Then suddenly, clutching the trumpet tight between her skinny claws, sprang backward toward the stairs, uttering a sound that was neither human nor animal, that was not a wail or a scream, but it fell upon my ears like some palpable horror. Merciful heaven! Was that thing yonder a woman? The shriveled, fleshless lips gaped apart, and a small pointed tongue lurked behind 5 glittering, fang-like teeth. The wild beast had suddenly been developed in the hag. Like a hungry tigress defending its prey, she stood hugging the trumpet to her, glaring at me with stretched neck and green eyes. A savage fierceness roused within me when I found she would not give up the instrument, and I rushed at her with hands ready to snatch back the prize I valued more than my life, or hers. But, quicker than a hunted animal, she turned and fled with it down the stairs, making the tower ring with the hideous cries of her wordless voice. Swiftly, it seemed as if the danger of losing the trumpet gave me wings to fly in pursuit, I crossed the vestibule. She was not there. Everything was silent, and I darted with fleet steps down the dusky aisle of the church, when suddenly the jarring, idiotic sounds broke loose again, echoing up in the organ pipes and rattling along the galleries. The fiend sprang from behind the altar, faced about an instant with flashing eyes and gleaming teeth, then fled through the vestry room into the passage. The sight of her was fresh fuel to my rage, and it flamed into a frenzy that seemed to burn the human element out of my soul. When I gained the steps leading into the coal room, she was already in the window, but I cleared the distance at a single bound and caught hold of her clothes as she leaped down. I crawled through, but she clutched the instrument tighter. I could not prise it out of her grasp, and in her ineffectual efforts to free herself from my hold, she made loud, grating cries that seemed to me to ring and reverberate all through the forest. But presently they grew smothered, gurgled, then ceased. Her clasp relaxed in a convulsive struggle, and the trumpet was in my possession. It was easily done, for her neck was small and lean, and my hands made a circle strong as a steel band. The tremor died out of her frame and left it perfectly still. Through the silence I could hear the hiss of a snake in the nettle weeds, and the flapping wings of some night bird fanned my face as it rushed swiftly through the air in its low flight. The gray twilight had deepened to gloom, and the graves seemed to have given up their tenants. The pale monuments stood out like shrouded spectres. But all the dead in that churchyard were not underground, for on the wet grass at my feet there was something stark and stiff, more frightful than any phantoms of imagination, something that the daylight would not rob of its ghastly features. It must be put out of sight. Yes, it must be hid to save my invention from discovery. The old hag might be missed, and if she was found here it would ruin me and expose my secret. I placed the trumpet on the window ledge, and, carrying the grim burden in my arms, plunged into the damp tangle of weeds and grass. In a lonesome corner far back from the church, in the dense shade of thorn trees, among the wild brambles where poisonous vines grew, slippery with the mold of forgotten years unsought, uncared for by any human hand, was a tomb. Its sides were half buried in the tall underbrush, and the long slab had been broken once, for a black fissure ran zigzag across the middle. In my muscles that night there was the strength of 2 men. I lifted off one half of the stone and heard the lizards dart, startled from their haunt, and felt the spiders crawl. When the stone was replaced, it covered more than the lizards or the spiders in the dark space between the narrow walls. As I have said, the instrument possessed a singular fascination over me. I had grown to love it, not alone as a piece of mechanism for the transmission of sound, but like a living thing, and I replaced it in the tower with the same pleasure one feels who has rescued a friend from death. My listening ear never grew weary, but now I drew quickly away. It was not music I heard, or the ripple of water, or the prattle of merry tongues, but the harsh, grating cries that had echoed in the church, that had rattled and died out in the forest, that voice which was not a voice. I shivered while I readjusted the instrument. Perhaps it was the night wind which chilled me, but the rasping sounds were louder than before. I could not exclude them. There was no element of superstition in my nature, and I tried it over again. Still, I heard them, sometimes sharp, sometimes only a faint rumbling. Had the soul of the deaf-mute come in retribution to haunt me and cry eternally in my instrument? Perhaps on the morrow it would not disturb me, but there was no difference. I could hear only it, though I drew out the trumpet for vibrations hundreds of years old. I'd rid myself of the withered hag who would have stolen my treasure, But now I could not rid myself of her invisible ghost. She had conquered, even through death, and come from the spirit world to gain possession of the prize for which she had given up her life. The instrument was no longer of any value to me, though, cherishing a vague hope, I compelled myself to listen, even with chattering teeth, for it was a terrible thing to hear these hoarse, haunting cries of the dumb soul, of the soul I had strangled from its body, a soul which I would have killed itself if it were possible. But my hope was vain, and the trumpet had become not only worthless to me, but an absolute horror. Suddenly, I determined to destroy it. I turned it over ready to dash it in pieces, but it cost me a struggle to crush this work of my life. And while I stood irresolute, a small green and gold beetle crawled out of it and dropped like a stone to the floor. The insect was an electric flash to me that dispelled the black gloom through which I had been battling. It had likely fallen into the instrument down in the churchyard, or when I laid it upon the window-sill, and the rasping of its wings, magnified, had produced the sounds which resembled the strange, grating noise uttered by the deaf-mute. Instantly I put the trumpet to my ear. Once more the music of the past surged in. Voices, leaves, water, all murmured to me their changeful melody. Every zephyr wafting by was filled with broken but melodious whispers. Relieved from doubts, relieved from fears and threatening dangers, I slept peacefully, dreamlessly as a child. With a feeling of rest to which I had long been unused, I walked out in the soft clear morning. Everything seemed to have put on new life, for the sky was not gray or sober, and the leaves, if they were brown, trimmed their edges in scarlet, and if many had fallen, the squirrels played among them on the ground. But suddenly, the sky and the leaves and the squirrels might have been blotted from existence. I did not see them, but I saw. I saw Mother Flint's come through the college gateway and walk slowly down the road. The large faded shawl pinned across her shoulders nearly covered the red flannel petticoat, and the orange and black spotted muslin was wrapped into a turban on her head. Without breathing, almost without feeling, I watched the figure until at the corner it turned out of sight, and a long dark outline on the grass behind it ran into the fence. The shadow. Then it was not a ghost. Had the grave given up its dead? I would see. At the churchyard the briars tore my face and clothes, but I plunged deeper where the shade thickened under the thorn trees. There, in the corner, I stooped to lift the broken slab of a tomb, but all my strength would not avail to move it. As I leaned over, bruising my hands in a vain endeavor to raise it, my eyes fell for an instant on the stone, and with a start, I turned quickly and ran to the church. Then I stopped. The narrow fissure that cut zigzag across the slab on the tomb was filled with green moss, and this window was nailed up and hung full of heavy cobwebs. And my instrument? Suddenly, while I stood there, some substance in my brain seemed to break up. It was the fetters of monomania which had bound me since that evening long ago, when, by the river in the oak forest, I had heard the robin trill. No murder stained my soul, and there, beside the black waves of insanity through which I had passed unharmed, I gave praise to the great Creator, praise silent but intense as Miriam's song by the sea. End of The Automaton Ear by Florence McLandberg. Recording by Riley McGuire.
Rex Ex Machina by Frederick Max. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The domination of the minds of tractable men is not new. Many men have dreamed of it. Certainly, some of them have tried. This man succeeded. Rex Ex Machina by Frederick Max. One final lesson, a dying man's last letter to his only son, that completes the young man's education. My dear son, the doctors have left, and I am told that in a few hours I shall die. In my lifetime, the world has progressed from the chaotic turmoil of the early atomic era to the peacefulness and tranquility of our present age, and I die content. For 10 years I have instructed you in all that you will need for the future. One final lesson remains to be taught. On the wall of my bedchamber hangs a citation from a grateful government for services too secret to be herein set forth. In past years you have asked me repeatedly about this citation, but each time I have taken pains to avoid a direct answer. Now it is proper that you should know. 40 years ago, I was an obscure Army captain stationed at the Armed Forces Language School in Monterey, California. I had at that time just completed a tour of duty in Korea, a minor skirmish of that era, and despite an excellent reputation for resourcefulness, I had drawn Monterey as my next assignment. An aptitude for foreign languages had led to an instructorship in the Russian department with additional duties instructing in the Slavic tongues. My life was pleasant and uneventful, and it was with mixed emotions that I received orders to report to Washington for a new duty assignment. The chain of events which precipitated those orders were to change the world. For while you and I were playing on the lawn of our Monterey home, an unknown Hungarian physicist working under Russian supervision had made a startling discovery. Within a matter of days, alarming rumors of his work reached Washington. Our embassies in Moscow and Belgrade reported furious activity in the field of psychic research and large-scale experiments in mass hypnosis. 4 of us were selected to investigate the rumors. Before we could commence our undertaking, word reached Washington that the rumors were now actualities. A device capable of the mass hypnosis of great segments of the world's population was rapidly reaching perfection. After 3 months of intense grooming in the fields of physics and psychology, we 4 agents set out individually with orders to track down and destroy both the scientist and his machine. I never saw the other 3 again. During the 3 months of schooling, other members of our vast intelligence organization had been engaged in laying the groundwork for our efforts. In December 1955, I slipped into Russia and took the place of a government official who felt that Western civilization offered greater reimbursement than Soviet communism. I entered into my new role with trepidation, but my fears were unfounded. Thanks to a remarkable resemblance, which was the original reason for my selection, and also due to a most thorough briefing, I found myself making the substitution with ease. I pride myself on the fact that by diligent application I was able to increase my worth to the Russian government to the extent that I was shortly able to secure my transfer to the psychological warfare section of the secret police. From there it was a simple procedure to have myself assigned to what was known as Project Parchak. The device was in its final stage of development. Only the problem of increasing its effective range remained to be solved. 3 weeks after my assignment to the project, its successful conclusion was accomplished. In June 1956, the Russian government ordered me to a small house on the outskirts of Bralia, Hungary, where I was to attend a private showing of the device. By design, I arrived 1 day early and made my way to the laboratory immediately. Dr. Michael Parchak, the inventor, stood facing me as I entered. On a table between us lay a small, complicated mechanism resembling a radio transmitter, but it was infinitely more than that. The device was a thought generator capable of hypnotizing every thinking creature on the face of the earth. The power of infinite goodness or evil which the machine embodied was terrifying to consider. I listened to Parchak's boasting with revulsion. Although he had the ability to work for the ultimate good of mankind, this creature intended, instead, to use his newly found power for self-aggrandizement. I drew him out, let him explain the inner workings of his device, and killed him. My orders were to destroy the machine. I disobeyed them. Utilizing the machine to make good my escape, I left Hungary and returned to the United States. The citation, which you have seen, was only one of the many honors which were bestowed upon me. A few weeks later, I resigned my commission and retired to a country hideaway to experiment further with the device I was supposed to have destroyed. The peace and tranquility in which we of Earth now live marked the successful culmination of my experiments. You will find the machine walled up in the north alcove of my bedchamber. Your education is now complete, my son. Use it well. Be kind to our slave peoples. The world is yours. Your affectionate father. The end of Rex Ex Machina by Frederick Max. Pleasant Journey by Richard F. Thiem. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. It's nice to go on a pleasant journey. There is, however, a very difficult question concerning the other half of the ticket. Pleasant Journey by Richard F. Thiem. What do you call it? The buyer asked Jenkins. I named it Journey Home, but you can think up a better name if you want to. I'll guarantee that it sells, though. There's nothing like it on any midway. I'd like to try it out first, of course, Allenby said. TriStar uses only the very best, you know. Yes, I know, Jenkins said. He had heard the line before from almost every carnival buyer to whom he had sold. He did not do much business with carnivals. There weren't enough to keep him busy with large or worthwhile rides and features. The amusement parks of the big cities were usually the best markets. Allenby warily eyed the entrance, a room fashioned from a sideshow booth. A rough red curtain concealed the inside. Over the doorway, in crude dark blue paint, was lettered Journey Home. Behind the doorway was a large barn-like structure, newly painted white, where Jenkins did his planning, his building, and his finishing. When he sold a new ride, it was either transported from the inside building through the large pull-away doors in the back, or taken apart piece by piece and shipped to the park or carny that bought it. $6,000's a lot of money, the buyer said. Just try it, Jenkins told him. The buyer shrugged. Okay, he said, let's go in. They walked through the red curtain. Inside the booth entrance was a soft, cushioned easy chair, also red, secured firmly in place. It was a piece of salvage from a 2-engine commercial airplane. A helmet, looking like a Flash Gordon accessory hairdryer combination, was set over it. Jenkins flipped a switch, and the room became bright with light. I thought you said it wasn't a thrill ride, Allenby said, looking at the helmet-like structure ominously hanging over the chair. It isn't, Jenkins said, smiling. Sit down. He strapped the buyer into place in the chair. Hey, wait a minute, Allenby protested. Why the straps? Leave everything to me and don't worry, Jenkins said, fitting the headgear into place over the buyer's head. The back of it fitted easily over the entire rear of the skull, down to his neck. The front came just below the eyes. After turning the light off, Jenkins pulled the curtain closed. It was completely black inside. Have a nice trip, Jenkins said, pulling a switch on the wall and pushing a button on the back of the chair at the same time. Currents shifted and repatterned themselves inside the helmet, and were fed into Allenby at the base of his skull, at the medulla. The currents of alternating ions mixed with the currents of his varied and random brain waves, and the impulses of one became the impulses of the other. Allenby jerked once with the initial shock, and was then still, his mind and body fused with the pulsating currents of the chair. Suddenly, Roger Allenby was almost blinded by bright, naked light. Allenby's first impression was one of disappointment at the failure of the device. Jenkins was reliable, usually, and hadn't come up with a fluke yet. Allenby got out of the chair and called for Jenkins, holding on to the arm of the chair to keep his bearings. "Hey, where are you, Jenkins?" He tried to look around him, but the bright, intense light revealed nothing. He swore to himself, extending his arms in front of him for something to grasp. As he groped for a solid, the light became more subdued and shifted from white into a light, pleasant blue. Shapes and forms rearranged themselves in front of him and gradually became distinguishable. He was in a city, or on the top of a city. A panoramic view was before him, and he saw the creations of human beings, obviously, but a culture far removed from his. A slight path of white began at his feet and expanded as it fell slightly, ramp-like, over and into the city. The buildings were whiter than the gate of false dreams that Penelope sung of, and the streets and avenues were blue, not gray. People wore white and milled around in the streets below him. They shouted as one. Their voices were not cries but songs, and they sang his name. He started walking on the white strip. It was flexible and supported his weight easily. Then he was running, finding his breath coming in sharp gasps, and he was among the crowds. They smiled at him as he passed by and held out their hands to him. Their faces shone with a brilliance of awareness, and he knew that they loved him. Troubled, frightened, he kept running blindly, and abruptly there were no people, no buildings. He was walking now at the left side of a modern superhighway, against the traffic. Autos sped by him too quickly for him to determine the year of model. Across the divider, the traffic was heavier. Autos speeding crazily ahead in the direction he was walking. None stopped. He halted for a moment and looked around him. There was nothing on the sides of the road. No people, no fields, no farms, no cities, no blackness. There was nothing. But far ahead there was a green etched around the horizon as the road dipped and the cars sped over it. He walked more quickly, catching his breath, and came closer and closer to the green. Allenby stopped momentarily and turned around, looking at the highway that was behind him. It was gone. Only bleak, black, and gray hills of rock and rubble were there. No cars, no life. He shuddered and continued on toward the end of the highway. The green blended in with the blue of the sky now. Closer he came, until just over the next rise in the road, the green was bright. Not knowing or caring why, he was filled with expectation, and he ran again, and was in the meadow. All around him were the greens of the grasses and leaves, and the yellows and blues of the field of flowers. It was warm, a spring day with none of the discomfort of summer heat. Jubilant, Roger spun around in circles, inhaling the fragrance of the field, listening to the hum of insect life stirring back to awareness after a season of inactivity. Then he was running and tumbling, barefoot, his shirt open, feeling the soft grass give way underfoot, and the soil was good and rich beneath him. He saw a stream ahead with clear water melodiously flowing by him. He went to it and drank, the cold, good water quenching all his thirst, clearing all the stickiness of his throat and mind. He dashed the water on his face and was happy, and felt the coolness of it as the breeze picked up and swept his hair over his forehead. With a shake of his head, he tossed it back in place and ran again, feeling the air rush into his lungs with coolness and vibrancy unknown since adolescence. No nicotine spasms choked him, and the air was refreshing. Then up the hill he sped, pushing hard, as the marigolds and dandelions parted before him. At the top he stopped and looked and smiled ecstatically as he saw the green rolling land and the stream curving around from behind the house, his house, the oaks forming a secret lair behind it, and he felt the youth of the world in his lungs and under his feet. He heard a voice calling from the house, his house, calling him to Saturday lunch. "I'm coming," he cried happily, and was tumbling down the hill, rolling over and over, the hill and the ground and the sky blending blues and greens, and nothing had perspective. The world was spinning, and everything was black again. He shook his head to clear the dizziness. "Well," Jenkins said, "how was it?" Allenby looked up at him as Jenkins swung the helmet back and unhooked the seatbelt. He squinted as Jenkins flipped the light switch and the brightness hit him. His surroundings became distinguishable again, very slowly, and he knew he was back in the room. "Where was I?" he asked. Jenkins shrugged. "I don't know. It was all yours. You went wherever you wanted to go, wherever home is." Jenkins smiled down at him. "Did you visit more than one place?" he asked. The buyer nodded. "I thought so. It seems that a person tries a few before finally deciding where to go." The buyer stood up and stretched. "Could I please see the barn?" he asked, meaning the huge workshop where Jenkins did the construction work. "Sure," Jenkins said, and opened the door opposite the red curtain into the workshop. It was empty. "You mean it was all up here? I didn't move at all?" He tapped his cranium with his index finger. "That's right," Jenkins said anxiously. "Do you want it or not?" Allenby stood looking into the empty room. Yes, of course," he said. "How long did the whole thing last?" "About 10 seconds," Jenkins said, looking at his watch. "It seems much longer to the traveler. I'm not sure, but I think the imagined time varies with each person. It's always around 10 seconds of actual time, though, so you can make a lot of money on it, even if you only have one machine." "Money," Allenby said. "Money. Yes, of course." He took a checkbook from his inside pocket and hurriedly wrote a check for $6,000. "When can we have it delivered?" he asked. "You want it shipped the usual way?" "No," Allenby said, staring at the red cushioned chair. "Send it air freight. Then bill us for the expense." "Whatever you say," Jenkins said, smiling, taking the check. "You'll have it by the first of the week, probably. I'll put the complete parts and the assembly manual inside the crate." Good. But maybe I should test it again, you know. Star Time can't really afford to make a mistake as expensive as this." "No," Jenkins said quickly. Then, "I'll guarantee it, of course. If it doesn't work out, I'll give you a full refund. But don't try it again today. Don't let anyone have it more than once in a day. Stamp them on the hand or something when they take the trip." "Why?" Jenkins looked troubled. "I'm not sure, but people might not want to come back. Too many times in a row, and they might be able to stay there. In their minds, of course." "Of course. Well, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. Mr. Jenkins, I hope to see you again soon." They walked back to Allenby's not very late model car and shook hands. Allenby drove away. On the way back to the hotel, and as he lay for a long time in the bathtub, letting the warmness drift away from the water, the thought ran over and over in his mind. They might be able to stay there, Allenby said to himself. They might be able to stay there. He smiled warmly at a crack in the plaster as he thought of the first of the week and the fragrant meadow. The end of Pleasant Journey by Richard F. Thiem.
Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Duncan. Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. In perspective, theoretically the vanishing point is at infinity and therefore unobtainable, but reality is different. Vanishment occurs a lot sooner than theory suggests. That? Oh, that's a perspective machine. Well, not exactly, but that's what I call it. No, I don't know how it works. Too complicated for me. Carter could make it go, but after he made it, he never used it. Too bad. He thought he'd make a lot of money with it there for a while he was working it out. Almost had me convinced. But I told him, get it to working first, Carter, and then show me what you can do with it. Better than I can do without it. I'm doing pretty well as is. Pictures selling good, even if I do make 'em all by guesswork, as you call it. That's what I told him. You see, Carter was one of them artists that think they can work everything out by formulas and stuff. Me, I just paint things as I see 'em. Never worry about perspective and all that kind of mechanical aids. Never even went to art school. But I do all right. Carter, now, was a different sort of artist. Well, he wasn't really an artist, more of a draftsman. I first got him in to help me with a series of real estate paintings I got an order for. Big aerial views of land developments and drawings of buildings, roads and causeways, that kind of stuff. Was a little too much for me to handle alone, 'cause I never studied that kind of things, you know. I thought he'd do the mechanical drawings, which should have been simple for anybody trained that way, and I'd throw in the colors, figures and trees and so on. He did fine. Job came out good. Client was real happy. We made a pretty good amount on that job, enough to keep us for a couple months without working afterwards. I took it easy, fishing and so on. But Carter stayed here in the studio working on his own stuff. I let him keep an eye on things from me around the place, and just dropped in now and then to check up. The guy was nuts on the subject of perspective. I thought he knew all there was to know about it already, but he claimed nobody knew anything about it, really. Said he'd been studying it for years, and the more he learned about it, the more there was to learn. He used to cover big sheets of paper with complicated diagrams trying to prove something or other to himself. I'd come into the studio and find him with thumbtacks and strings and stuff all over the place. He'd get big long rulers and draw lines to various points all over the room, and end up with a little drawing of a cube about an inch square that anybody could have made in a half-minute without all the apparatus. Seemed pretty silly to me. Then he brought in some books on mathematics and physics and other things, and a bunch of slide rules, calculators, and junk. He must have been a pretty smart guy to know how to handle all those things, even if he was kind of dopey about other things. You know, women, and fishing, and sports, and drinking. He was lousy at everything except working those perspective problems. Personally, I couldn't see much sense to what he was doing. The guy could draw all right already, so I asked him, what more did he want? Let me see if I can remember what he said. I'm trying to get at things as they really are, not as they appear, he said. I think those were his words. Art is an illusion, a bag of tricks. Reality is something else. Not what we think it is. Drawings are two-dimensional projections of a world that is not merely three but four-dimensional, if not more, he said. Yeah, kind of a crackpot. Carter was, just on that one subject, though. Nice enough guy otherwise. Here, look at some of the drawings he made, working out his formulas. Nice designs, huh? Might make good wallpaper or fabric patterns, real abstract. That's what people seem to like. See all those little letters scattered around among the lines? Different kinds of vanishing points they are. Carter claimed the whole world was full of vanishing points. You don't know what a vanishing point is. Let me see if I can explain. Come over to the window here. You see how the road out there gets smaller and smaller in the distance? Of course the road doesn't really get smaller. It just looks that way. That's what we call a vanishing point in a drawing. Simple, isn't it? Never could understand why Carter went to so much trouble working out all those ways to locate vanishing points. Me, I just throw 'em in wherever I need 'em. But Carter claimed that was wrong. Said they were all connected together some way, and he was gonna work out a method to prove it. Here's a little gadget he made up to help his calculations. Bunch of discs all pivoted together at the center. You're supposed to turn 'em around so the arrows point to different figures and things. Here's the square root. I remember Carter telling me that. This one is the tangent function, whatever that means. Log there is short for logarithm. Oh, he had a bunch of that scientific stuff in his head all the time. Dunno whether he understood it all himself. He built this thing just before he put together the perspective machine there. A silly looking gadget, huh? All them pipes and wires, that little cube in the center. Don't try to touch it. It ain't really there. You just think it is. It's what Carter called a teteract, or a cataract. No, that ain't the right word. Something like that. Tesser, something or other. There's a picture like it in one of Carter's books. Hurts your eyes to look at it, don't it? That's what Carter thought was going to make him a lot of fame and money. That perspective machine. I told him nobody ever made a drawing machine yet that worked, but he said it wasn't supposed to make drawings. It was just supposed to give people a view of what reality really is, instead of what they think it is. I don't know whether he expected to charge money to look through it, or whether he was going to look through it himself and make some new kind of drawings and sell them. No, I can't tell you how it works. I said before I don't know. Carter only used it once himself. I came in here the day he finished it, just as he was ready to turn it on. He was just putting the finishing touches on it. In a few minutes, he told me, I'll have the answer to a question that may never have been answered before. What is reality? Is the world a thing by itself, and all we know illusion? Why do things grow smaller the farther away from us they appear? Why can't we see more than one side of anything at a time? What happens to the far side of an object? Does it cease to exist just because we can't see it? Are objects not present, non-existent? Because artists draw things vanishing to points, does that mean that they really vanish? A whack, that's what he was. Nice guy, but sort of screwy. He kept saying more goofy things while he was finishing up the machine, about how he'd figured out that all we knew about vision and drawing and so on must be wrong, and that once he got a look at the real world he'd prove it. How about cameras? I asked him. Take a picture with a camera, and it looks just about the same as a drawing, don't it? That's because cameras are built to take pictures like we're used to seeing them, he said. Flat, two-dimensional slices of reality, without depth or motion. Even 3D moving pictures, I asked? They're closer to reality, he admitted, but they are still only cross-sections of it. The shutter of a movie camera is closed as much of the time as it is open. What happens between the times it's open? You know, he went on, people used to think matter and motion were continuous, but scientists have proved that they are discontinuous. Now some of them think time may be, too. Maybe everything is just imaginary, and appears to our senses in whatever way we want it to appear. We are so well trained that we see everything just as we are taught to see it, by generations of artists, writers, and other symbol makers. If we could see things as they really are, what might happen? We'd probably all go nuts, I told him. He smiled. Well, here goes, he said. It's finished. Now to find out who is right. The scientists and philosophers who say reality is forever unreachable, or the artists who say there isn't any reality, that we make the whole thing up to suit ourselves. He moved one of those pointers you see there, and squinted around at the different scales and dials, and then stepped back. That little Tessie thing appeared. Real small at first. Just a point. You could hardly see it. I couldn't see anything else happening, and thought he was going to do something else to the machine. I turned to look at Carter, and saw his face was white as a sheet. Good God, he says. Just like that. Good God. That's all. Well, I says to him, who is right? The scientist or the artist? The artist, he sort of screeches. The artists were right all the time. There is no reality. It's all fabric of illusion we've created ourselves, and now I've ripped a hole in that. He gives a strangled hoot and goes hightailing it out of here, like something was after him. Jumps in his car and roars off down the road and disappears. Nah, I don't mean he really disappeared. Are you nuts? Just roared on down the road till he got so small I couldn't see him no more. You know, the way things do when they get farther and farther away. Happens every day. That's what us artists mean by perspective. The machine? Well, I don't know what to do with it. If Carter ever comes back, he might not like me getting rid of it. Maybe I'd put it in the hobby show at the county fair next week. Though, you notice how that funny-looking cube inside there gets bigger every time you look at it? There, it just doubled its size again, see? People at the fair ought to get a big kick out of that. No telling how big it'll get with all those people looking at it. But come on, let's go fishing. We'd better hurry, or it'll be too late. The end. End of Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. Recording by Frank Duncan.
Toy Shop by Harry Harrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The gadget was strictly beyond any question a toy, not a real workable device, except for the way it could work itself under a man's mental skin. Toy Shop by Harry Harrison. Because there were few adults in the crowd, and Colonel Biff Houghton stood over 6 feet tall, he could see every detail of the demonstration. The children, and most of the parents, gaped in wide-eyed wonder. Biff Houghton was too sophisticated to be awed. He stayed on because he wanted to find out what the trick was that made the gadget work. "It's all explained right here in your instruction book," the demonstrator said, holding up a garishly printed booklet open to a 4-color diagram. "You all know how magnets pick up things, and I bet you even know that the Earth itself is one great big magnet. That's why compasses always point north. Well, the atomic wonder space wave trapper hangs onto those space waves. Invisible all about us and even going right through us are the magnetic waves of the Earth. The atomic wonder rides these waves just the way a ship rides the waves in the ocean. Now watch." Every eye was on him as he put the gaudy model rocket ship on the top of the table and stepped back. It was made of stamped metal and seemed as incapable of flying as a can of ham. Neither wings, propellers, nor jets broke through the painted surface. It rested on 3 rubber wheels, and coming out through the bottom was a double strand of thin, insulated wire. This white wire ran across the top of the black table and terminated in a control box in the demonstrator's hand. An indicator light, a switch, and a knob appeared to be the only controls. "I turn on the power switch, sending a surge of current to the wave receptors," he said. The switch clicked, and the light blinked on and off with a steady pulse. Then the man began to slowly turn the knob. "A careful touch on the wave generator is necessary, as we are dealing with the powers of the whole world here." A concerted awe swept through the crowd as the space wave trapper shivered a bit, then rose slowly into the air. The demonstrator stepped back, and the toy rose higher and higher, bobbing gently on the invisible waves of magnetic force that supported it. Ever so slowly the power was reduced, and it settled back to the table. "Only $17.95, the young man said, putting a large price sign on the table. "For the complete set of the Atomic Wonder, the Space Trapper control box, battery, and instruction book." At the appearance of the price card, the crowd broke up noisily, and the children rushed away toward the operating model trains. The demonstrator's words were lost in their noisy passage, and after a moment he sank into gloomy silence. He put the control box down, yawned, and sat on the edge of the table. Colonel Houghton was the only one left after the crowd had moved on. "Could you tell me how this thing works?" the colonel asked, coming forward. The demonstrator brightened up and picked up one of the toys. "Well, if you will look here, sir," he opened the hinge top, "you will see the space wave coils at each end of the ship." With a pencil, he pointed out the odd-shaped plastic forms, about an inch in diameter, that had been wound, apparently at random, with a few turns of copper wire. Except for these coils, the interior of the model was empty. The coils were wired together, and other wires ran out through the hole in the bottom of the control box. Biff Hawton turned a very quizzical eye on the gadget and upon the demonstrator, who completely ignored this sign of disbelief. "Inside the control box is the battery," the young man said, snapping it open and pointing to an ordinary flashlight battery. "The current goes through the power switch and the power light to the wave generator." "What you mean to say," Biff broke in, "is that the juice from this 15-cent battery goes through this cheap rheostat to those meaningless coils in the model, and absolutely nothing happens. Now tell me, what really flies the thing? If I'm going to drop $18 for 6 bits worth of tin, I want to know what I'm getting." The demonstrator flushed. "I'm sorry, sir," he stammered. "I wasn't trying to hide anything. Like any magic trick, this one can't be really demonstrated until it's been purchased." He leaned forward and whispered confidentially, "I'll tell you what I'll do, though. This thing is way overpriced and hasn't been moving at all. The manager said I could let them go at $3 if I could find any takers. If you want to buy it for that price—" "Sold, my boy," the colonel said, slamming 3 bills down on the table. "I'll give you that much for it no matter how it works. The boys in the shop will get a kick out of it." He tapped the wing rocket on his chest. "Now, really, what holds it up?" The demonstrator looked around carefully, then pointed. "Strings," he said. "Or rather, a black thread. It runs from the top of the model through a tiny loop in the ceiling and back down to my hand, tied to this ring on my finger. When I back up, the model rises. It's as simple as that." "All good illusions are simple," the colonel grunted, tracing the black thread with his eye, "as long as there is plenty of flim-flam to distract the viewer." "If you don't have a black table, a black cloth'll do," the young man said. "And the arch of a doorway is a good sight. Just see that the room in back is dark. Wrap it up, my boy. I wasn't born yesterday. I'm an old hand at this kind of thing." Biff Hawton sprang it at the next Thursday night poker game. The gang were all missile men, and they cheered and jeered as he hammed up the introduction. "Let me copy the diagram, Biff. I could use some of those magnetic waves in the new bird. Those flashlight batteries are cheaper than locks. This is a thing of the future." Only Teddy Canner caught wise as the flight began. He was an amateur magician and spotted the gimmick at once. He kept silent with professional courtesy and smiled ironically as the rest of the bunch grew silent one by one. The colonel was a good showman, and he had set the scene well. He almost had them believing in the space wave trapper before he was through. When the model had landed and he had switched it off, he couldn't stop them from crowding around the table. "A thread!" one of the engineers shouted, almost with relief, and they all laughed along with him. "Too bad," the head project physicist said. "I was hoping that a little space wave tapping could help us out. Let me try a flight with it." "Teddy Canner first," Biff announced. "He spotted it while you were all watching the flashing lights, only didn't say anything." Canner slipped the ring with the black thread over his finger and started to step back. "You have to turn the switch on first," Biff said. "I know," Canner smiled, "but that's part of the illusion, the spiel and the misdirection. I'm going to try this cold first, so I can get it moving up and down smoothly, and then go through with the whole works." He moved his hand back slowly, in a professional manner that drew no attention to it. The model lifted from the table, then crashed back down. "The thread broke," Canner said. You jerked it instead of pulling smoothly, Biff said, and knotted the broken thread. Here, let me show you how to do it. The thread broke again when Biff tried it, which got a good laugh and made his collar a little warm. Somebody mentioned the poker game. This was the only time that poker was mentioned or even remembered that night, because very soon after this, they found that the thread would lift the model only when the switch was on, and 2.5 volts flowing through the joke coils. With the current turned off, the model was too heavy to lift. The thread broke every time. I still think it's a screwy idea, the young man said. 1 week getting fallen arches, demonstrating those toy ships to every brat within 1,000 miles, then selling the things for $3 when they must have cost at least $100 apiece to make. But you did not sell the 10 of them to people who would be interested? The older man asked. I think so. I caught a few Air Force officers and a colonel in missiles one day. Then there was one official I remembered from the Bureau of Standards. Luckily, he didn't recognize me. Then these 2 professors you spotted from the university. Then the problem is out of our hands and into theirs. All we have to do now is sit back and wait for results. What results? These people weren't interested when we were hammering on their doors with the proof. We've patented the coils and can prove to anyone that there is a reduction in weight around them when they are operating. A small reduction, and we don't know what is causing it. No one can be interested in a thing like that. A fractional weight decrease in a clumsy model, certainly not enough to lift the weight of the generator. No one wrapped up in massive fuel consumption, tons of lift and such, is going to have time to worry about a crackpot who thinks he has found a minor slip in Newton's laws. You think they will come now? The young man asked, cracking his knuckles impatiently. I know they will. The tensile strength of that thread is correctly adjusted to the weight of the model. The thread will break if you try to lift the model with it. Yet you can lift the model after a small increment of its weight has been removed by the coils. This is going to bug those men. Nobody is going to ask them to solve the problem or concern themselves with it. But it will nag at them because they know this effect can't possibly exist. They'll see at once that the magnetic wave theory is nonsense, or perhaps true. We don't know. But they will all be thinking about it and worrying about it. Somebody is going to experiment in his basement, just as a hobby, of course, to try to find the cause of the error. And he, or someone else, is going to find out what makes those coils work, and maybe a way to improve them. We have all the patents. Correct. They will be doing the research that will take them out of the massive lift propulsion business and into the field of pure spaceflight. And in doing so, they will make us rich whenever the time comes to manufacture, the young man said cynically. We'll all be rich, son, the old man said, patting him on the shoulder. Believe me, you're not going to recognize this old world 10 years from now. The End of Toy Shop by Harry Harrison. Read by Dale Grothmann.
The Dream of Debs by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of Debs by Jack London. I awoke fully an hour before my customary time. This in itself was remarkable, and I lay very wide awake, pondering over it. Something was the matter. Something was wrong. I knew not what. Was oppressed by a premonition of something terrible that had happened or was about to happen. But what was it? I strove to orient myself. I remember that at the time of the great earthquake of 1906, many claimed they awakened some moments before the first shock, and that during these moments they experienced strange feelings of dread. Was San Francisco again to be visited by earthquake? I lay for a full minute, numbly expectant, but there occurred no reeling of walls, nor shock and grind of falling masonry. All was quiet. That was it. The silence. No wonder I had been perturbed. The hum of the great live city was strangely absent. The surface cars passed along my street at that time of the day on an average of one every 3 minutes, but in the 10 succeeding minutes not a car passed. Perhaps it was a street railway strike, was my thought, or perhaps there had been an accident and the power was shut off. But no, the silence was too profound. I heard no jar and rattle of wagon wheels, nor stamp of iron-shod hoofs straining up the steep cobblestones. Pressing the push-button beside my bed, I strove to hear the sound of the bell, though I well knew it was impossible for the sound to rise 3 stories to me, even if the bell did ring. It rang all right, for a few minutes later Brown entered with the tray and morning paper. Though his features were impassive as ever, I noted a startled, apprehensive light in his eyes. I noted also that there was no cream on the tray. The creamery did not deliver this morning, he explained, nor did the bakery. I glanced again at the tray. There were no fresh French rolls, only slices of stale graham bread from yesterday, the most detestable of bread so far as I was concerned. Nothing was delivered this morning, sir, Brown started to explain apologetically, but I interrupted him. The paper? Yes, sir, it was delivered, but it was the only thing, and it is the last time, too. There won't be any paper tomorrow. The paper says so. Can I send out and get you some condensed milk? I shook my head, accepted the coffee black, and spread open the paper. The headlines explained everything, explained too much, in fact, for the lengths of pessimism to which the journal went were ridiculous. A general strike, it said, had been called all over the United States, and most foreboding anxieties were expressed concerning the provisioning of the great cities. I read on hastily, skimming much and remembering much of labor troubles in the past. For a generation the general strike had been the dream of organized labor, which dream had arisen originally in the mind of Debs, one of the great labor leaders of 30 years before. I recollected that in my young college settlement days I had even written an article on the subject for one of the magazines, and that I had entitled it The Dream of Debs. And I must confess that I had treated the idea very cavalierly and academically as a dream and nothing more. Time in the world had rolled on. Gompers was gone. The American Federation of Labor was gone, and gone was Debs with all his wild revolutionary ideas. But the dream had persisted, and here it was at last realized, in fact. But I laughed as I read it, the journal's gloomy outlook. I knew better. I had seen organized labor worsted in too many conflicts. It would be a matter only of days when the thing would be settled. This was a national strike, and it wouldn't take the government long to break it. I threw the paper down and proceeded to dress. It would certainly be interesting to be out in the streets of San Francisco when not a wheel was turning and the whole city was taking an enforced vacation. "I beg your pardon, sir," Brown said as he handed me my cigar case, "but Mr. Harmed has asked to see you before you go out." "Send him in right away," I answered. Harmed was the butler. When he entered I could see he was laboring under controlled excitement. He came at once to the point. "What shall I do, sir? There will be needed provisions, and the delivery drivers are on strike, and the electricity is shut off. I guess they're on strike, too." "Are the shops open?" I asked. "Only the small ones, sir. The retail clerks are out, and the big ones can't open. But the owners and their families are running the little ones themselves." "Then take the machine," I said, "and go the rounds and make your purchases. Buy plenty of everything you need or may need. Get a box of candles, no, get half a dozen boxes, and when you're done, tell Harrison to bring the machine around to the club for me, not later than 11. Harmed shook his head gravely. "Mr. Harrison has struck along with the chauffeurs' union, and I don't know how to run the machine myself." "Oh, ho, he has he?" said I. "Well, when next Mr. Harrison happens around you, tell him that he can look elsewhere for a position. Yes, sir. You don't happen to belong to a butlers' union, do you, Harmed? No, sir, was the answer. And even if I did, I'd not desert my employer in a crisis like this. No, sir, I would. All right, thank you, I said. Now you get ready to accompany me. I'll run the machine myself, and we'll lay in a stock of provisions to stand a siege. It was a beautiful 1st of May, even as May days go. The sky was cloudless, there was no wind, and the air was warm, almost balmy. Many autos were out, but the owners were driving them themselves. The streets were crowded but quiet. The working class, dressed in its Sunday best, was out taking the air and observing the effects of the strike. It was all so unusual, and withal so peaceful, that I found myself enjoying it. My nerves were tingling with mild excitement. It was a sort of placid adventure. I passed Miss Chickering. She was at the helm of her little runabout. She swung around and came after me, catching me on the corner. "Oh, Mr. Korf," she hailed, "do you know where I can buy candles? I've been to a dozen shops, and they're all sold out. It's dreadfully awful, isn't it?" But her sparkling eyes gave the lie to her words. Like the rest of us, she was enjoying it hugely. Quite an adventure it was, getting those candles. It was not until we went across the city and down into the working-class quarter, south of Market Street, that we found small corner groceries that had not yet sold out. Miss Chickering thought 1 box was sufficient, but I persuaded her into taking 4. My car was large, and I laid in a dozen boxes. There was no telling what delays might arise in the settlement of the strike. Also, I filled the car with sacks of flour, baking powder, tin goods, and all the ordinary necessaries of life suggested by Harmed, who fussed about and clucked over the purchases like an anxious old hen. The remarkable thing that first day of the strike was that no one really apprehended anything serious. The announcement of organized labor in the morning papers that it was prepared to stay out a month or 3 months was laughed at, and yet that very first day we might have guessed as much from the fact that the working class took practically no part in the great rush to buy provisions. Of course not. For weeks and months, craftily and secretly, the whole working class had been laying in private stocks of provisions. That was why we were permitted to go down and buy out the little groceries in the working class neighborhoods. It was not until I arrived at the club that afternoon that I began to feel the first alarm. Everything was in confusion. There were no olives for the cocktails, and the service was by hitches and jerks. Most of the men were angry, and all were worried. A babel of voices greeted me as I entered. General Folsom, nursing his capacious paunch in a window seat in the smoking room, was defending himself against half a dozen excited gentlemen who were demanding that he should do something. "What can I do more than I have done?" he was saying. "There are no orders from Washington. If you gentlemen will get a wire through, I'll do anything I am commanded to, but I don't see what good can be done. The first thing I did this morning, as soon as I learned of the strike, was to order in the troops from the Presidio, 3,000 of them. They're guarding the banks, the mint, the post office, and all the public buildings. There is no disorder whatever. The strikers are keeping the peace perfectly. You can't expect me to shoot them down as they walk along the streets with wives and children all in their best bib and tucker. I'd like to know what's happening on Wall Street," I heard Jimmy Wambald say as he passed along. I could imagine his anxiety, for I knew he was deep in the big consolidated Western deal. "Say, Korf," Atkinson bustled up to me, "is your machine running?" "Yes," I answered, "but what's the matter with your own?" "Broken down, and the garages are all closed, and my wife's somewhere around Truckee, I think, stalled on the overland. Can't get a wire to her for love or money. She should have arrived this evening. She may be starving. Lend me your machine." "Can't get it across the bay," Halstead spoke up. "The ferries aren't running. But I tell you what you can do. There's Rawlinson. Oh, Rawlinson, come here a moment. Atkinson wants to get a machine across the bay. His wife is stuck on the overland at Truckee. Can't you bring the Lorette across from Tiburon and carry the machine over for him?" The Lorette was a 200-ton ocean-going schooner yacht. Rawlinson shook his head. You couldn't get a longshoreman to land the machine on board, even if I could get the Lorette over, which I can't, for the crew are members of the Coast Seamen's Union, and they're on strike along with the rest. But my wife may be starving. I could hear Atkinson wailing as I moved on. At the other end of the smoking room I ran into a group of men bunched excitedly and angrily around Bertie Messner, and Bertie was stirring them up and prodding them in his cool, cynical way. Bertie didn't care about the strike. He didn't care much about anything. He was blasé, at least in all the clean things of life. The nasty things had no attraction for him. He was worth 20 millions, all of it in safe investments, and he had never done a tap of productive work in his life. Inherited all from his father and 2 uncles. He had been everywhere, seen everything, and done everything but get married, and this last in the face of the grim and determined attack of a few hundred ambitious mamas. For years he had been the greatest catch, and as yet he had avoided being caught. He was disgracefully eligible. On top of his wealth, he was young, handsome, and, as I said before, clean. He was a great athlete, a young blonde god that did everything perfectly and admirably with the solitary exception of matrimony. And he didn't care about anything, had no ambitions, no passions, no desire to do the very things he did so much better than other men. "This is sedition," one man in the group was crying. Another called it revolt and revolution, and another called it anarchy. "I can't see it," Bertie said. "I've been out in the streets all morning. Perfect order reigns. I never saw a more law-abiding populace. There's no use calling it names. It's not any of those things. It's just what it claims to be, a general strike, and it's your turn to play, gentlemen." "And we'll play all right," cried Garfield, one of the traction millionaires. "We'll show this dirt where its place is. The beasts! Wait till the government takes a hand." "But where is the government?" Bertie interposed. "It might as well be at the bottom of the sea so far as you're concerned. You don't know what's happening at Washington. You don't know whether you've got a government or not." "Don't you worry about that," Garfield blurted out. "I assure you I'm not worrying," Bertie smiled languidly. "But it seems to me it's what you fellows are doing. Look in the glass, Garfield." Garfield did not look, but had he looked he would have seen a very excited gentleman with rumpled iron-gray hair, a flushed face, mouth sullen and vindictive, and eyes wildly gleaming. "It's not right, I tell you," little Hanover said, and from his tone I was sure that he already said it a number of times. "Now that's going too far, Hanover," Bertie replied. "You fellows make me tired. You're all open shop men. You've eroded my eardrums with your endless gabble for the open shop and the right of a man to work. You've harangued along these lines for years. Labor is doing nothing wrong in going out on this general strike. It is violating no law of God nor man. Don't you talk, Hanover. You've been ringing the changes too long on the God-given right to work, or not to work. You can't escape the corollary. It's a dirty little sordid scrap, that's all the whole thing is. You've got labor down and gouged it, and now labor's got you down and is gouging you, that's all, and you're squealing." Every man in the group broke out in indignant denials that labor had never been gouged. "No, sir," Garfield was shouting, "we've done the best for labor. Instead of gouging it, we've given it a chance to live. We've made work for it. Where would labor be if it hadn't been for us?" "A whole lot better off," Bertie sneered. "You've got labor down and gouged it every time you got a chance, and you went out of your way to make chances." "No, no," were the cries. "There was the Teamsters' strike, right here in San Francisco," Bertie went on imperturbably. "The Employers' Association precipitated that strike. You know that. And you know I know it too, for I've sat in these very rooms and heard the inside talk and news of the fight. First you precipitated the strike, then you brought the mayor and the chief of police and broke the strike. A pretty spectacle, you philanthropists, getting the Teamsters down and gouging them. Hold on, I'm not through with you. It's only last year that the labor ticket of Colorado elected a governor. He was never seated. You know why? You know how your brother philanthropists and capitalists of Colorado worked it? It was a case of getting labor down and gouging it. You kept the president of the Southwestern Amalgamated Association of Miners in jail for 3 years on trumped-up murder charges, and with him out of the way, you broke up the association. That was gouging labor, you'll admit. The third time the graduated income tax was declared unconstitutional was a gouge. So was the 8-hour bill you killed in the last Congress. And of all unmitigated immoral gouges, your destruction of the closed shop principle was the limit. You know how it was done. You brought out Farberg, the last president of the old American Federation of Labor. He was your creature, or the creature of all the trusts and employers' associations, which is the same thing. You precipitated the big closed shop strike. Farberg betrayed that strike. You won, and the old American Federation of Labor crumpled to pieces. You fellows destroyed it, and by so doing undid yourselves, for right on top of it began the organization of the ILW, the biggest and solidest organization of labor the United States has ever seen, and you were responsible for its existence and for the present general strike. You smashed all the old federations and drove labor into the ILW, and the ILW called the general strike, still fighting for the closed shop. And then you have the effrontery to stand here face to face and tell me that you never got labor down and gouged it. Bah! This time there were no denials. Garfield broke out in self-defense. We've done nothing we were not compelled to do if we were to win. I'm not saying anything about that, Bertie answered. What I am complaining about is your squealing now that you're getting a taste of your own medicine. How many strikes have you won by starving labor into submission? Well, labor has worked out a scheme whereby to starve you into submission. It wants to close shop, and if it can get it by starving you, why, starve you shall. I notice that you have profited in the past by those very labor gouges you mentioned, insinuated Brentwood, one of the wiliest and most astute of our corporation lawyers. The receiver is as bad as the thief, he sneered. You had no hand in the gouging, but you took your whack out of the gouge. That is quite beside the question, Brentwood, Bertie drawled. You're as bad as Hanover, intruding the moral element. I haven't said that anything is right or wrong. It's all a rotten game, I know. And my sole kick is that you fellows are squealing now that you're down and labor is taking a gouge out of you. Of course I've taken the profits from the gouging, and thanks to you, gentlemen, without having personally to do the dirty work. You did that for me. Oh, believe me, not because I am more virtuous than you, but because my good father and his various brothers left me a lot of money with which to pay for the dirty work. If you mean to insinuate, Brentwood began hotly. Hold on, don't get all ruffled up, Bertie interposed insolently. There's no use in playing hypocrites in this thieves' den. The high and lofty is all right for the newspapers, boys' clubs, and Sunday schools. That's part of the game. But for heaven's sake, don't let's play it on one another. You know, and you know that I know, just what jobbery was done in the building trade strike last fall. Who put up the money, who did the work, and who profited by it. Brentwood flushed darkly. But we are all tarred with the same brush, and the best thing for us to do is to leave morality out of it. Again, I repeat, play the game, play it to the last finish, but for goodness sake don't squeal when you get hurt. When I left the group, Bertie was off on a new tack, tormenting them with the more serious aspects of the situation, pointing out the shortage of supplies that was already making itself felt, and asking them what they were going to do about it. A little later I met him in the cloakroom, leaving, and gave him a lift home in my machine. It's a great stroke, this general strike, he said, as we bowled along the crowded but orderly streets. It's a smashing body blow. Labor caught us napping and struck at our weakest place, the stomach. I'm going to get out of San Francisco, Corf. Take my advice and get out too. Head for the country, anywhere. You'll have more chance. Buy up a stock of supplies and get into a tent or a cabin somewhere. Soon there'll be nothing but starvation in this city for such as we. How correct Bertie Messner was I never dreamed. I decided that he was an alarmist. As for myself, I was content to remain and watch the fun. After I dropped him, instead of going directly home, I went on in hunt for more food. To my surprise, I learned that the small groceries where I had bought in the morning were sold out. I extended my search to the potrero, and by good luck managed to pick up another box of candles, 2 sacks of wheat flour, 10 pounds of graham flour, which would do for the servants, a case of tinned corn, and 2 cases of tinned tomatoes. It did look as though there was going to be at least a temporary food shortage, and I hugged myself over the goodly stock of provisions I had laid in. The next morning I had my coffee in bed as usual, and more than the cream I missed the daily paper. It was this absence of knowledge of what was going on in the world that I found the chief hardship. Down at the club there was little news. Ryder had crossed from Oakland in his launch, and Halstead had been down to San Jose and back in his machine. They reported the same conditions in those places as in San Francisco. Everything was tied up by the strike. All grocery stocks had been bought out by the upper classes, and perfect order reigned. But what was happening over the rest of the country, in Chicago, New York, Washington? Most probably the same things that were happening with us, we concluded, but the fact that we did not know with absolute surety was irritating. General Folsom had a bit of news. An attempt had been made to place Army telegraphers in the telegraph offices, but the wires had been cut in every direction. This was so far the one unlawful act committed by labor, and that it was a concerted act he was fully convinced. He had communicated by wireless with the army post at Benicia. The telegraph lines were even then being patrolled by soldiers all the way to Sacramento. Once, for one short instant, they had got the Sacramento call, then the wires somewhere were cut again. General Folsom reasoned that similar attempts to open communications were being made by the authorities all the way across the continent, but he was non-committal as to whether or not he thought the attempt would succeed. What worried him was the wire cutting. He could not but believe that it was an important part of the deep-laid labor conspiracy. Also, he regretted that the government had not long since established its projected chain of wireless stations. The days came and went, and for a time it was a humdrum time. Nothing happened. The edge of excitement had become blunted. The streets were not so crowded. The working class did not come uptown any more to see how we were taking the strike, and there were not so many automobiles running around. The repair shops and garages were closed, and whenever a machine broke down it went out of commission. The clutch on mine broke, and neither love nor money could get it repaired. Like the rest, I was now walking. San Francisco lay dead, and we did not know what was happening over the rest of the country. But from the very fact that we did not know, we could conclude only that the rest of the country lay as dead as San Francisco. From time to time the city was placarded with the proclamations of organized labor. These had been printed months before, and evidenced how thoroughly the ILW had prepared for the strike. Every detail had been worked out long in advance. No violence had occurred as yet, with the exception of the shooting of a few wire cutters by the soldiers, but the people of the slums were starving and growing ominously restless. The businessmen, the millionaires, and the professional class held meetings and passed resolutions, but there was no way of making the proclamations public. They could not even get them printed. One result of these meetings, however, was that General Folsom was persuaded into taking military possession of the wholesale houses and of all the flour, grain, and food warehouses. It was high time, for suffering was becoming acute in the homes of the rich, and bread lines were necessary. I knew that my servants were beginning to draw long faces, and it was amazing, the hole they made in my stock of provisions. In fact, as I afterwards surmised, each servant was stealing from me and secreting a private stock of provisions for himself. But with the formation of the bread lines came new troubles. There was only so much of a food reserve in San Francisco, and at the best it could not last long. Organized labor, we knew, had its private supplies. Nevertheless, the whole working class joined the bread lines. As a result, the provisions General Folsom had taken possession of diminished with perilous rapidity. How were the soldiers to distinguish between a shabby, middle-class man, a member of the ILW, or a slum dweller? The first and the last had to be fed. But the soldiers did not know all the ILW men in the city, much less the wives and sons and daughters of the ILW men. The employers helping, a few of the known Union men were flung out of the bread lines, but that amounted to nothing. To make matters worse, the government tugs that had been hauling food from the army depots on Mare Island to Angel Island found no more food to haul. The soldiers now received their rations from the confiscated provisions, and they received them first. The beginning of the end was in sight. Violence was beginning to show its face. Law and order were passing away, and passing away, I must confess, among the slum people and the upper classes. Organized labor still maintained perfect order. It could well afford to. It had plenty to eat. I remember the afternoon at the club when I caught Halstead and Brentwood whispering in a corner. They took me in on the venture. Brentwood's machine was still in running order, and they were going out cow-stealing. Halstead had a long butcher knife and a cleaver. We went out to the outskirts of the city. Here and there were cows grazing, but always they were guarded by their owners. We pursued our quest, following along the fringe of the city to the east, and on the hills near Hunter's Point we came upon a cow guarded by a little girl. There was also a young calf with a cow. We wasted no time on preliminaries. The little girl ran away screaming while we slaughtered the cow. I omit the details, for they were not nice. We were unaccustomed to such work, and we bungled it. But in the midst of it, working with the haste of fear, we heard cries, and we saw a number of men running toward us. We abandoned the spoils and took to our heels. To our surprise, we were not pursued. Looking back, we saw the men hurriedly cutting up the cow. They had been on the same lay as ourselves. We argued that there was plenty for all, and ran back. The scene that followed beggars description. We fought and squabbled over the division like savages. Brentwood, I remember, was a perfect brute, snarling and snapping and threatening that murder would be done if we did not get our proper share. And we were getting our share when there occurred a new eruption on the scene. This time it was the dreaded peace officers of the ILW. The little girl had brought them. They were armed with whips and clubs, and there were a score of them. The little girl danced up and down in anger, the tears streaming down her cheeks, crying, "Give it to him! Give it to him! That guy with the specs, he did it! Mash his face for him! Mash his face!" That guy with the specs was I, and I got my face mashed too, though I had the presence of mind to take off my glasses at the first. My, but we did receive a trouncing as we scattered in all directions. Brentwood, Halstead, and I fled away for the machine. Brentwood's nose was bleeding, while Halstead's cheek was cut across with the scarlet slash of a black snake whip. And lo, when the pursuit ceased and we had gained the machine, there, hiding behind it, was the frightened calf. Brentwood warned us to be cautious, and crept up on it like a wolf or tiger. Knife and cleaver had been left behind, but Brentwood still had his hands, and over on the ground he rolled with the poor little calf as he throttled her. We threw the carcass into the machine, covered it over with a robe, and started for home. But our misfortunes had only begun. We blew out a tire. There's no way of fixing it, and twilight was coming on. We abandoned the machine, Brentwood pulling and staggering along in advance, the calf covered by the robe, slung across his shoulders. We took turn about carrying that calf, and it nearly killed us. Also, we lost our way. And then, after hours of wandering and toil, we encountered a gang of hoodlums. They were not ILW men, and I guess they were as hungry as we. At any rate, they got the calf, and we got the thrashing. Brentwood raged like a madman the rest of the way home, and he looked like one with his torn clothes, swollen nose, and blackened eyes. There wasn't any more cow stealing after that. General Folsom sent his troops out and confiscated all the cows, and his troopers, aided by the militia, ate most of the meat. General Folsom was not to be blamed. It was his duty to maintain law and order, and he maintained it by means of the soldiers. wherefore he was compelled to feed them first of all. It was about this time that the great panic occurred. The wealthy classes precipitated the flight, and then the slum people caught the contagion and stampeded wildly out of the city. General Folsom was pleased. It was estimated that at least 200,000 had deserted San Francisco, and by that much was his food problem solved. Well do I remember that day. In the morning I had eaten a crust of bread. Half of the afternoon I had stood in the bread line, and after dark I returned home tired and miserable, carrying a quart of rice and a slice of bacon. Brown met me at the door. His face was worn and terrified. All the servants had fled, he informed me. He alone remained. I was touched by his faithfulness, and when I learned that he had eaten nothing all day, I divided my food with him. We cooked half the rice and half the bacon, sharing it equally and reserving the other half for morning. I went to bed with my hunger and tossed restlessly all night. In the morning I found Brown had deserted me, and greater misfortune still, he had stolen what remained of the rice and bacon. It was a gloomy handful of men that came together at the club that morning. There was no service at all. The last servant was gone. I noticed, too, that the silver was gone, and I learned where it had gone. The servants had not taken it, for the reason, I presume, that the club members got to it first. Their method of disposing of it was simple. Down south of Market Street, in the dwellings of the ILW, the housewives had given square meals in exchange for it. I went back to my house. Yes, my silver was gone, all but a massive pitcher. This I wrapped up and carried down south of Market Street. I felt better after the meal and returned to the club to learn that there was nothing new in the situation. Hanover, Collins, and Dacon were just leaving. There was no one inside, they told me, and they invited me to come along with them. They were leaving the city, they said, on Dacon's horses, and there was a spare one for me. Dacon had 4 magnificent carriage horses that he wanted to save, and General Folsom had given him the tip that the next morning all the horses that remained in the city were to be confiscated for food. There were not many horses left, for tens of thousands of them had been turned loose into the country when the hay and grain gave out during the first days. Birdall, I remember, who had great draying interests, had turned loose 300 dray horses. At an average value of $500, this had amounted to $150,000. He had hoped at first to recover most of the horses after the strike was over, but in the end he never recovered one of them. They were all eaten by the people that fled from San Francisco. For that matter, the killing of the army mules and horses for food had already begun. Fortunately for Dacon, he had a plentiful supply of hay and grain stored in his stable. We managed to raise 4 saddles, and we found the animals in good condition and spirited, withal unused to being ridden. I remember the San Francisco of the great earthquake as we rode through the streets, but this San Francisco was vastly more pitiable. No cataclysm of nature had caused this, but rather the tyranny of the labor unions. We rode down past Union Square and through the theater, hotel, and shopping districts. The streets were deserted. Here and there stood automobiles, abandoned where they had broken down or when the gasoline had given out. There was no sign of life, save for the occasional policemen and the soldiers guarding the banks and public buildings. Once we came upon an ILW man pasting up the latest proclamation. We stopped to read. We have maintained an orderly strike, it ran, and we shall maintain order to the end. The end will come when our demands are satisfied, and our demands will be satisfied when we have starved our employers into submission, as we ourselves in the past have often been starved into submission. Messenger's very words, Collins said. And I, for one, am ready to submit, only they won't give me a chance to submit. I haven't had a full meal in an age. I wonder what horse meat tastes like. We stopped to read another proclamation. When we think our employers are ready to submit, we shall open up the telegraphs and place the Employers' Associations of the United States in communication. But only messages relating to peace terms shall be permitted over the wires. We rode on, crossed Market Street, and a little later were passing through the working-class district. Here the streets were not deserted. Leaning over the gates or standing in groups were the ILW men. Happy, well-fed children were playing games, and stout housewives sat on the front steps gossiping. One and all cast amused glances at us. Little children ran after us, crying, "Hey, mister, ain't you hungry?" And one woman, nursing a child at her breast, called to Dakon, "Say, fatty, I'll give you a meal for your skate. Ham and potatoes, currant jelly, white bread, canned butter, and 2 cups of coffee." "Have you noticed the last few days," Hanover remarked to me, "that there's not been a stray dog in the streets?" I had noticed, but I had not thought about it before. It was high time to leave the unfortunate city. We at last managed to connect with the San Bruno road, along which we headed south. I had a country place near Menlo, and it was our objective. But soon we began to discover that the country was far off and far more dangerous than the city. There the soldiers and the ILW kept order, but the country had been turned over to anarchy. 200,000 people had fled from San Francisco, and we had countless evidences that their flight had been like that of an army of locusts. They had swept everything clean. There had been robbery and fighting. Here and there we passed bodies by the roadside and saw the blackened ruins of farmhouses. The fences were down, and the crops had been trampled by the feet of a multitude. All the vegetable patches had been rooted out by the famished hordes. All the chickens and farm animals had been slaughtered. This was true of all the main roads that led out of San Francisco. Here and there, away from the roads, farmers had held their own with shotguns and revolvers and were still holding their own. They warned us away and refused to parley with us. And all the destruction and violence had been done by the slum dwellers and the upper classes. The ILW men, with plentiful food supplies, remained quietly in their homes in the cities. Early in the ride we received concrete proof of how desperate was the situation. To the right of us we heard cries and rifle shots. Bullets whistled dangerously near. There was a crashing in the underbrush. Then a magnificent black truck horse broke across the road in front of us and was gone. We had barely time to notice that he was bleeding and lame. He was followed by 3 soldiers. The chase went on among the trees on the left. We could hear the soldiers calling to one another. A 4th soldier limped out upon the road from the right, sat down on a boulder and mopped the sweat from his face. "Militia," Dakon whispered. "Deserters." The man grinned up at us and asked for a match. In reply to Dakon's "What's the word?" he informed us that the militiamen were deserting. "No grub," he explained. "They're feeding it all to the regulars." We also learned from him that the military prisoners had been released from Alcatraz Island because they could no longer be fed. I shall never forget the next sight we encountered. We came upon it abruptly around a turn of the road. Overhead arched the trees. The sunshine was filtering down through the branches. Butterflies were fluttering by, and from the fields came the song of larks. And there it stood, a powerful touring car. About it and in it lay a number of corpses. It told its own tale. Its occupants, fleeing from the city, had been attacked and dragged down by a gang of slum dwellers. Hoodlums. The thing had occurred within 24 hours. Freshly opened meat and fruit tins explained the reason for the attack. Dakon examined the bodies. "I thought so," he reported. "I've ridden in the car. It was Perrotin, the whole family. We've got to watch out for ourselves from now on." "But we have no food with which to invite attack," I objected. Dakon pointed to the horse I rode, and I understood. Early in the day Dakon's horse had cast a shoe. The delicate hoof had split, and by noon the animal was limping. Dakon refused to ride it farther, and refused to desert it. So on his solicitation we went on. He would lead the horse and join us at my place. That was the last we saw of him, nor did we ever learn his end. By 1 o'clock we arrived at the town of Menlo, or rather at the site of Menlo, for it was in ruins. Corpses lay everywhere. The business part of the town, as well as part of the residences, had been gutted by fire. Here and there a residence still held out, but there was No getting near them. When we approached too closely, we were fired upon. We met a woman who was poking about in the smoking ruins of her cottage. The first attack, she told us, had been on the stores, and as she talked we could picture that raging, roaring, hungry mob flinging itself on the handful of townspeople. Millionaires and paupers had fought side by side for the food, and then fought with one another after they got it. The town of Palo Alto and Stanford University had been sacked in similar fashion, we learned. Ahead of us lay a desolate, wasted land, and we thought we were wise in turning off to my place. It lay 3 miles to the west, snuggling among the first rolling swells of the foothills. But as we rode along we saw that the devastation was not confined to the main roads. The van of the flight had kept to the roads, sacking the small towns as it went, while those that followed had scattered out and swept the whole countryside like a great broom. My place was built of concrete, masonry, and tiles, and so had escaped being burned, but it was gutted clean. We found the gardener's body in the windmill, littered around with empty shotgun shells. He had put up a good fight, but no trace could we find of the 2 Italian laborers, nor of the housekeeper and her husband. Not a live thing remained. The calves, the colts, all the fancy poultry and thoroughbred stock, everything was gone. The kitchen and the fireplaces, where the mob had cooked, were a mess, while many campfires outside bore witness to the large number that had fed and spent the night. What they had not eaten they had carried away. There was not a bite for us. We spent the rest of the night vainly waiting for Dakon, and in the morning with our revolvers fought off 6 marauders. Then we killed one of Dakon's horses, hiding for the future what meat we did not immediately eat. In the afternoon Collins went out for a walk, but failed to return. This was the last straw to Hanover. He was for flight there and then, and I had great difficulty in persuading him to wait for daylight. As for myself, I was convinced that the end of the general strike was near, and I was resolved to return to San Francisco. So in the morning we parted company, Hanover heading south, 50 pounds of horse meat strapped to a saddle, while I, similarly loaded, headed north. Little Hanover pulled through all right, and to the end of his life he will persist, I know, in boring everybody with the narrative of his subsequent adventures. I got as far as Belmont on the main road back when I was robbed of my horse meat by 3 militiamen. There was no change in the situation, they said, except that it was going from bad to worse. The ILW had plenty of provisions hidden away and could last out for months. I managed to get as far as Baden when my horse was taken away from me by 12 men. 2 of them were San Francisco policemen, and the remainder were regular soldiers. This was ominous. The situation was certainly extreme when the regulars were beginning to desert. When I continued my way on foot, they already had the fire started, and the last of Dakon's horses lay slaughtered on the ground. As luck would have it, I sprained my ankle and succeeded in getting no farther than South San Francisco. I lay there that night in an outhouse, shivering with the cold and at the same time burning with fever. 2 days I lay there, too sick to move, and on the 3rd, reeling and giddy, supporting myself on an extemporized crutch, I tottered on toward San Francisco. I was weak as well, for it was the 3rd day since food had passed my lips. It was a day of nightmare and torment. As in a dream, I passed hundreds of regular soldiers drifting along in the opposite direction, and many policemen with their families, organized in large groups for mutual protection. As I entered the city, I remembered the workman's house at which I had traded the silver pitcher, and in that direction my hunger drove me. Twilight was falling when I came to the place. I passed around by the alleyway and crawled up the black steps on which I collapsed. I managed to reach out with a crutch and knock on the door. Then I must have fainted, for I came to in the kitchen, my face wet with water and whiskey being poured down my throat. I choked and sputtered and tried to talk. I began saying something about not having any more silver pitchers, but that I would make it up to them afterward if they would only give me something to eat. But the housewife interrupted me. "Why, you poor man," she said, "haven't you heard? The strike was called off this afternoon. Of course we'll give you something to eat." She bustled around, opening a tin of breakfast bacon and preparing to fry it. "Let me have some now, please," I begged, and I ate the raw bacon on a slice of bread, while her husband explained that the demands of the ILW had been granted. The wires had been opened up in the early afternoon, and everywhere the employers' associations had given in. There hadn't been any employers left in San Francisco, but General Folsom had spoken for them. The trains and steamers would start running in the morning, and so would everything else just as soon as system could be established. And that was the end of the general strike. I never want to see another one. It was worse than a war. A general strike is a cruel and immoral thing, and the brain of man should be capable of running industry in a more rational way. Harrison is still my chauffeur. It was part of the conditions of the ILW that all of its members should be reinstated in their old positions. Brown never came back, but the rest of the servants are with me. I hadn't the heart to discharge them, poor creatures. They were pretty hard-pressed when they deserted with the food and silver. And now I can't discharge them. They have all been unionized by the ILW. The tyranny of organized labor is getting beyond human endurance. Something must be done. End of The Dream of Debs by Jack London.
Cold Light by S.P. Meek. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Frank Duncan. Cold Light by S.P. Meek. The bodies had broken into pieces, as though they had been made of glass. Confound it, Carnes. I am on vacation. I know it, Doctor, and I hate to disturb you, but I felt that I simply had to. I have one of the weirdest cases on my hands that I've ever been mixed up in, and I think that you'll forgive me for calling you when I tell you about it. Dr. Bird groaned in the telephone transmitter. I took a vacation last summer, or tried to, and you hauled me away from the best fishing I have found in years to help you on a case. This year I traveled all the way from Washington to San Francisco to get away from you, and the very day that I get here, you are after me. I won't have anything to do with it. Where are you, anyway? I am at Fallon, Nevada, Doctor. I'm sorry that you won't help me out because the case promises to be unusually interesting. Let me at least tell you about it. Dr. Byrne groaned louder than ever into the telephone transmitter. All right, go ahead and tell me about it, if it will relieve your mind. But I have given you my final answer. I am not a bit interested in it. That is quite all right. Doctor, I don't expect you to touch it. I hope, however, that you will be able to give me an idea of where to start. Did you ever see a man's body broken in pieces? Do you mean badly smashed up? No, indeed. I mean just what I said. Broken in pieces. Legs snapped off as though the entire flesh had become brittle. No, I didn't, and neither did anyone else. I have seen it, Doctor. Hooey, what have you been drinking? Operative Carnes of the United States Secret Service chuckled softly to himself. The voice of the famous scientist of the Bureau of Standards plainly showed an interest, which was quite at variance with his words. I was quite sober, Doctor, and so was Hughes, and we both saw it. Who is Hughes? He is an airmail pilot, one of the crack flyers of the transcontinental airmail. Let me tell you the whole thing in order. All right, I have a few minutes to spare, but I warn you again that I don't intend to touch the case. Suit yourself, Doctor. I have no authority to requisition your services. As you know, the TAC has been handling a great deal of transcontinental airmail, with a pretty clean record on accidents. The day before yesterday, a special plane left Washington to carry 2 packages From there to San Francisco. One of them was a shipment of jewels, valued at $250,000, consigned to a San Francisco firm. And the other was a sealed packet from the War Department. No one was supposed to know the contents of that packet, except the Chief of Staff, who delivered it to the plane personally. But rumors got out, as usual, and it was popularly supposed to contain certain essential features of the Army's war plans. This much is certain. The plane carried not only the regular TAC pilot and courier, but also an Army courier. And it was guarded during the trip by an Army plane armed with small bombs and a machine gun. I rode in it. My orders were simply to guard the ship until it landed at the Mills Field, and then to guard the courier, from there to Presidio of San Francisco, until his packet was delivered personally, into the hands of the commanding general of the 9th Corps area. The trip was quiet and monotonous until after we left Salt Lake City at dawn this morning. Nothing until we were about 100 miles east of Reno. We had taken elevation to cross the Stillwater Mountains, and we were skimming low over them. My plane trailing the TAC plane by about a half mile. I was not paying any particular attention to the other ship when I suddenly felt our plane leap ahead. It was a fast Douglas, and the pilot gave it the gun and made it move. I can tell you, I yelled into the speaking tube and asked what was the reason. My pilot yelled back that the plane ahead was in trouble. As soon as it was called to my attention, I could see myself that it wasn't acting normally. It was losing elevation and was pursuing a very erratic course. Before we could reach it, it lost flying speed and fell into a spinning nosedive and headed for the ground. I watched, expecting every minute to see the crew make parachute jumps, but they didn't, and the plane hit the ground with a terrific crash. It caught fire, of course. No, Doctor. That is one of the funny things about the accident. It didn't. It hit the ground in an open place, free from brush, and literally burst into pieces, but it didn't flame up. We headed directly for the scene of the crash, and we encountered another funny thing. We almost froze to death. What do you mean? Exactly what I say. Of course, it's pretty cold at that altitude all the time, but this cold was like nothing I had ever encountered. It seemed to freeze the blood in our veins, and it congealed frost on the windshields and made the motor miss for a moment. It was only momentary, and it only existed directly over the wrecked plane. We went past it and swung around in a circle and came back over the wreck, but we didn't feel the cold again. The next thing we tried to do was to find a landing place. That country is pretty rugged and rough, and there wasn't a flat place for miles that was large enough to land a ship on. Hughes and I talked it over, and there didn't seem to be much of anything that we could do except to go on until we found a landing place. I had had no experience in parachute jumping, and I couldn't pilot the plane if Hughes jumped. We swooped down over the wreck as close as we dared, and that was when we saw the condition of the bodies. The whole plane was cracked up pretty badly. But the weird part of it was the fact that the bodies of the crew had broken into pieces, as though they had been made of glass. Arms and legs were detached from the torsos and lying at a distance. There was no sign of blood on the ground. We saw all this with our naked eyes, from close at hand, and verified it by observations through binoculars from a greater height. When we had made our observations and marked the location of the wreck as closely as we could, we headed east until we found a landing place near Fallon. Hughes dropped me here and went on to Reno, or to San Francisco if necessary, to report the accident and get more planes to aid in the search. I was wholly at sea, but it seemed to be in your line, and as I knew that you were at the St. Francis, I called you up. What are your plans? I made none until I talked with you. The country where the wreck occurred is unbelievably wild, and we can't get near it with any transportation other than burros. The only thing that I can see to do is to gather together what transportation I can and head for the wreck on foot to rescue the packets and to bring out the bodies. Can you suggest anything better? When do you expect to start? As soon as I can get my pack train together, possibly in 3 or 4 hours. Carnes, are you sure that those bodies were broken into bits? An arm or a leg might easily be torn off in a complete crash. They were smashed into bits, as nearly as I could tell. Doctor, Hughes is an old flyer, and he has seen plenty of crashes, but he never saw anything like this. It beats anything that I've ever saw. If your observations were accurate, there could be only one cause, and that one is a patent impossibility. I haven't a bit of equipment here, but I expect that I can get most of the stuff I want from the University of California, across the bay at Berkeley. I can get a plane at Crissy Field. I'll tell you what to do, Carnes. Get your burro train together and start as soon as you can. But leave me half a dozen burros and a guide at Fallon. I'll get up there as soon as I can, and I'll try to overtake you before you get to the wreck. If I don't disturb anything, any more than you can help until my arrival. Do you understand? I thought that you were on vacation, Doctor. Oh, shut up. Like most of my vacations, this one will have to be postponed. I'll move as swiftly as I can, and I ought to be at Fallon tonight, if I'm lucky and don't run into any obstacles. Burros are fairly slow, but I'll make the best time possible. I rather expect you would, Doctor. I can't get my pack train together until evening, so I'll wait for you right here. I'm mighty glad that you are going to get in on it. Silently, Carnes and Dr. Bird surveyed the wreck of the TAC plane. The observations of the Secret Service operative have been correct. The bodies of the unfortunate crew had been broken into fragments. Their limbs had not been twisted off as a freak of the fall, but had been cleanly broken off, as though the bodies had suddenly become brittle and had shattered on their impact with the ground. Not only the bodies, but the ship itself had been broken up. Even the clothing of the men was in pieces, or had long splits in the fabric whose edges were as clean as though they had been cut with a knife. Dr. Bird picked up an arm which had belonged to the pilot and examined it. The brittleness, if it had ever existed, was gone, and the arm was limp. No rigor mortis, commented the doctor. How long ago was the wreck? About 72 hours ago. What about those packets that were on the plane? Carnes stepped forward and gingerly inspected first the body of the Army courier, and then that of the courier of the TAC. Both gone, Doctor, he reported, straightening up. Dr. Bird's face fell into grim lines. There is more to this case than appears on the surface, Carnes, he said. This was no ordinary wreck. Bring up that third burro. I want to examine these fragments a little. Bill. He went on to one of the two guides who had accompanied them from Fallon. You and Walter scout around the ground and see what you can find out. I especially wish to know whether anyone has visited the scene of the wreck. The guides consulted a moment and started out. Carnes drove up the burro the doctor had indicated, and Dr. Bird unpacked it. He opened a mahogany case and took from it a high-powered microscope. Setting the instrument up on a convenient rock, he subjected portions of the wreck, including several fragments of flesh, to a careful scrutiny. When he had completed his observations, he fell into a brown study from which he was aroused by Carnes. What did you find out about the cause of the wreck, Doctor? I don't know what to think. The immediate cause was that everything was frozen. The place ran into a belt of cold which froze up the motor and which probably killed the crew instantly. It was undoubtedly the aftermath of that cold which you felt when you swooped down over the wreck. It seems impossible that it could have suddenly got cold enough to freeze everything up like that. It does, and yet I'm confident that is what happened. It was no ordinary cold, Carnes. It was cold of the type that infests interstellar space. Cold beyond any conception you have of cold. Cold near the range of absolute zero of temperature. Nearly 450 degrees below zero on the Fahrenheit scale. At such temperatures, things which are ordinarily quite flexible and elastic, such as rubber or flesh, become as brittle as glass, and would break in the manner which these bodies have broken. An examination of the tissues of the flesh shows that it has been submitted to some temperature that is very low in the scale, probably below that of liquid air. Such a temperature would produce instant death, and the other phenomenon which we can observe. What could cause such a low temperature, Doctor? I don't know yet, although I hope to find out before we are finished. Cold is a funny thing, Carnes. Ordinarily it is considered as simply the absence of heat, and yet I have always held it to be a definite negative quantity. All through nature we observe that every force has its opposite, or negative force, to oppose it. We have positive and negative electrical charges. Positive and negative, or north and south, magnetic poles. We have gravity and its opposite apergy. And I believe cold is really negative heat. I never heard of anything like that, Doctor. I always thought that things were cold because heat was taken from them, not because cold was added. It sounds preposterous. Such is the common idea, and yet I cannot accept it, for it does not explain all the recorded phenomenon. You are familiar with searchlight, are you not? In a general way, yes. A searchlight is merely a source of light, and of course of heat, which is placed at the focus of a parabolic reflector, so that all of the rays emanating from the source travel in parallel lines. A searchlight, of course, gives off heat. If we place a lens of the same size as the searchlight aperture in the path of the beam and concentrate all the light and heat at one spot, the focal point of the lens, the temperature at the point is the same as the temperature of the source of the light, less what has been lost by radiation. You understand that, do you not? Certainly. Suppose that we place at the center of the aperture of the searchlight a small opaque disc which is permeable neither to heat nor light, in such a manner as to interrupt the central portion of the beam. As a result, the beam will go out in the form of a hollow rod or pipe of heat and light with a dark, cold core. This core will have the temperature of the surrounding air plus the small amount which has radiated into it from the surrounding pipe. If we now pass this beam of light through a lens in order to concentrate the beam, both the pipe of heat and the cold core will focus. If we place a temperature measuring device near the focus of the dark core, we will find that the temperature is lower than the surrounding air. This means that we have focused or concentrated cold. That sounds impossible, but I can offer no other criticism. Nevertheless, it is experimentally true. It is one of the facts which led me to consider cold as negative heat. However, this is true of cold as it is of the other negative forces. They exist and manifest themselves only in the presence of the positive forces. No one has yet concentrated cold except in the presence of heat. As I have outlined, how this cold belt which the TAC plane encountered came to be, there is another question. The thing which we have to determine is whether it was caused by natural or artificial forces. Both of the packets which the plane carried are gone, Doctor, observed Carnes. Yes, and that seems to add weight to the possibility that the cause was artificial, but it is far from conclusive. The packets might not have been on the men when the plane fell, or someone may have passed later and taken them for safekeeping. The doctor's remarks were interrupted by the guides. Someone has been here since the wreck, Doctor, said Bill. Walter and I found tracks where two men came up here and prowled around for some time and then left by the way they came. They went off toward the northwest, and we followed their trail for about 40 rods and then lost it. We weren't able to pick it up again. Thanks, Bill, replied the doctor. Well, Carnes, that seems to add more weight to the theory that spot of cold was made and didn't just happen. If a prospecting party had just happened along, they would either have left the wreck alone or would have made some attempt to inter the bodies. That cold belt must have been produced artificially by men who planned to rob this plane after bringing it down, and who were near at hand to get their plunder. Is there any chance of following that trail? I doubt it, Doc. Walter and I scouted around quite a little, but we couldn't pick it up again. Is there any power line passing within 20 miles of here? None that Walter and I know of, Doc. Funny, such a device as must have been used would need power, and lots of it for operation. Well, I'll try my luck, Carnes. Help me unpack and set up the rest of my apparatus. With the aid of the operative, Dr. Bird unpacked 2 of the burros and extracted from the cases, where they were carefully packed and padded, some elaborate electrical and optical apparatus. The first was a short telescope of large diameter, which he mounted on a base in such a manner that it would be elevated or depressed and rotated in any direction. At the focal point of the telescope was fastened a small knot of wire, from which one lead ran to the main piece of apparatus, which he had sat on a flat rock. The other lead from the wire knot ran into a sealed container surrounded by a water bath, until which a spirit lamp burned. From the container, another lead led to the main apparatus. This main piece consisted of a series of wire coils mounted on a frame and attached to 2 leads. The doctor took from a padded case a tiny magnet suspended on a piece of wire of exceedingly small diameter, which he fastened in place inside the coils. Cemented to the magnet was a tiny mirror. "What is this apparatus?" asked Carnes, as the doctor finished his setup and surveyed it with satisfaction. "Merely a thermocouple, attached to a d'Arsonval galvanometer," replied the doctor. "This large, squat telescope catches and concentrates You're out of my depth. What is a thermocouple? A juncture of two wires made of dissimilar metals, in this case of platinum iridium alloy. There is another similar junction in this case, which is kept at a constant temperature by the water bath. When the temperature of the two junctions are the same, the system is in equilibrium. When they are different temperatures, an electrical potential is set up, which causes a current to flow from one to the other through the galvanometer. The galvanometer consists of a magnet set up inside coils through which the current I spoke of flows. This current causes the magnet to rotate, and by watching the mirror, the rotation can be detected and measured. This device is one of the most sensitive ever made, and it is used to measure the radiation from the distant stars. Currents as small as 0.1 to the 27th ampere have been detected and measured. This particular instrument is not that sensitive to begin with, and has its sensitivity further reduced by having a high resistance in one of the leads. What are you going to use it for? I'm going to try to locate somewhere in these hills a patch of local cold. It may not work, but I have hopes. If you will manipulate the telescope so as to search the hills around here, I will watch the galvanometer. For several minutes, Carnes swung the telescope around. Twice, Dr. Bird stopped him and decreased the sensitivity of his instrument by introducing more resistance in the lines, in order to keep the magnet from twisting clear around. Due to the fluctuations in the heats received on accurate of the varying conditions of reflection, as Carnes swung the telescope again, the magnet swung around sharply, nearly to a right angle to its former position. "Stop!" cried the doctor. "Read your azimuth." Carnes read the compass bearing on the protractor attached to the frame which supported the telescope. Dr. Bird took a pair of binoculars and looked long and earnestly in the indicated direction. With a sigh, he laid down the glasses. "I can't see a thing, Carnesy," he said. "We'll have to move over to the next crest and make a new setup. Plant a rod on the hill so that we can get an azimuth bearing, and get the airline distance with a rangefinder." On the hilltop which Dr. Bird had pointed out, the apparatus was again set up. For several minutes Carnes swept the hills before an exclamation from the doctor told him to pause. He read the new azimuth, and the doctor laid off the two readings on a sheet of paper with a protractor and made a few calculations. "I don't know," he said reflectively, when he had finished his computations. "This darn instrument is still so sensitive that you may have merely focused on a deep shadow or a cold spring of something of that sort. But the magnet kicked clear around, and it may mean that we have located what we are looking for. It should be about 2 miles away, and almost due west of here." "There is no spring that I know of, Doc, and I think I know of every water hole in this country," remarked Bill. "There could hardly be a spring at this elevation, anyway," replied the doctor. "Maybe it is what we are seeking. We'll start out in that direction anyway. Bill, you had better take the lead, for you know the country. Spread out a little, so that we won't be too bunched if anything happens." For 3/4 of an hour the little group of men made their way through the wilderness in the direction indicated by the doctor. Presently Bill, who was in the lead, held up his hand with a warning gesture. The other three closed up as rapidly as cautious progress would allow. "What is it, Bill?" asked the doctor in an undertone. "Slip up ahead and look over the crest." The doctor obeyed instructions. As he glanced over, he gave vent to a low whistle of surprise and motioned for Carnes to join him. The operative crawled up and glanced over the crest. In a hollow before them was a crude, one-storied house, and erected on an open space before it was a massive piece of apparatus. It consisted of a number of huge metallic cylinders, for which lines ran to a silvery concave mirror mounted on an elaborate frame, which would allow it to be rotated so as to point in any direction. "What is it?" whispered Carnes. "Some kind of projector," muttered the doctor. "I never saw one quite like it, but it is meant to project something. I can't make out the curve of that mirror. It isn't a parabola, and it isn't an ellipse. It must be a high-degree subcatenary, or else built on a transcendental function." He raised himself to get a clearer view, and as he did so a puff of smoke came from the house, to be followed in a moment by a sharp crack as a bullet flattened itself a few inches from his head. The doctor tumbled back over the crest, out of sight of the house. Bill and Walter hurried forward, their rifles held ready for action. "Get out, on the flanks, men," directed the doctor. "The man we want is in a house in that hollow. He's armed and he means business." Bill and Walter crawled under the shelter of the rock to a short distance away and then, rifles ready, advanced to the attack. A report came from the hollow and a bullet whined over Bill's head. Almost instantly, a crack came from Walter's rifle and splinters flew from the building in the hollow a few inches from a loophole, through which projected the barrel of a rifle. The rifle barrel swung rapidly in a circle and barked in Walter's direction. But as it did so, Bill's gun spoke, and again splinters flew from the building. "Good work," ejaculated Dr. Bird as he watched the slow advance of the two guides. "If we just had rifles, we could join in that party, but it's a little far for effective pistol work. Let's go ahead, and we may get close enough to do a little shooting." Pistols in hand, Carnes and the doctor crawled over the crest and joined the advance. Again and again the rifle spoke from the hollow, and was answered by the vicious barks of the rifles in the hands of the guides. Carnes and the doctor resting their pistols on rocks and sending an occasional bullet toward the loophole. The conditions of light and moving target were not conducive to good marksmanship on the part of the besieged men, and none of the attackers were hit. Presently, Walter succeeded in sending a bullet through the loophole. The rifle barrel suddenly disappeared. With a shout, the four men rose from their cover and advanced toward the building at a run. As they did so, an ominous warning sound came from the apparatus in front of the house, and a sudden chill filled the air. "Back!" shouted Dr. Bird. "Back below the hill if you value your lives." He turned and raced at full speed toward the sheltering crest of a hill, the others following him closely. The whirring sound continued, and the concave reflector turned with a grating sound on its gears. As the path of its rays struck the ground, the rocks became white with frost, and one rock split with a sharp report, one fragment rolling down the slope, carrying others in its trail. With panic-stricken faces, the four men raced toward the sheltering crest, but remorselessly the reflector swung around in their direction. The intense cold numbed the racing men, cutting off their breath and impeding their efforts for speed. "Stop!" cried the doctor suddenly. "Fire at that reflector. It's our only chance." He set the example by turning and emptying his pistol futilely at the turning mirror. Bill, Walter, and Carnes followed his example. Nearer and nearer to them came the deadly ray. Bill was the nearest to its path, and he suddenly stiffened and fell forward, his useless gun still grasped in his hands, as his body struck the ground and it rolled downhill for a few feet. The deadly ray following it, his head struck a rock, and Carnes gave a cry of horror as it broke into fragments. Walter threw his rifle to his shoulder and fired again and again at the rotating disc. The cold became intense, and he could not control the actions of his muscles, and his rifle wavered about. He threw himself flat on the ground and with an almost superhuman effort steadied himself for a moment and fired. His aim was true, and with a terrific crash the reflector split into 1,000 fragments. Dr. Bird staggered to his feet. "It's out of order for a moment," he cried. "To the house while we can." As swiftly as his numbed feet would allow him, he stumbled toward the house. The muzzle of the rifle again projected from the loophole, and with its crack, the doctor staggered for a moment and then fell. Walter's rifle spoke again, and the rifle disappeared through the loophole with a spasmodic jerk. Carnes stumbled over the doctor. "Are you hit badly?" he gasped through the chattering teeth. "I'm not hit at all," muttered the doctor. "I stumbled and fell as he fired." "Look out! He's going to shoot again." The rifle barrel came slowly into view through the loophole. Walter fired, but his bullet went wild. Carnes threw himself behind a rock for protection. The rifle swung in Walter's direction and paused. As it did so, from the house came a strangled cry and a sound as of a blow. The rifle barrel disappeared, and the sounds of a struggle came from the building. "Come on!" cried Carnes as he rose to his feet and made his stumbling way forward. The others followed at the best speed which their numbed limbs would allow. As they reached the door, they were aware of a struggle which was going on inside. With an oath, the The doctor threw his massive frame against the door. It creaked, but the solid oak of which it was composed was proof against the attack, and he drew back for another onslaught. From the house came a pistol shot, followed by a despairing cry and a guttural shout, reinforced by Carnes. The doctor threw his weight against the door. With a rending crash it gave, and they fell sprawling into the cabin. The doctor was the first one on his feet. "Who are you?" asked a voice from one corner. The doctor whirled like a flash and covered the speaker with his pistol. "Put them up," he said tersely. "I am unarmed," the voice replied. "Who are you?" "We're from the United States Secret Service," replied Carnes, who had gained his feet. "The game is up for you, and you'd better realize it." "Secret Service? Thank God," cried the voice. "Get Koskoff. He has the plans. He has gone out through the tunnel." "Where is it?" demanded Carnes. "The entrance is that iron plate on the floor." Carnes and the doctor jumped at the plate and tried to lift it. Without result. There was no handle or projection on which they could take hold. "Not that way," cried the voice. "That cover is fastened on the inside. Go outside the building. He'll come out about 200 yards north. Shoot him as he appears or he'll get away." The three men nearly tumbled over each other to get through the doorway into the bitter cold outside. As they emerged from the cabin, the gaze of the guide swept the surrounding hills. "There he goes," he cried. "Get him," said Carnes sharply. Walter ran forward a few feet and dropped prone on the ground, cuddling the stock of his rifle to his cheek. 200 yards ahead, a figure was scurrying over the rocks away from the cabin. Walter drew in his breath, and his hand suddenly grew steady as his keen gray eyes peered through the sights. Carnes and the doctor held their breath in sympathy. Suddenly, the rifle spoke, and the fleeing man threw up his arms and fell forward on his face. "Got him," said Walter laconically. "Go bring the body in, Carnes," explained the doctor. "I'll take care of the chap inside." "Did you get him?" asked the voice eagerly as the doctor stepped inside. "He's dead already," replied the doctor grimly. "Who the devil are you? And what are you doing here?" "There is a light switch on the left of the door as you come in," was the reply. Dr. Bird found the switch and snapped it on a light. He turned toward the corner from whence the voice had come and recoiled in horror. Propped in the corner was a body of a middle-aged man, daubed and splashed with blood which ran from a wound in the side of his head. "Good Lord," he ejaculated. "Let me help you." "There's not much use," replied the man, rather faintly. "I'm about done in. This face wound doesn't amount to much, but I am shot through the body and am bleeding internally. If you try to move me, it may easily kill me. Leave me alone until your partners come." The doctor drew a flask of brandy from his pocket and advanced towards the corner. "Take a few drops of this," he asked. With an effort, the man lifted the flask to his lips and gulped down a little of the fiery spirit. A sound of trampling feet came from the outside, and then a thud as though a body had been dropped. Carnes and Walter entered the cabin. "He's dead as a mackerel," said Carnes in answer to the doctor's look. "Walter got him through the neck and broke his spinal cord. He never knew what hit him." "The plans?" came in a gasping voice from the man in the corner. "We got them too," replied Carnes. "He had both packets inside his coat. They have been opened, but I guess they are all here." "Who the devil are you?" "Since Koskoff is dead, and I'm dying, there is no reason why I shouldn't tell you," was the answer. "Leave that brandy handy to keep up my strength. I have only a short time and can't repeat. As to who I am or what I was, it doesn't really matter. Koskoff knew me as John Smith, and it will pass as well as any other name. Let my past stay buried. I am or was a scientist of some ability, but fortune frowned on me, and I was driven out of the world. Money would rehabilitate me. Money will do anything nowadays. So I set out to get it. In the course of my experimental work, I had discovered that cold was negative heat and reacted to the laws which governed heat. I knew that, cried Dr. Bird, but I never could prove it. Who are you? Demanded John Smith. Dr. Bird of the Bureau of Standards. Oh, Bird, I've heard of you. You can understand me when I say that as heat, positive heat is a concomitant of ordinary light. I have found that cold, negative heat is a concomitant of cold light. Is my apparatus in good shape outside? The reflector is smashed. I'm sorry, you would have enjoyed studying it. I presume that you saw that it was a catenary curve. I rather thought so. It was, and it was also adjustable. I could vary the focal point from a few feet to several miles. With that apparatus, I could throw a beam of negative heat with a focal point which I could adjust at will. Close to the apparatus, I could obtain a temperature almost down to absolute zero, but at the longer ranges it wasn't so cold due to leakage into the atmosphere. Even at 2 miles, I could produce a local temperature of 300 degrees below zero. What was the source of your cold? Liquid helium. Those cylinders contain, or rather did contain, for I expect that Koskov have emptied them, helium in a liquid state. Where is your compressor? I didn't have to use one. I developed a cold light under whose rays helium would liquefy and remain in a state of equilibrium until exposed to light rays. Those cylinders had merely enough pressure to force the liquid out to where the sun could hit it, and then it turned to a gas, dropping the temperature at the first focal point of the reflector to absolute zero. When I had this much done, Koskov and I packed the whole apparatus here and were ready for work. We were on the path of the transcontinental airmail, and I bided my time until a specially valuable shipment was to be made. My plans, which worked perfectly, were to freeze the plane in midair, then rob the wreck. I heard of the jewels shipment the TAC was to carry, and I planned to get it. When the plane came over, Koskov and I brought it down. The unsuspected presence of another plane upset us a little, and I started to bring it down, but we had been all over this country and knew there was no place that a plane could land. I let it go on in safety. Thank you, replied Carnes with a grimace. We robbed the wreck and we found 2 packets. One of the jewels I was after, and the other a sealed packet, which proved to contain certain War Department plans. That was when I learned who Koskov was. I had hired him in San Francisco as a good mechanic who had no principles. He was to get 1/4 of the loot. When we found these plans, he told me who he was. He was really a Russian secret agent, and he wanted to deliver the plans to Russia. I may be a thief and a murderer, but I am not ready to betray my country, and I told him so. He offered me almost any price for the plans, but I wouldn't listen. We had a serious quarrel, and he overpowered me and bound me. We had a radio set here, and he called San Francisco and sent some code message. I think he was waiting here for someone to come. Had we followed our original plans, we would have been miles from here before you arrived. He had me bound and helpless, as he thought, but I worked my bonds a little loose. I didn't let him know, for I knew that the plane I had let get away would guide a party here, and I thought I might be able to help out. When you came and attacked the house, I worked at my bonds until they were loose enough to throw off. I saw Koskov start my cold apparatus to working and then quit. Because he ran out of helium, when he started shooting again, I worked out of my bonds and tackled him. He was a better man than I gave him credit for, or else he suspected me. For about the time I grabbed him, he whirled and struck me over the head with his gun barrel and tore my face open. The blow stunned me, and when I came to, I was thrown into this corner. I meant to have another try at it, but I guess you rushed him too fast. He turned and ran for the tunnel, but as he did so, he shot me through the body. I guess I didn't look dead enough to suit him. You gentlemen broke open the door and came in, that's all. Not by a long shot it isn't, explained Dr. Bird. Where is that cold light apparatus of yours? In the tunnel. How do you get into it? If you will open the cupboard on the wall, you'll find an open knife switch on the wall. Close it. Dr. Bird found the switch and closed it. As he did so, the cabin rocked on its foundation, and both Carnes and Walter were thrown to the ground. The thud of a detonation deep in the earth came to their ears. What was that? Cried the doctor. That, replied Smith with a wan smile, was the detonation of 200 pounds of TNT. When you dig down into the underground cave, where we use the cold light apparatus, you will find it in fragments. It was my only child, and I'll take it with me. As he finished, his head slumped forward on his chest. With an exclamation of dismay, Dr. Bird sprang forward and tried to lift the prostrate form. In an agony of desire, the doctor tightened his grip on the dying man's shoulder, but Smith collapsed into a heap. Dr. Bird bent forward and tore open his shirt and listened at his chest. Presently, he straightened up. "He is gone," he said sadly, "and I guess the results of his genius have died with him. He doesn't strike me as a man who left overmuch to chance. Carnes, is your case completed?" "Very satisfactorily, Doctor. I have both of the lost packets." "All right, then come back to the wreck and help me pack my burros. I can make my way back to Fallon without a guide." "Where are you going, Doctor?" "That, Carnes, old dear, is none of your blankety-blanked business. Permit me to remind you that I am on my vacation. I haven't decided yet just where I'm going, but I can tell you one thing. Going to be someplace where you can't call me on the telephone." End of Cold Light by S. P. Meek.